bullshit about things.
Yeah, we can go.
Uh,
Although this week would have been a good week for podcasting. A lot of shit did get announced.
yeah, and some stuff did happen, but we can discuss that next week when we're slicing up things with swords.
Yep.
Because that's gonna be interesting to podcast over that game. But we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to I don't know if this is actually episode 4 or a technical episode 4, but I'm calling this episode 4.
No. But yeah, so
Because I lose track on things. As per usual, I have written my page on where we left off on Danganronpa 2. Pico just got thrown out a window. So we are going to be doing my countdown of my top 11 characters, because I usually do not count the player character for what I would assume could be obvious reasons. For this week, I think it shook up a bit more than what I thought was going to happen, so I'm going to do it bottom to top this time. And, I don't know my number one's name off the top of my head, so once you figure out who it is, you can tell me who it is, because I just cannot remember that name.
Sounds good. Also, I listened to the stream. My volume's pretty fine. Like, I think I'm a little bit quieter than you, but not by a significant amount where it should matter.
Yeah, I didn't change it all that much. I think I reduced it by like 3 decibels.
Okay.
Because last week I think you were maxed out.
Gotcha.
I'm not really sure why, but you were. As per typical, I think she's been dragging basically the entire time. Number 11 is still Hiyoko, for pretty obvious reasons. She is an incredible bitch.
But
and
you got her name right this time.
Yes,
making Fuyuhiko getting potentially redeemed made it so you stopped mixing their names together.
Which is great. Thanks for doing that, Chunsoft.
Or something like that. You said like Fuyuhiko or something like that last time for her name.
It's so annoying because their fucking names have like the same vowels.
Yeah.
And considering I didn't give a shit about either of them, it made that very annoying.
Yeah.
But anyway, and now without... God damn it, she was my favorite character. Now I can't remember the fucking person who was killed's name.
Mihan? Wait, the person who was killed?
Yeah,
Which
the
one?
person who just died. Well, the person who last just... Yeah, the victim.
Yeah, my hero, the camera girl.
Yeah, without Mahiru, Hiyoko has less of a chance of being redeemed as a character, so I think she's going to be at the bottom for the entire time. The next one on the bottom is, like I said in my journal last time, and I will probably say again in the next journal, don't really take this countdown any too seriously, because I don't really have a standout favorite character at the moment, so everyone is kind of just up for debate, and it could change at any time, to be honest. I think number 10, just by where everybody else landed, not because of what she did, Akane is number 10, the girl who is a bear.
Yeah, that's Akane.
Okay, so I remember that.
The gymnast.
Yeah, like I said, she doesn't irk me, it's just that she's kind of boring and uninteresting. Which is kind of weird for the character that could probably tear the school ruins in half if she really wanted to. But there's just nothing to her, and I don't give a shit. Number 9 is Fuyuhiko. Considering he sucked so much for the first chapter and the prologue, the last 5 minutes of the chapter didn't get him as many points to detract from how shitty he was before. Possibly in the coming weeks he could jump up to the middle of the pack, and if he does really good, maybe he can hit number 3. I don't know where he's gonna go, but he's number 9, so he's technically going up. Number 8, again, just by circumstances, Kazuichi. Considering how he was dragging us around and how he was dealing with the swimsuit day, the beach day, I was finding that he was adding some cringy elements to his character, so he started losing me, and I decided to drop him a couple of places, just because I do not really appreciate that direction. And, I think that might end up being a bigger flaw of his character, considering how he feels about Sonya. So he's gaining a couple of negative traits, and that's usually not a good sign for me liking their characters. Number 7, we're actually getting up to the middle now, is it Nekomaru?
The coach?
The guy who's 1/3 lightning?
Yeah, it's Nekomaru.
Again, he currently isn't doing all that much, which is probably helping his case because I'm guessing in this case on my countdown I threw out a lot of lost points instead of characters gaining more points, so on my countdown people just overall got like more nerfed than benefited from what was happening. So I think Nekomaru kind of stepping out of the limelight in the last chapter kind of helped his case because at least he could stay in the middle and the people dropping in the rankings could push him up. Again, like Akane, if he does something, he could definitely get back up. Number 6, right down the middle, is my brain is saying his name is Nagito?
Nagito? The crazy guy who at the beginning was number 1?
Is it Nagito?
Yeah, Nagito.
Mr. Hoodie? Although, like, 3 of these characters are wearing hoodies.
The crazy version of our protagonist from the first game. Like, the crazy, like...
The guy with Pokemon hair.
I don't know if he has Pokemon hair, but...
So, I think that's going to be kind of obvious. I think I said a couple of weeks ago, or last week, that Nagito, if he keeps doing what he's doing, is going to be on a downward trend for the rest of the countdown. So he's continuing to do that. Now he's in the middle. He didn't do all that much, so he didn't slide any farther. So good on him. I think the more interesting part is number 5 is where Mikon ended up.
Okay, I will going back to the Nagito thing. Nagito didn't do much last chapter because he was tied up for the entire chapter.
Yes, but he did go to the trial and he put his foot in his mouth as many times as he felt like was appropriate. So
he also investigated during the investigation part.
So in comparison to the rest of the cast, I would say that Nagito, despite not being in the story for half the time, actually did quite a lot.
That's
because
fair.
Nobody else is really competent at anything.
He serves in a way kind of as our rival because just like us, as stated and as is shown, for the most part, not too many characters actively seem to be smart and to investigate on a good level across the series, even in the first game, right? But you always have these couple of people who seem to actively investigate or have a good head on their shoulders when it comes to that stuff.
Well,
one tends to end up assisting you and the other kind of becomes your rival, and Nagito's kind of been our rival. The first game I wouldn't say necessarily has a rival, it's just that Byakuya kind of is.
Yeah, he was antagonistic and he was more antagonistic towards us directly, whereas Nagito, while still being kind of antagonistic towards us, he's just kind of antagonistic towards the entire group because now he's trying to fuck with everything.
Yeah, so his goal is to make everybody else's job harder because he believes we'll still succeed, and by succeeding we will be stronger for it. It's like this whole weird thing of hope overcoming despair, so he actively helps make the despair worse to prove that hope will still come out on top.
Which is an interesting character quirk, but it results in him trying to make everything worse, which ultimately, bottom line, I just don't appreciate in a story like this. The guy who's just fucking around.
Yeah.
But again, the reasons for that are pretty obvious, so I didn't really want to discuss them any further. I wanted to talk more about Mikon because this week, while I was thinking about this, and I actually thought about this twice this week instead of my usual once, just to write out the chapter. And I decided that at this point I was getting tired of Mikon not really doing anything to improve her flaws, so I started making her lose more points at this point than I thought I would originally. I thought she would slowly start tapering off, and now that, her shtick is just so consistent, I just decided to just start dropping her in rank super hard if she keeps doing this. because originally I thought that Mikon was going to like grow from her meekness and like gain strength and gain competency to become one of the more useful characters, because I think that usually characters kind of go in a stressful situation, they kind of go that route for their own survival. Mikon isn't doing that, and now it's just getting really annoying. So now she's number 5. She might drop further than that. I don't know what's going to happen, considering that we are going to be losing a lot, well, not a lot more characters, but like over the next couple of chapters, we're probably going to lose like, I don't know, it could be like 3-4 characters. We're probably going to lose like 30% of these guys really fast. So the ranking might end up getting weird. But anyway, this was another one of the surprising ones. I gave her more points because I think that she gained some interesting quirks in the last chapter. I put Sonya as number 4. Because while she's not super useful, I think she's becoming more interesting.
Okay.
And she's getting a bit more odd. She's becoming more vocal a little bit. So, I gave her more points because I think that she's going to kind of get more involved. She might end up proving useful. And I don't know, I just thought about it more and I kind of appreciated her quirky, I'm into true crime, and that ended up actually helping out. Because in this case, I think that, if she has experience with true crime, she might actually say something intelligent during the investigations. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. Number 3, kind of obvious. I think it's Ibuki. Is that right?
Yeah, the musician.
Yeah, she's just really vibrant and happy most of the time. And she's also really loud and energetic. So I've appreciated that about her. I think she kind of brightens up the room when we talk to her. But there's nothing really about her that makes me truly like her as a good character. She's just kind of a happy person. So she's still at the top. Number 2 is Gundam. Even though I appreciate his gimmick, he still isn't doing anything. He's not really helping out. I think last time he said like several things to kind of push the trial along, so he's still like contributing, but he's not. I don't know, it just doesn't seem like he really gives a shit, so he's not really doing much.
He's kind of in his own world.
Yeah, which is, it's fun. He's a fun character. But you kind of need to get involved in the story for me to truly appreciate you, Gundam. You can't just be standing off in a corner staring at your hamster and expecting me to make you number 1 for that. You are number 2, because I think you're probably the weirdest character out of everyone we've ever met at this point. Like, I can't think of another character that thinks like Gundam has ever thought before.
Yeah, no, Gundam's a special, one-of-a-kind character and how his brain works, and I think even in the next game, I don't think there's any character that quite thinks anywhere near as like Gundam.
There's not another character that can match a guy attempting to be an actual warlock.
A guy who actively kind of believes he's a warlock.
A guy who wears, like, claws on his fingers.
I guess, like, bandages. I don't think there's any claws.
I might be misthinking, then. Now, my number 1, I cannot think of her name, to be honest, which is kind of ironic.
Chiaki?
Yeah, because my brain kept thinking her name was Chihiro, but that's what she looks like. That's not her name. And the reason why I made her number 1 was that she kind of seems to be like Kyoko, but like our substitute Kyoko, but she only has like 15% of what Kyoko did. Like, it's the thing I most appreciate about Chachki. I do remember that I gave her that name.
Chiaki, yeah.
But like, outside of her, what she does in the investigation, she's pretty boring. Like, one of her main gimmicks is that she's sleepy all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't, like, in the pre-murder stuff, she doesn't do all that much because she's either playing Pac-Man during the off time or she's like late to everything because she's so tired. But
she does a little bit more than that in like a lot of the group scenes. She kind of tries to keep everybody calm's not necessarily the right word, but like she's kind of the one that always tries to bring up like the friendship angle.
Maybe just focusing their efforts.
Yeah, and she gives a bit of focus.
So for being like a bad substitute Kyoko, I put her at the number 1 slot. Any one of these characters from like the top 4 could definitely just have the number 1 spot if they have like just one standout scene that really like breaks the investigation open and really helps out. But right now, like I said, that my number 1 just ended up being like just the best of. I don't want to call them a cast of nobodies, but I can't think of a good phrase off the top of my head of how I'm thinking right now. It's just like, I just don't have a favorite character. These are just like, I was forced to pick a favorite. She was the one I ended up picking. Now we should probably talk about what I wrote down this week, because I think we're going to get some actual talking points about this, because we kind of talked about this last week. Because it came up. So, after another chapter in the can and another character of great potential pulled from the ranks, we come to today's episode of Danganronpa 2, where, like last time, we have no direction, no idea of what we're doing, what's going to happen next, or really much of anything else. I don't really have much to say on this part of my journal, to be honest, since I think we axed so many characters that were the plot drivers that were just free to the winds until some new motivation comes about for someone to do something. The characters haven't been brought together as a group, so they seem to lack any cohesive goal to aim for, and without competent leadership among the bunch, that probably isn't going to change for a little while. I'm surprised that I started thinking about this, but after thinking about it last week, and this week for this entry in the old journal, I am going to stick to my opinion that Danganronpa's episode 2, well, Danganronpa 2's episode 2 was ultimately a bad shot by Chunsoft. I just did not like how episode 2 ended up hashing out. As per Chunsoft usual, the actual investigation and trial for the most part was up to their usual standards. They have nonsensical details that end up coming together in some weird way. Some weird character interactions in the interrogations. We get to see some new character quirks that come up to justify certain things, so we get some character dynamics. And ultimately, we just got a clever twist on the whole scenario that they planned together. The murder was really good, but it honestly, to me, just can't justify how it ended. It just really can't. I saw a lot of potential in Pico. I really liked the start of her character. And when the trial abruptly slammed to Pico did it, the insinuation was so bizarre that I felt like she was getting yanked off the bench and thrown out the window. During the stream of Pico's reveal where I said, "Fuck this, I'm out, this is fucking stupid," I know that some people might think that's a dumb joke and streamers don't actually mean it when they say that, it's just there for emphasis. No, that was definitely the one time in this whole series that Chunsoft legitimately lost me. If I said stuff like that in the original, it's probably more of a joke, but when Pico stood up and said that she became the Archon of Justice, and repeating the same shit over and over again, that was insanely irritating for a character that I thought was going to be a big showcase of the cast, and a big character to come out of this whole thing. And
now,
then
I will state off of that, though, that wasn't the real her, that was her faking it. Like, she actually isn't Justice Warrior, Justice. She was there when, if you recall in the story, she was there when we first were talking to Sonia in the library early on in the chapter where we found out about Sonia liking the true crime, and she overheard the conversation about the Justice murder person. And so she just kind of did that to try to, like, cover Fuyuhiko's involvement and everything. Because that was her actual goal, was to protect Fuyuhiko.
Yeah, I do not recall this detail at all. I remember the library thing, I just don't remember, like, Pico actually being there for Sonya's rant.
Yeah, she's part of that conversation. She just doesn't say a lot because Pico, for the most part, doesn't say it. Yeah.
And then it finished by the entire uproar being a ruse to protect Fuyuhiko, which is kind of ironic that you spoke up right there as I wrote that. And then they just devolved her character down to the bottom line, I am not a person, I am a tool, just forced me to give up entirely. They didn't really do anything interesting with Pico by the end of it. They just totally flipped her character on its head just to end up making her more boring. Just a character that desires to be as two-dimensional as possible, and Chapter 2 making Pico the murderer as a shield to Fuyuhiko just tanked the entire chapter for me in that entire ending. To me, it was completely absurd, but I will give Chunsoft credit and say that the sword stand thing that kind of tied the whole investigation together that they pulled from Pico's swordsmanship was actually really clever, something that really only Pico could have managed to get out of a 20-foot window, which was pretty similar to Leon's usage of the crystal ball in the original game. I'm hoping that this chapter is going to be a one-off misfire from Chunsoft and just this weird thing that they did, and the rest of the murders in this game will be clean and up to their usual standards. Like I said, I don't know what's going to happen. We kind of have infinite directions that the story can go in, so don't take my next 2 streams countdowns too seriously again, because I don't really have a standout favorite. Chachki turned out to be the top of the barrel for the only reason that she's like 15% of Kyoko's investigative skills in comparison to everyone else who don't know how to do any research or have much of any common sense. So just keep that in mind as the LP progresses. So we better get back to it. That's all I wrote for this week.
Alrighty.
So yeah, that whole, we'd actually discussed Chapter 2 in last week's stream. It might have been off camera, but I think we did. Yeah. I think we did reach the same point where we ended up disagreeing on Pico's being just exit from the story, I guess would be a way to put it.
I mean, I agreed with you that I thought the super justice bit got really old really fast and was, kind of irritating.
It was very annoying.
I made the point to say that isn't who she is. That was her trying to cover for Fuyuhiko, and I like the idea of her thinking she's a tool, but deep down in like some of the subtext and how she reacts to certain things towards the very end, right before she dies, and as how Fuyuhiko talks with her, she kind of knows that that's not entirely true, on some level, right? And then even if that's how she wants to believe it, and then you have this tragicness to it where Fuyuhiko never wanted her to be that to him. He wanted a friend, right?
Yeah, that's
his entire life.
Yeah, that's the ultimate thing that gets to me about Pico's character is not that it, like, objectively what she is isn't what she's saying. It's just that the thing that she desires to be is what, like, the fact that she desires to be a more boring character, to be the tool, is the thing that's killing it for me.
I think in that, I don't think, like, in a grand scope of things, like, let's say they never ended up in this predicament, I don't think that's necessarily quote-unquote what she desires to be on a full level. I think in that moment, and that case, like, one part of it is she truly believes that that's what she is because she was raised that way from young on, which is once again why she doesn't think of herself as the murderer.
Yes.
And two, I think it's that, like, protective love for Fuyuhiko that, like, drives her to, like, accept that with, what she's been told by other Yakuza, like the higher up Yakuza.
For
I think that's why she accepts it.
For the viewer who might be confused if you didn't watch the previous episode, the specific thing that Pico said that she wanted to be, she doesn't want to be just a tool. She specifically wants to be like Fuyuhiko's sword. She wants to protect him specifically, which is kind of what spun out this whole situation, and her ended up being the murderer of Mahiru.
Yeah. So she killed Mahiru on Fuyuhiko's behalf. And when the entire cast voted her guilty, she essentially thought that everybody was gonna die except for Fuyuhiko, because in her mind Fuyuhiko was the murderer. And I feel like part of that's from her conditioning from young on, but then specifically like her wanting to, like, her personal love for Fuyuhiko is what drives her to be specifically his sword. So if she, it's essentially that, like, because of how she was taught from young on, that's kind of the only way in her head to be with Fuyuhiko, which is why Fuyuhiko's really upset, because he's like, no, that isn't the only way to be with me. You could literally just be my friend.
Oh yeah, and then there's this whole like coincidence thing that might end up getting explained later. The fact that in this like society that pulls together these like classes of these ultimates, that Fuyuhiko and Pico ended up being in the same class in the same situation when they're from the same organization.
I'm pretty sure they already explained that. I think they already explained that. So like, they trained her to be the ultimate swordswoman, and so like the School Scout ultimates, and so by the fact that one, they're the same age, so they're the same class in school, and they kind of just go together. That's probably how they ended up in the school together. But
I don't know. That seems like a pretty big contrivance, considering that there are more classes that get built for this school that I would assume that off screen are filled with their own ultimates. It's not like there's just I wouldn't assume that there's like only one class that comes into the building like every year.
Fair, yeah. That is fair, because if I recall correctly, the class from the first game is class 1A. So yeah, the A signifies that there's more than one classes, because in Japan that's how they do classes. It's like, the first years would be class 1, but then the A, B, C, D, that'd be like which actual class you're in.
But
so everybody your age would be classes 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. But also, there is that thing where that actually happens in real life schools where they do put people that know each other together. Things like, think of all the times growing up in middle school and high school where like Adam, you and I were in the same class, or like Adam and you were in the same class, when it was like a standard class that literally everybody in our grade had to take.
I don't know. I remember a bunch of times. I don't remember those years too much, but I remember a bunch of times when we were split apart from classes.
I mean, that happens too, but my point there is that I do know teachers think about that when assembling classes. And now, given I don't know how their school works, if they ever split up to go to other classes or not, or if it's always you're with the one core class for every single class. So whether you're doing math or science, you're maybe always with the same group of people at this school, which is different than like in American schools where that's not the case, right? We might have science together, but we might not have math together, right? In American schools.
Yes.
Now, given if that's not the case for Hope's Peak Academy, and the teacher swaps out, but the class stays the same, which I know a lot of anime does seem to do, which is why I think maybe Japanese schools work. I'm not saying I know for certain whether or not this is how Japanese schools work, but I feel like from other anime that is kind of how it seems schools work. That the class 1A sticks together. You don't split that class. Instead, the different teachers come in to teach math, and then a different teacher comes in to teach science, right?
That sounds like it might be a thing.
And with that in mind, then it would make sense too that they would have all of their classes together, and that they would be placed together in the same class because they know each other before going there, right? Kind of like how in the first game, Makoto and the singer girl went to the same middle school, and they ended up in the same class, right?
Yeah, that was a coincidence too, but I kind of bought that because my brain's thinking her name is Sayama, but I'm pretty sure that's wrong.
Sayaka.
That's it. It's whatever. Like Sayaka herself said that, "Oh my god, I can't believe that you're here, someone that I barely know." And it's like I kind of bought that, where it's like, I mean, it can happen. It doesn't seem as coincidental as, oh, my bodyguard got put in the same class as me. But I think we discussed that at the time in that episode Where, like, if Chunsoft really wanted to hand wave it away, they could say, oh, the mafia that they work for muzzled the school and, you know, just ended up, like, influencing this, quote-unquote, influencing the school to get them on the same roster.
Yeah, one way or another. Either through strong-arming them or potentially just bribery, but yeah, there's probably a way they could have done it.
So why are we looking at a black screen, and why is nobody here?
So the chapter started with a character named question mark, and it went dot, 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 no one's here, right?
So are we not... What the fuck is his name? We're not Dingus Face?
We might not be right now.
Okay, so we're staring at Hiyoko, and she's doing something. She's planning a very nasty surprise.
Yeah, in the dining hall.
She is going to pig's blood somebody real bad.
That reminds me, where's my phone?
How did that remind you of anything? I just brought up the fucking ending of Carrie.
What reminded me was I saw all of our Monokumas, like all the little Monokumas we have to collect on our thing, and I remembered that I had a guide pulled up so that we wouldn't miss them, but I'm gonna still try to let you find them first.
What is this have-to that you speak of? Is Monokuma gonna murder us if we don't get all of his totems? His demon side's gonna manifest and tear our head off. Are you sure it's the morning? I guess I wasn't paying attention.
It's the morning, I believe, probably after.
Oh, it's a Jime. I'll definitely remember that name of the protagonist that doesn't matter. Oh yeah, and Fuyuhiko like ran into Pico's execution and ended up getting covered in blood.
He ended up getting hurt.
Very well, like he got hurt bad, but not like super badly. I mean, it doesn't seem like he got all that hurt.
He was presumably bleeding out until Monami brought up the rules that
the rules thing
gets punished.
The loophole.
So she bent the rules to make sure that Monokuma had to save him.
I mean, that's not bending the rules. Monami was right.
Yeah, but she made sure to like point out in the rules because it's something that could have gotten overlooked.
These fucking legal proceedings can get pretty complicated if Chunsoft wants to make them that way. Why does Hajime give a shit about Fuyuhiko? Like, for 90% of the time he's known him, Fuyuhiko has been an asshole. Or is he like, Fuyuhiko's a good guy now, I need to check on him ASAP?
I mean, more like, you just don't want more death, right? I'd rather have a person alive than dead.
Yeah, he's real... Like, Hajime seems to be consistently philosophical about it. For some weird reason. I know you're a princess, but... okay. Was that, like, the first time that she, like, actually tried to pull rank on us?
Yeah. But she claims she did it out of, she's apparently super tired because she didn't sleep at all.
Nobody slept last night?
She specifically claims she didn't sleep at all.
Yeah, but considering Hajime also didn't, this might end up being a thing. Is Hiyoko's surprise gonna be her attempting to kill someone?
I don't know, we'll find out when we get there.
Or maybe she's gonna make, like, terrible pancakes because the first... Well, not the first person, but the second person who got killed was the chef.
The first murderer was
Hey,
the chef.
Chachki, what's up?
Hey.
Did she fall asleep on the console or something?
I don't think so.
Doesn't Chachki sleep here? Seems like she's always here.
So apparently it's not that she's not sleepy. She's just distracted with the game. That's why her responses are like slow to come because she's like focusing on whatever she's doing at the game console.
I mean, fair enough. I mean, Hajime is probably one of those assholes who's like, "Hey, you're playing an arcade game. Let me tap you on the shoulder."
They are arcade games, Sam.
She made Lobster. I mean, considering you were here since like 2 a.m. Maybe she made poisoned food. Yeah, we heard that before. Why are you saying that again?
Oh,
what
yeah.
What?
That's what I gotta spot.
She made a Japanese altar? Where did you get all these goat skulls? Or
There's
cow
a farm.
skulls?
There's a farm.
Oh, yeah. So what, is she, like, flaying dead cows? Is she doing the butchering herself?
Yay!
What the fuck?
Calls it an adorable decoration.
You're not a shrine maiden, you're a dancer. Why'd you make this religious thing? Wait, you didn't make this?
No, she definitely did. She's just pretending.
But my hero's dead! Does she, like, not absorb the fact that she died?
Hello?
I'm surprised that Mikan had enough fucking backbone to walk into this room and say hi. Wait, why is everyone yelling?
Because everybody's showing up for breakfast and people are freaking out.
The photos are not the problem! What are you talking about? The photos aren't even weird.
No, it's more like the whole setup.
Yeah, but she was like, oh my god, the photos. It's like, bitch, look at everything else! Wait, are they specifically photos of Mihiru?
They're photos Mikiro took.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
I don't know, it's weird, but it's not insulting. It's just incredibly odd.
Good day.
Hey, Sonia.
Numbing!
What the fuck does that mean?
Good mongrel.
Again, the photos aren't the fucking problem!
I feel like when they're saying photos, they're referring to the whole display, like not just the specific photos.
Guys!
Hey!
Is Hiyoko just gonna pretend she didn't do this?
Hmm?
Because I would imagine she would be, like, freaking out and yelling at people at this point. What, are they gonna assume she's gonna turn into a typical Japanese folk tale? I don't think that's gonna work.
Hold it.
Also, it's gonna set itself on fire anyway. I mean, there's like 10 candles around it.
What the heck?
10 giant candles. Is this seriously something they're gonna be discussing?
I mean, just for the next like 2 seconds.
It doesn't seem like it matters.
See?
I think there's a cultural difference that I can't really parse with this.
Okay, so why it's seen as disrespectful is it's like a satanic-y looking shrine, not like a proper looking shrine. So
well,
it seems to be in bad taste, or to seem to be potentially mocking real shrines, right? That's what a lot of the people are taking away from this. It's not the intent, which is what Chiaki's pointing out. Chiaki's pointing out that like whoever intended it accidentally made it look kind of like what you know, something you'd expect it to be, like a bad taste or intentional disrespect.
Yeah, literally
version of a shrine.
Literally just take the fucking skulls down. That would probably fix it.
Well, the candlesticks are also made out of bone.
Yeah, but that was probably just like the one type of candlestick she could find, so it's not Hiyoko's fault. I mean, the supermarket literally carries everything. It probably doesn't also carry like 5 different varieties of candlesticks.
Right?
I mean, no, it's not a nice decoration, it's just a nice intention of the thing.
No.
The decoration, it's pretty shitty. Again, the shrine itself will set itself on fire. It's literally surrounded by giant fucking candles. Like, do you see the smoke coming off of that fucking thing? Wait, she actually taught Hiyoko to tie her own kimono now?
Apparently.
I thought she was, like, physically incapable of doing that.
I mean, she didn't know how, was what she said.
Did her art change? Is that why there's a knot on the front of her dress now? Or has that always been there?
That may have not always been there. I don't know. I actually gonna have to potentially replay the game to notice.
You could just Wikipedia it.
Or I could Wikipedia it, but right now we're playing the game.
Okay, so Hiyoko's only skill is dancing. Also because she's 12 years old.
Well...
Which is kind of ironic considering Kazuichi was like the one person who wasn't freaking out about it. Or at least wasn't screaming.
No.
Why would you take it with us? How are we gonna take it all with us?
I mean, at least the photos, I assume, we'll take with us. But we'll have to get to that when we get to that.
You.
Well, I think that the most likely thing that's gonna happen is that they're gonna escape into an apocalypse again, so they're probably not gonna fucking need the photos when that happens. Also, there's like I'm pretty sure Hiyoko, probably the shittiest character, is gonna be around for the whole thing. I would imagine she's gonna be a survivor. It's because Chunsoft seems to keep, like, the fuckheads around for some reason.
I see. Meow.
All the other girl characters are probably on the chopping block. Well, no, she has a kind heart specifically towards Mahiru. She hates everyone else.
Stop it! Shut up! Why only me?
She's very specifically nice to Mahiru and very specifically out of her way cruel to Mikan. And then everybody else is a bit more indifference. Because sometimes there's good, sometimes there's bad.
Is like Hajime never gonna sit down Mikan and say, yo, she picks on you because you have no backbone. You have to bark back at her. Which you are literally incapable of doing.
Well?
Seriously, Chachki is the only person trying to keep this whole group together. Everyone else is just flittering around like idiots.
Now, I will state that from the very beginning, when Chiaki's not distracted by, like, video games or, like, sleeping, she does seem to be the one who's trying to have everybody be friends with everybody.
Oh, is Gundam gonna be like, hell yeah, look at that cool shrine? Or he hates it too. And it also killed his hamsters?
No, they're, like, sweating and nervous about it. They're not dead.
It's not that bad looking. Wait, where did Nagito been? Like, I don't think he's that sleepy.
We didn't tie him up. So...
Yeah, we didn't do that again.
I'll destroy you!
Why did they make him record that line? Well, no, everyone. You guys have a lot of random personalities. You don't really have a focus at this point, so you can't really say anybody, like, in a group or whatever. You can't characterize a group that doesn't exist. I mean, I guess technically that was a bonding exercise, I guess.
Everybody bonded a little bit except for Gundam and...
Okay, so Hajime is narrating this from the future?
Yeah. Which, I mean, has always happened. Even in the first game, there's always, like, these blue thoughts at the beginnings of chapters.
What is he talking about? Is he talking about, like, the bomb? Is it gonna go off early?
I'll have to find out.
What the fuck does that mean?
Trapped by the ocean scent.
Is someone gonna get, like, poisoned? Yeah, of course Akane ate literally all of the food. Well, she's a bear, so she could probably eat way more than you can. Wait, did Fuyuhiko not show up?
Yeah,
or is he still in the hospital?
Here. We don't necessarily know where he is, but he's not here.
He's not even on... That shrine is smoking right now. It's already on fire. Again, I was right. Why didn't you just jump in the fucking ambulance or whatever? You are literally the ultimate medical provider.
Ultimate nurse.
You are better than the hospital.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if an ultimate nurse could perform surgery, but maybe.
I don't think I'd want to be splitting that many hairs, considering that there's There's no one else that can do what she does.
At least here, yeah.
So what is the plan? What are we just gonna go to the next island and fuck around?
Well, so she is apparently planning to question Monokuma and quote-unquote avenge Fuyuhiko.
Obviously wrong. Jeez.
It seemed like they recorded a lot more voice lines in the original game.
I think so. They might have.
Seems like they have a lot more goofs in this game. Well, at least Monami's here, and she's not awful.
Monami's the other person that tends to try to make us act like a group.
Well, yeah, because that's what she wants, so that makes sense.
It's literally been her goal from the start. But she's also literally everybody's punching bag.
Well, yeah, because she's the most useless character. Like, even more useless than Fuyuhiko. Hiyoko.
Yeah, and the other part of it is the fact that everybody thinks she's some sort of double agent. Like, we all... Basically, every character has some strange belief that she's actually on Monokuma's side, and that I'm against Monokuma's an act.
Well, the characters might think that, but personally, I don't think she's a double agent for Mono Bear. I think that she's the double agent for whatever was running the school before we even got here. Yeah. Because clearly Mono Bear probably isn't related to the school at this time, because he just came in and subverted it, like, at his own discretion, technically.
Right. Yeah, and there was when we were at the ruins of, like, what was called the ruins and was, like, the school, right? It looked like the school.
Yeah, the copy school.
Monokuma mentioned that there was, like, another organization that took our memories, not him. And he, like, implied that Monami would know more, and that, like, Monami might actually know it's inside the school, but
well, clearly Monami knows more than what she's telling, because she's been dodgy, like, after every chapter.
Yeah. But yeah, it's been hinted at by Monokuma that Monami represents a different group from him. So Monokuma's one group, Monami might be another group that has some sort of agenda with the Ultimates.
Because as per the original game, how we got here doesn't make any fucking sense, so it clearly doesn't represent what actually happened, because we were, like, in a classroom, and then some blinding light appeared, and then we just, like, transitioned to the island directly.
Yeah. So, like, the whole classroom shook, and then the walls of the classroom fell down, and we were on the island.
Which makes literally no sense. And I don't think that the end of this game is gonna be, oh, just some magical bullshit happened, we teleported you here. It's probably gonna be, like, they were drugged, dragged onto helicopters, and then they were taken here for some fucked up reason.
Right.
Because, I don't know, maybe Cthulhu is on Earth now.
And somehow Monami has done magic.
Yeah, Monami is literally magical. She has magic powers. Because whatever caused, like, the apocalypse of this timeline is probably going to be as ridiculous as the Mono Bear alien invasion from the first game. Or however the Mono Bear uprising occurred. Because it might not be aliens. Oh, did they literally name drop the organization, or is that something they made up?
Monokuma, I believe, mentioned that he's part of the World Ender organization.
I think if one person could get answers out of any of these characters, I think Hiyoko might have the best chance of getting some answers. Because she's not powerful, but I'd imagine she'd be, like, the most determined of all the characters. She'd just be, like, constantly on Monomi's ass.
Yeah, I was gonna say the problem is, at least for I do
love this frame with Nekomaru.
You can't get hands-on with Monokuma, otherwise you get killed. But, in theory, I assume you can beat up Monami. I'm not exactly 100% sure. But I feel like you could physically, like, attack Monami and Mono Bear wouldn't
Why
give
would
a
you
shit.
admit that? That makes you look super fucking guilty. Saying that you're middle management, are you... Oh, and then she just ran away. Well, you would too if you were a bear with teleportation powers.
However,
Why is Nagito like, oh, let's just forget about all of that and move on? Nagito, do you seriously not give a shit about anything?
Because in his mind, we have to hope and get past despair.
Yeah, but we also need information to have a better chance at defeating everything, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, but that's what he wants. He wants us to go to the new island.
Oh, so he thinks that there's more information there than in the bear.
Or than trying to find Fuyuhiko, yeah.
Well, to be fair, he's right about Fuyuhiko, because he's not gonna help.
Yeah.
Because
Chiaki's got a more healthy way of saying it here, which is, I'm also worried about Fuyuhiko, but is it really okay if we stay here and do nothing just because he's, in a bad state?
To be fair, we're not really doing nothing, because this is the only time in the game where we have, like, any sort of chance at bringing the group together, is the morning meeting.
you are right.
That's the only time during the day the group ever really acts like a group.
Yeah, which means that even though this might be a stupid conversation, it's still useful.
Wait.
We're not gonna fucking watch Star Wars. Get your mind on the current fucking events, Nagito.
What did he say? Why would it be Star Wars?
Oh, he just said, let's search for a New Hope.
Oh, gotcha.
That was the one time I was actually reading the game.
And you made a good joke off of it. Good job.
I was gonna say like a minute ago that there was a really threatening picture of Nekomaru that I thought was probably the best picture of Nekomaru we've gotten since this whole game.
The one where he's cracking his knuckles and has his head tilted.
Yeah,
That
like
one?
when he's like actually leering.
Hmm.
It's just that Nekomaru doesn't have the determination of Hiyoko, so he's not he can't use his leering to really do anything because he doesn't have the follow through for it.
Alright, well anyway, time to go to the new island.
So how many facilities are going to be there? Another 6? Another 6 buildings that we have to memorize?
Probably.
Is there going to be another copy of the school? Or a facility from the school? I actually ran out of soda in my fridge, so I got a cider sitting next to me because it's really the only thing I had.
Who's that?
Nagito?
I think it was Gundam, actually. Oh, no, it is Nekomaru.
Oh, it's the other N name.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, Akane did say she was gonna be like, hey, it's really easy to take out a giant tiger.
In all fairness, I will actually point out the fact that Nekomaru's been really busy trying to keep Akane under control, because that's literally what he's been doing.
Well, he's been training Akane. I don't know if he's been following her around that much.
No, because so remember that when she came across him and decided to attack him, he literally had to hit her so hard that she was bleeding. Like, remember right when they came in with the swimsuits on? She was bleeding.
But that wasn't that a training exercise? They were training on the beach.
Kind of.
Why is it called Titty Typhoon?
Because it's called Titty Tycoon.
But why?
I don't know.
Is it a town made of boobs? Also, why is it a ghost town? Oh wait, it's a spaghetti western town?
Yes, so we have a hospital. We have Titty Tycoon, which is a music venue.
That's a concert hall? Why
We
is
have
there a
a
motel
motel.
here?
A motel. We have Electric
Avenue.
Avenue. We have a movie theater that's currently showing The Wizard of Monami.
Oh yeah, did you ever get around to watching The Big Bad, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
Not right now, no, I haven't. And then we have Wild Gunman Monokuma's the other movie.
It's also The Wizard
And
of
that's it.
Oz.
Yeah, the Wizard of Monokuma is probably the Wizard of Oz, and then the Wild Gunman Monokuma is probably the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
It's so iconic that even Japan's heard of it.
So which one do you want to do first? Hospital, music venue, motel,
let's go to
Electric Avenue.
Well, I mean, I already know all of them. I don't need to see them again. Also, I don't need to see them in fast forward. Let's go to Boob Town. Let's just get this out of the way. I'm surprised they would go for something so lowbrow, to be honest. I didn't think that was in Chunsoft's style. It doesn't look suspicious, it just looks absurd.
It is tasteless, though.
That's the word for it. Oh yeah, the word is literally right in front of me. I probably should read all of the words. Hajime is a really flowery protagonist. He should become a noir detective after this. Or maybe that's what he's the ultimate of. Maybe he's the ultimate writer or the ultimate noir guy.
Or the ultimate detective again.
Just put a fedora and a trench coat on top of him. He'll be your ultimate coat rack. Yeah, I get it. Ibuki is excited.
That's totally it.
Does Ibuki never, like, understand that she's in constant danger?
I don't know.
Because it seems like she's always like this.
She's always really happy for the most part.
Which, in this situation, makes perfect sense.
Huh?
She's also saying a lot of things twice.
No problemo. No problemo.
Okay, now she is. Okay, this isn't how running jokes work. What do you mean a helping hand? There's nothing here. There's nobody, there's no audience, there's no patrons, there's no bartender. There's also no tequila. Yeah, because everyone's just gonna have time to go to a fucking concert run by Ibuki.
I mean, in all fairness, we're stuck on an island with not much to do.
I mean, they did organize a beach day, so maybe I am talking out of my ass. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know, she's
I love how his response is, I'm tired. Let me go back to bed, I don't want to deal with this. Let's ask Sonia why she's here. What? What?
Apparently I clicked on the stage and not her.
Okay.
My mouse is slightly to the right of her.
Well, that's a fucked up hitbox. What the hell are you talking about? Is this just like badly translated German slang?
No, I think the point is she's out of touch with modern society because she's from some minor, small, foreign.
She's from a country of 1,500 people. Wait, that was her entire dialogue? That was it? They got the feather fans and they wear chop hats.
Alright, well, let's look in the storage room.
But you're not allowed to be back there. Also, there's a neon light. What the fuck is that supposed to be? It's like light, but it's like a physical object. What the hell is going on there? Is this how they're rendering, like, smoke?
Oh, this? No, I think that's supposed to be a light effect.
That's
like glare.
That's the worst effect I've ever seen. How the fuck do you render light like that and think that it's okay?
I don't think it's a render so much as a stylistic choice. I don't know.
It was a bad idea, whatever it is. There's like smoke coming out of the corner. It's like a bunch of ghosts. Why is there a mirror here? I wouldn't say so. I don't think this is a costume room.
Not costumes in a costume like Halloween sense. Costume as in like a stage get up. So like.
Well, yeah, but why would you do that here?
Yeah, I think they're supposed to be like the neon lights, like the shimmer of neon lights.
Oh my god, this is so awful. What the fuck? It's so shitty. I can't even believe it.
Anything else I can check out? Oh, a lighting panel.
What do you mean? What does he mean the baton's lighting? What the hell is he talking about? What's baton lighting? Are they talking about like
these
pillars?
lights up here? These lights up here.
Okay.
It controls the stage lights.
I've never heard that term before.
Anyway, where do you want to go to next?
The hospital? Maybe Mikan got over herself finally? Even though that'll never happen. For all I know, Mikan's probably going to be the 4th chapter victim, and we'll probably not have to deal with her after a long time. Or maybe Mikan is so inherently useless of a character, she will be one of the survivors.
Anyway, the ambiance feels like something out of a horror film.
I mean, to be fair, this is a really shitty hospital. Are you really gonna swear in front of Mikan? You can't swear in front of her, or you'll make her faint. Okay, that's... She doesn't understand what comedy is. Because this isn't funny. Yeah, it's odd because it's really shitty.
But
I mean, we don't need the medical supplies to be here. We could just get them from the first 2 islands.
There is a pharmacy on the second island.
Oh my god, she's still doing the please don't hate me thing. No one's going to hate you except for Hiyoko. The only reason that she does hate you is because you don't stand up for yourself.
Alright, there's a bulletin on the board.
Why is there a bulletin in the hospital that no one's gonna use? So, who... He didn't even read it?
Apparently not.
Tajime, you fucking ding-dong. This reminds you of your tattoo parlor?
How pitiful.
Or did he get, like, his birthmark removed or something?
I think so. I think that might be what it is.
Why does... See, that neon lighting effect actually looks good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why maybe it's lighting panels? I have no idea why the...
Someone's gonna have to
lights of the
explain what's
one
going on,
they
because it's so obvious that it doesn't make sense.
Because I thought maybe it was supposed to be the neon lights.
Also,
but
does
you're
anyone
right.
explain,
That
like,
neon
why
lights-
there's ethereal giant prisms coming out of the city? Like, what is that supposed to mean?
I don't know, maybe that's more buildings, but they're supposed to be see-through? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Is like the...
Anyway,
Yeah, let's go to
movie theater.
Let's go to Electric Avenue, the shittiest looking place.
Yeah.
Because this looks like rundown Western town. Except it's an electronics store. And there's just, like, exposed electrical wiring. Because that looks insanely dangerous. There's just, like, lightning coming out of that fucking wire. No, because just because there's a bunch of technology here doesn't mean it's any of it's useful. Yeah, let's just pick up a TV. Look there it is again. It's just like random panels.
I've been found.
Yeah, I don't know what it's supposed to be.
What do they mean the voyeur corner? Is it supposed to be a camera store?
It looks like, yeah, it looks like it's cameras.
Because that's a pretty tasteless name for the store.
Oh, so it's surveillance stuff.
Is Kazuichi really going to use this opportunity to prove that he's more cringy? I wonder why they're all secret, huh? Oh, I'm sure, Kazuichi. I mean, Mono Bear isn't a pervert. He's just a murderer.
Yeah, but he was like, Mono Bear uses them all the time. I'm jealous. I wonder what he sees of Miss Sonia.
Oh, yeah, of course Chachki is here. Let's talk to her. Also, there's the world's biggest microwave over there.
Well,
I'm looking for a Game Boy Advance. What are you looking for, like an Atari 5200? She is really desperate to find literally anything.
yep.
Could you carry back this 150-pound microwave? That's not
There's
the
a microwave.
That's not the only video game that exists. Why is that? Why is that what you think of? I know it's a microwave, but geez. Let's pick up that chainsaw. Let's use it to murder Mono Bear. And then we'll get off the island. Is this entire avenue gonna be useless? What are you talking about, disorderly? That's like the most orderly thing I've seen.
I mean, there's still like towers and stuff just kind of set everywhere.
Oh my god, Chihiro's on it. The Usami X-File? Why would that be here on this computer?
About the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
It originated with the students of Hope's Peak? Why the fuck would that be where it started? The students of the reserve department, dissatisfied with being treated differently, murdered all of the students for no reason.
Alright, hold on. This horrendous event with the students of Hope's Peak Academy causing a revolt. The students of the reserve department were dissatisfied with being treated differently than the primary.
Wait, this is a corporate like disagreement.
And began to fight the academy. At first, the dispute was confined.
Wait, what do they mean, fight the academy? What do they mean by that?
At first, the dispute was confined to the campus, and hopes were high that it would be settled down someday. But things quickly escalated. Behind the scenes of that rebellion, a huge authority was exerting its influence. Eventually, it spread like an infection, provoking riots in various parts of the world. It was unlike any previous act of terrorism or coup d'etat. It seemed to have much different purpose.
It caused the apocalypse. Or just causing chaos because whoever is behind it thinks it's funny. Yeah, I get it. It's the ending of the first game. So I guess this kind of explains the death classroom from the first game. As a lesson in despair? A lesson for who? The world?
Boy,
Why did Mono Bear just leave this thing on the island?
angry.
Why are you angry at me? It's not that important, it's just like, it's another breadcrumb towards the thing that we already know about. Or is the importance of this scene where they're like, hey, the events of the first game are directly tied to the events of this game, and it's not a different timeline. Why would Hope's Peak need a reserve department? Do they just need to, like, backup classes?
We'll get into it.
Does this matter? Or is this just like another organization that like becomes World Ender because they were jealous of the primary Hope's Peak people? And then they went on to have a giant swords duel and they killed 20 people. What did the students of the first game, like, after they escaped the school, they came back into school and tried to kill us? Or, like, during the year they had their memory stolen, they tried to kill us. We managed to survive and we came here to protect us from them.
That's not what Hajime is saying. Hajime is thinking that the students forced to play a murder game according to that file are us. Like, we're those students. He doesn't even thinking about the first class. The player is supposed to be, hey, that's talking about the first class. Hajime doesn't know about the first class's even existence. So to him, we're the only class that's had to play a killing game. But we know from the first game that there was another class that had to play a killing game.
Did they establish in the original game that that was the first time that that happened? Or
I mean,
did it just, like, consistently keep happening?
They didn't establish that whether or not it was the first time that it happened. It's just from a player's perspective, we only know of 2 killing games.
Yes.
And we're still in the middle of this killing game, but that file referred to a killing game that's done. Like, that has happened, past tense.
Yes.
So, that's presumably to the player that should be, you'd think of the first game, because it's the only other killing game you know of. But if you want to know canonically, yes, the first game's killing game is the first killing game. that happens.
And also canonical to this timeline as well.
Yes. The only game that's not canonical to the other games is V3.
I don't know, it seems like in this sort of setup that Chunsoft could be like, no, they're all different timelines. They don't connect to each other. We're telling completely different stories, man. That are all the same, though.
There's a manga that has its own set of unique characters. That's another killing game. That is technically canonical, though it doesn't really overlap at all with the video games.
It's one of those canonical things that doesn't touch any of the other games, so it doesn't matter.
Kind of, yeah.
Just like how technically the CDI Zelda games are still canon, but they don't matter. Because it never gets called back to for obvious reasons.
Yeah. And then there's the Danganronpa 3 anime. There's a Danganronpa 3 anime that I was telling you about, that takes place both before the events of the first game and then also after the events of the second game, and that anime has a killing game in it as well.
Because the first Danganronpa anime is just a retelling of the first game.
Yeah, and the first Danganronpa anime is a retelling of the first game. But they titled the second anime they made Danganronpa 3 because it's a sequel. It's both a prequel and a sequel to this game, so it's the 3. And then V3 is why there's a V there, is because it's not the 3. It's its own separate thing.
Okay, so we learned possibly something important.
Anyway, I want to check out the motel or the movie theater?
The motel. Motel's more boring. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe they're gonna be like, oh my god, there's a copy of the Chihiro file here. Or something. And it's like it blows the doors wide open on what's going on. Okay, so Hiyoko came over here to laugh at the motel.
Basically.
Seriously, why is Hiyoko such a bitch? I don't get it.
Maybe she feels small, so she has to try to make others feel small.
No one's ever gonna bonk her on the head to teach her a lesson. But you don't care. Why would you say that?
Hey.
What? That's not it. What does that mean?
So.
It seems like Akane is just excited in general. No, you can take it personally. Like, she's a terrible human being. Although I guess that's not taking it personally. What is that, like, I forgot what those vehicles are called. Oh wait, that's not even the vehicle that I thought it was. Oh, the tuk-tuk. That's what I thought it was.
Oh, okay, she's just repeating. Alright, that's the motel. So far, Electric Avenue's kind of been the main useful
Wait,
building.
we couldn't go in the motel?
Nah, it didn't let us.
Really? That's surprising. Well, let's go watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and the fourth guy, I guess, considering it's a knockoff.
Welcome.
Is that the girl from the video game, or like just someone who's like stylized to be from Danganronpa? What's going on in that poster?
Yes, that is a good question.
Is that a character from that spin-off game you were talking about?
It is. I believe that is indeed a scene from Ultra Despair Girls, which is interesting because this game came out before Ultra Despair Girls.
Well, they could have been planning it subsequently.
No, yeah, I'm sure they were.
What are you saying? Of course.
Are you really showing a movie, though? Doesn't seem like you'd want to put the effort in to actually have a movie running. I don't know, I wouldn't call him... I don't think he's that predictable. What could the next motive be? Could literally be anything.
Damn it. No,
Yeah, but the game...
no.
Yes, it was garbage. That game was terrible.
I am Monokuma.
Possibly.
What the heck? What are you gonna do?
Why would I purchase a sticker? What would that do? I mean, it's on the counter. Wait, there's just like 2 totems in like direct view?
But
Well, what's
this isn't a totem. This is actually just Monokuma.
Okay, he's 6 inches tall?
Yeah, he's the size of a teddy bear. He's not very large.
I don't know, it's like all of his art makes him look a little bit bigger than that.
Anyway, we gotta buy a Monokuma sticker, apparently.
Is anyone going to explain why the poster is a panty shot of the character and not like an actual badass pose?
What?
That's a panty shot of that character.
Oh.
I mean, it's not literally a panty shot, but it's like basically one.
Alright. So the Monami bag is apparently a very limited item. Only one person can have it.
Is this actually going to be a murder detail? Because it seems really dumb. It's like, there's only one bag of this that exists.
Yeah, yes. There should be a flag going on in your head saying, hey, that looks like a murder detail. If only one person can have it, it'll probably come up in the murder case.
It just seems like a really silly detail.
Actually,
You got scammed to get this sticker that's painted of you?
No, he's just bullshitting, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, the sticker apparently costs $1.5 million.
There's no... Is there even any money on this island?
Just the Monokuma coins.
Can we throw 3 cents at him to go away? Why would I pay you back? The apocalypse has happened. There's no money in the rest of the world either. Wait, why is Hajime begging to get it?
I mean, he's just saying fine because he doesn't give a shit. Like, fine, $1.5 million once I get out of here, sure.
Why does Mono Bear need money?
here.
You just put it on our head? What are we gonna do with a sticker on our face? Did you agree to do anything, Hajime? I think you were just like yelling back and forth nonsensically.
That's basically what happened. That's why
Also,
he's
the
like,
movie's
maybe
over.
Armin's
How
going-
did that happen? What do you mean questionnaires? No one hands out a survey after a movie.
So one person apparently watched the movie.
Nagito, why are you here?
Jeez.
So, actually, fun fact, what he's doing with a questionnaire is for the first showing of a movie, or like a test showing. They do hand out a questionnaire at the end of the movie.
Do they do test showings just like random jackasses?
Yeah, they do test showings. Hollywood companies will do test showings at like random places throughout the United States from time to time to test if a movie will do well with certain target audiences.
Yes.
Oh, so that's why he came here first, is that he's trying to advance to the murder like as soon as possible. If money would have settled this, I would have just settled it with money. But what's he talking about?
He was probably given the same offer we were, with buy the sticker or
You buy
Or
the
watch
sticker
the
or
movie.
watch the movie?
yeah, he was probably given the same thing.
I guess they just didn't want to animate a movie. I would rather pay
just
$2 million
to repeat.
to not watch that movie because it was that shitty. There's either a really complicated light fixture up there, or the movie theater is filled with smoke. I don't know what the hell's going on with those Why is it like that?
I don't know. She's pointing the gun thing.
That's not a gun, that's a megaphone.
It's
a
gun
megaphone
thing.
gun.
It's a megaphone gun at a Monokuma that she's pinning down with her foot.
You're gonna buy the poster or the game?
Hold on, what is it? It's a video game poster.
But it's a movie theater.
I'm not really gonna buy that. God damn it, Chunsoft. It's literally just like, that looks cool. I'm definitely gonna buy it. Hint, hint, buy our game. My guess is when this game came out, people already knew about this game. That'd be my guess.
Huh. They could have at least put a joke in there. Although, are they never gonna fucking explain how a video game poster is at a movie theater?
Please wait.
You could have put that in the library and it would have made more sense.
Electric Avenue.
Oh yeah,
I think
and
it
that.
made more sense on Electric Avenue. Now, I don't know, maybe in Japan...
Oh my god,
they do
Mikan died
posters
at the
in
hospital.
movie theaters. Okay, so there's been a very serious discovery at the hospital, so we all have to go to the hospital.
If it's a serious discovery, it's not... what could she discover there? Like a wall full of poison? What? What is she on about?
So she's apparently talking about some
Is she
medical trauma.
Is she a waifu? I mean
She's a
a weeaboo.
She's a weeb. Yeah, she's definitely a weeb.
I said the incredibly long word. It's just it sounds exactly like the other word.
Yeah, weeaboo. A waifu is the anime girl, the anime character in a video game that you want to have as your wife or your girlfriend.
Yes, thank you for re-explaining it.
Yes, the answer is yes to both your questions. She is a weeb, but she's also presumably someone's waifu because every female anime character is someone's waifu. Hiyoko's probably someone's waifu, as sad as that sounds.
Well, at least Sonya is good looking.
Yeah, no, Sonya would make
It's just she's a bit too quirky for her own good.
Right, I'm sure someone would be down for it.
I love 80s dramas. I love 80s TV dramas from outside of my country.
She loves specifically a Japanese 80s TV medical drama.
Yeah, but she's from fiction area.
Yeah, she's from fictional Eastern European country.
I mean, it's technically possible, but it's kind of ridiculous.
Which is literally what I will always refer to it as fictionally Eastern European country, because at this point, that is a trope in and of itself. Whenever there's a fictional country and crap, like in video games or movies or whatever, a lot of times it's always just a goddamn Eastern European country.
I think that's kind of more Capcom speed than anything.
Marvel did it. I mean, Marvel did it with Africa too. There's Wakanda's a fictional.
We're in another country. We're in Europe. Because all of Europe is the same to Capcom.
Oh, that's funny. I'll have to pay attention to that. I assume that's in the Mega Man games.
I think it was more Resident Evil 4.
Oh yeah, it could have been.
Because I don't think they called it like Spain. I think they were like, we're in other country.
Yeah, it was a fictional European country. I don't remember if it's supposed to be fictional Eastern European or if it's just
No, I think it's supposed to be a ripoff of Spain, but I think it's more Mexican Spanish, which is weird. I think it's supposed to be Spanish.
I'd have to play it again. To look around.
There's never not a bad time to play Resident Evil 4.
They are making the reboot.
I did see some screenshots of Rose looking pretty cool, and I'm definitely thinking that Rose probably has the best potential out of most of the Resident Evil protagonists because she has a really good start from the end of Village.
Yeah, so I haven't played Village yet, but yeah, the Rose DLC comes out, I think, next month.
Oh, that's DLC? That's kind of lame.
Yeah, that's a DLC expansion story too. And then you can play, as part of that same update, when that launches, you'll be able to play the first game in third person, like the original game as Ethan is in third person, like over-the-shoulder camera view. And that's basically, there's like a multiplayer update where you can play as like Lady whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
like
the typical mercenaries-esque thing.
Yeah, and then, but next month there's actually going to be, it was announced at Tokyo Game Show for Capcom's thing, on Thursday, there's going to be next month a Resident Evil showcase, whatever that means.
What the?
So they're gonna reveal
do they have
more
enough content to
information.
justify a showcase?
Well, we already know that a 4 remake is coming out.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe we'll get more stuff on the 4 remake. They did show a little bit more of the 4 remake at the Capcom showing on Hollywood or the Tokyo Game Show. The big thing was at Tokyo Game Show for Capcom though was definitely Street Fighter 6. They revealed a ton of information at their own Capcom showing, and then the following day they did their own separate another showing at Tokyo Game Show that was entirely just Street Fighter 6 focus, and so like we've got so much information on Street Fighter 6 this week. But we'll probably end up talking about all the Tokyo Game Show stuff next week when we have a game where we can talk over a bit more.
Sorry.
We'll probably have some slow moments during Metal Gear Rising that we could take advantage of.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of stuff that happened this week in the video game world, because there was the Nintendo Direct this week.
I was gonna put down what happened with Assassin's Creed Mirage on the list, but it turned out that story didn't actually go anywhere. Because it was like, the big story was like, Assassin's Creed Mirage got listed as an adult-only game for real gambling, and it's like, oh my god, what's the hell's going on? And it's like, Ubisoft just responded and it was like, there are no loot boxes or gambling in our game. It's like, the story just ended up going nowhere.
Serious?
Because by the time that Mirage comes out, it's probably not going to still be adults only.
Gotcha.
Because I'm sure if Ubisoft needs to make updates, they'll make the updates, because that's typical corporate shit that they'll do. So
everybody should be gathered at the patient's room at the very back of the hallway. Apparently, I'm the last one to show up. I should go.
Hajime just naturally knows this.
This one. Well, no. Nagito said it, but I was talking about Tokyo Game Show because Nagito was waiting for us.
Are we not gonna like look into it more that there are Apocalypse people working at the hospital, and there's like lit wicks and chandelures hanging around it as well?
You all look like you've seen a ghost.
Well, yeah, there's literally lit wicks across the hallway. You saw them; they were there.
It's just a scratch.
That's not a scratch at all, though.
Well,
Did he lose his eye?
He lost his eye.
You know, I did see a picture of Fuyuhiko with an eye patch, and I thought it was just like a fan-made goof.
There's no way.
I think I was just trying to remember Fuyuhiko's name, and I ended up getting that as a Google image.
Gotcha.
I thought it was a fan work, but no, he just actually gets an eye patch. They were relatively light for swords is still pretty bad. That's not a saying.
What? Having the devil's luck? Yeah, that's a saying.
Is it? I've never heard that before.
Having the devil's luck is 100% a saying.
Well,
This is a picture of the execution because it was like, what was it, like a bunch of wind-up
are you
swordsmen attacked her?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, she was getting attacked by puppets.
But still,
I was gonna make a Naruto joke, but I forgot the Naruto character's name.
Yeah, her execution was like the samurai movie where like the lone samurai takes on the army.
She did pretty good up until like the very end, because I think she killed like hundreds of them.
Yeah, she did kill a bunch of them, but her arms are actually also marionetted. Like she had strings tied around her.
Which was kind of weird considering she was allowed to kill that many of those guys.
I mean, I feel like Monokuma was just putting on a show.
Yeah, but there's no drama to it. We know it's an execution. He's so devastated that he turned into his original personality.
What? I mean, he's not exactly his original personality. He didn't tell us to fuck off. That's what his original personality was.
Yeah, but he's doing the same thing. Where he's like, I don't want to talk to you, jerks.
I mean, I think he's more sad.
I just want to stare out the window for the next 3 days. I wonder if Fuyuhiko's gonna do the dumb thing and tell Mikon to leave too.
now then, leave it to me.
Why the fuck does Akane want to avenge Fuyuhiko?
Also, you can't avenge someone unless they're dead, technically.
I don't know, I'd have to look up the definition of avenge. Because it might work.
Because
Also, I don't really care.
Every single time she says, I'm gonna avenge Fuyuhiko, the soda chimes in with
Oh my god, Mikon actually has bedside manner. She has nurse skills. Who would have thought? Mikon's seen a ton of people die. Why is she so meek? Even around, like, the hospital-specific shit.
Jeez.
Has Akane ever, like, landed a good punch on Nekomaru?
Not that we're aware of.
However,
So I don't know why he's so annoyed about it, considering that Akane has actually never touched him.
Yeah, he says, you're the kind of one who refuses to listen once her mind's made up. I know that all too well. So, oh wait, I forgot to read the next line.
What do you mean it? What does that mean?
I don't care about you anymore. However, I'm never going to do it to you again.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay. They're gonna be running with this bit for a while.
Yes, you're right. It is a bit.
I mean, yeah, it's a classic Japanese bit. Okay, we get it.
huh?
wait!
This joke is so fucking tired. We're fucking level 30 nowadays, and we still have to deal with all of your dinguses and your uselessness. I'm pretty sure Hyoko isn't gonna try and kill Fuyuhiko. Because it'd be kind of weird if they immediately, like, threw Fuyuhiko out the window now. It's probably gonna be someone like Kazuichi or Akane.
Hey.
Someone who's, like, completely out of the spotlight right now. Can we just tell Kazuichi to fuck off? Oh, literally everyone's here.
Well, except for Akane and
Let's talk to
Nekomaru.
Ibuki. I don't think she's said anything. Which is kind of weird for her.
I see.
What last will? What did she even want?
For him to live, I think.
Yeah, let's just go back to bed. Fuck y'all, bitches. Yeah, just do your job.
I'll do my best.
Well, yeah, Fuyuhiko inadvertently, well, not even inadvertently, if Pico wasn't there, Fuyuhiko would have killed her best friend. Actually, how would Fuyuhiko have killed Mihiru? Did he even have a weapon on him?
What do you?
Because he doesn't carry a gun or a sword.
He didn't want to kill her, actually, if I recall correctly. But he got pissed off in the moment, and then he ordered it. But so I don't remember the gist of it all.
Because wasn't the central idea like Mihiru sussed out that Fuyuhiko, she was like some witness to some crime or something?
So what it was apparently sometime before the game started, according to the motive video.
Oh yeah, the game said someone killed someone else, and it was a sister or a brother of someone.
There's a group of students who found a body of a student, and then the next day, or like a couple days later, one of those students got killed, and like that's the mystery to start. It eventually gets revealed that what happened was one of the 4 girls, of which we know 3 of the girls' identities were Mikan, Hyoko, and Mahiru. Oh no, there's 5 girls because Ibuki was also one of the girls. But then some unknown 5th girl killed. Well, the unknown 5th girl killed Fuyuhiko's sister. And pinned it, and then they framed it on. She framed it on some pervert and made sure the other girls witnessed it to whatever. But then Mahiru ended up figuring it out that it was the 5th girl, but because they were friends, she was like, "Don't worry, I won't tell anybody."
She got too involved in the motive.
And then she went to dispose of the evidence, right? She went to dispose of the evidence. That this essentially she had a photo or something that kind of proved that it was the one girl. So they went to get rid of it, and then Fuyuhiko came across the evidence and then knew who killed his sister, which presumably then he either his family or him or maybe just Peko killed the other, the 5th girl. And then, yeah, they went to.
Good morning, everyone.
They ended up
Today is nailed it.
confronting her. They had a confrontation about it, and it ended up going sour. And that's when Fuyuhiko ended up.
Well, this is the perfect point in the game to talk about this sort of shit, because now we're back to bullshit time, where we gotta.
Yeah. So who do we want to hang out with?
Gotta find 6 people to talk to.
Right. Who do we want to hang out with?
Let's go hang out with Chachki first.
Okay.
I don't think she's gonna be that interesting, but she is one of our better characters right now. Chachki, where is your sleepy ass?
She's either going to be at Electric Avenue, or she's going to be wrong button, or she's going to be
invisible.
No, she's going to be over in the arcade where the arcade cabinets are. Looks like she's where the arcade cabinets are.
Oh, everyone's just here for convenience.
I don't know if this is free time though. This might just be morning meeting still. Oh no, yeah, okay. This is a morning meeting actually. We're not at free time yet.
Well.
So this is talking to everybody on their way to morning breakfast. So I actually should run back and start it from the beginning.
Hey, Mikon. How's your patient? Mikon's kind of making tiny baby steps towards not being as meek as she used to be. Maybe 3% progress? 2% progress? Here's Nekomaru in his ill-fitting jeans. I mean, he's always at 110%, so yes. Now I'm gonna get religious on you, because we gotta deal with that shit.
He's referring to the photos.
Wait, they actually drew him crying? I mean, the shrine probably burnt itself down already while we weren't there.
They're not jeans, he's wearing track pants.
That kind of makes more sense.
How pitiful.
That's kind of... no, actually, he's probably right. Then what are they? Are they just your pets?
They're healthy underlings.
Their devotion to military rule. I'm gonna become an actual dictator using my hamsters.
I mean, they're his demon army.
Does he have an earring coming out of his shirt?
I don't think so.
Stay back.
Is Gundam always gonna be just kind of a dick?
And He's always gonna be a bit
Hey.
in his own world. Thinking
No,
that
don't talk to
he's, like,
Hiyoko. She's terrible. Can we just throw her in the pool?
Jeez.
I want to throw Hiyoko in the pool.
Yo. Hey, hey. All right.
Sure you will. And Chachki will be at her usual spot. And Kazuichi is staring at her ass for some reason.
Yo!
Apparently, he's playing a game.
Why? There are multiple games to play.
Yeah, but maybe they're different games, and she's always playing a specific game.
I don't know, they all look the same.
I have no idea. I mean, an arcade machine can look the same if it's not, you know, painted up with advertisement for it on it.
Does she not realize that she spends like 40% of her total time here? I mean, compared to her, you will always be a loser. And to be honest, Kazuichi, you are kind of a loser in general.
Except for at building stuff. He's really good at building stuff.
He's good at his hand things, not much anything else. That's kind of a weird quirk of this group, is that it seems like they're more like, it seems like they're more like, I have like one particular set of skills and everything else I'm like all thumbs at. I don't remember the original cast having this problem.
I mean, some members of the original cast had that, but also most of their skills, a lot of their quote-unquote skills from the first game are more like wide to begin with, like they're not as narrowly focused. So like gambling isn't really focused because she's not the ultimate poker player, she's the ultimate gambler, so that's like basically any gambling game, right? It's a very wide thing, and with that comes a bunch of new skills. Now given, I guess, Kazuichi's a master of all machines.
I thought he was just a mechanic.
I mean, yeah, but he can repair anything, right? He's been stated that if he had the parts, he could have repaired the planes at the thing, but he also mentioned that he's repaired, like, kitchen appliances. So he literally can repair a plane and, like, a blender, like, which are, like, mechanically two very different things. He can fix cars. He can apparently fix a portable game console because he found one.
Yeah, when he was like talking about like doing computer repair, that's kind of when I was like, really, Kazuichi? Are you sure?
I mean, I don't think he's gonna like program the game, but he'll be able to get it to read the games, I guess.
Yeah, but she didn't find anything. It was like, here's a pile of junk. Seriously, why did we talk to everybody?
Jeez.
I don't know,
A few of these characters
know what everybody's thinking.
A few of these characters are terrible. Wait, you read the file too?
This too must be the will.
Why did you read it? Wait, the Hope's Peak itself has been destroyed?
I mean, yeah, they mentioned that like the end of the world started there, riots happened there, right?
Well, yeah, but does that mean that they blew up the building?
I mean, destroyed and blew up a building are two different things. Destroyed doesn't necessarily mean that the building itself is in ruins. It could mean that the school as an organization is destroyed. Like the school as an organization no longer exists.
That's why I was laughing when they were talking about, like, they attacked the academy. I was like, what? Did they fucking take on the building?
Yeah, once again, an academy can be the organization that runs the building.
I was like, what the hell are they talking about? You can't attack a building. What are we confirming now?
He's saying, well, if we ever get the chance, we should confirm whether or not it was destroyed.
But how is that possible? Are we going to go back to the school ruins and find the answer there?
Well, the school's in Japan, so he's saying if we ever get. Nagita said he doesn't buy it because that place should never, like, a place of that much hope should never fall to despair. Was like his thought. And he's like, if we ever get off of here, we'll have to go look.
We should probably plan a little bit more short term than that, Nagito. Seriously, why are you crying when you're saying that? You're giving us good news. Okay, that's what you're going for.
Man.
No, in her case, she's gonna feel that way.
Jeez.
Well, what was she gonna contribute to the conversation?
Yo.
She hates training? Wasn't she hounding you for training like every chance she got?
He was hounding to fight him.
Isn't that training? For her?
Not if you just fight. If you're not trying to improve or like focus on what you're doing wrong, you're not training. So if she's just flailing and attacking, and when she loses, then no, it's not training.
Huh?
Training is actually doing things like watching your stance, seeing how you throw your punch.
Nekamara, you said you weren't gonna care about Akane anymore. What kind of meeting was that? We didn't establish anything.
She was saying, yeah, no, it was mostly just like everybody's back to a more relaxed.
Okay, now let's go find
demeanor
Chachki.
Now that we know that Fuyuhiko's safe, it appears that everybody's more at a relaxed demeanor again.
Vroom!
Yeah, okay, she's exactly where we think she is.
I don't have any thoughts about where any of these characters ever are. They're just like in random locations all the damn time.
Alright. I'm gonna make guesses right here, right now. Gundam's gonna be at the ranch.
Why the fuck would he be at the barn?
Because animals are there.
Why does he... Oh yeah, he's the ultimate pet person.
Yeah, a lot of people...
Well, I mean, Ibuki being at the concert hall was a pretty dead giveaway.
Yeah. He's at Electric Avenue where all the machines are. She's at the movie theater.
So
yeah, okay. A lot of people, they do go to the new island a lot when there's, or like the new place that opens up a lot. But yeah, a lot of times you can find characters at a place that fits their character like trait. So like, yeah, Chiaki a lot of times will be where the video games are. A lot of times Gundam will be at the ranch, but apparently is not at the ranch right now.
Yep.
What were we fishing through? Oh, fishing through laptops. So we walked all the way to the third island and then came right back.
Apparently. I mean, not right back. There's amount of time has passed. Alright, what do we have to give her? I think we have multiple video game things that we can give her. Because I think we have like a game guide that we may have already given her, but then we also have like another video game item.
We should probably go to the vending machine at some point.
Yeah, because this one's a game guide. So we have we have 2 copies of a game guide.
Here's another one. How about that?
And I think that's a thermometer. Okay. It's dice. Oh yeah, we have a video game console.
Well, give her that.
Right.
Hey.
She just fell asleep? Let's just drag her back to her room. What the fuck is she talking about? What?
Huh?
She dreaming? Who the fuck remembers Shadowgate?
Is that a real game?
That's like from the NES.
Is that a real game?
Yeah, that's
I always
totally...
assume the games she brings up are fake. Like,
That's totally
games...
a game.
Hmm.
I think fucking Slow Beef did an LP of it.
Alright, she wants to go to a fun place.
The park?
Which place is fun?
It's the park. It has to be.
Hey.
I mean, fair enough. That's kind of how 10-year-olds work. I don't know if you find the supermarket. That doesn't have anything to do with what I just said.
I know what game that's referencing. Running around a mall, doing goofy ass shit, killing zombies.
This isn't even a Capcom game. Why are they... That's what Capcom does. They reference their own games.
But also a lot of zombie stuff does take place in a mall. But specifically the goofing around, like killing them with really bizarre things is the Capcom game.
Yeah, we get it. We know that.
Huh?
I don't know. I'm not Japanese. I actually have no idea what Girls' Day is.
Girls' Day?
Must be a thing in Japan. It's March 3rd, apparently.
Yeah, Shadowgate is that fucking stupidly difficult adventure game on the NES that Retsupre did a fucking LP of back in the day.
Oh, well, I don't know. I didn't know.
Nope.
She's an orphan? Chachki killed her own dad. Wait, we mentioned Girls' Day?
Yeah, we were the one that said she noticed some crackers that looked good. And we're like, oh, those are sweet rice crackers. That's like a traditional Girls' Day thing. And then, because she seemed to never have seen them before, so we're like, it's a traditional Girls' Day thing.
It's a doll festival.
Apparently, I don't know, it's Japanese shit. And then you eat stuff like sweet rice crackers or mochi that comes in different colors. I do know what mochi is.
This game is really Japanese.
It is indeed a Japanese game that visual novel. So yes, it will.
Well, it's not just that Japanese people made it; it's also really Japanese in general.
Yeah, but every visual novel style game I've played that's Japanese, like it's heavily Japanese because of how much content, like story and like everyday slice of life stuff is in there that they take it from Japanese life then.
Well, maybe they should broaden their horizons and do something in Spain.
Because the Persona games also have a huge level of like slice of life time spending with friends and stuff part of the game to it, and yeah, it's very Japanesey. Where they'll end up talking about things like Girls' Day or something, and I'll be like, I don't fucking know what that is.
She just gave us a prism, and we put it in our cell phone.
Alright, who are we gonna hang out with next? We get 2 people a day, so...
Yep. Well, Fuyuhiko's dead, so that's not good.
I mean, we might be able to hang out with Fuyuhiko. I actually have no idea. I assume we can, but...
Who should we hang out with?
Let's look where everybody is.
Maybe we should check out... maybe not Mikon. Maybe not yet, at least. Actually, let's go hang out with Sonia. Let's develop that relationship a bit.
Yep.
Let's go to the movies.
See, now he's at the ranch. See, told you. No, she's at the library, which is her main hangout place.
Okay. I guess she must really like the... I don't know what she'd like there.
She mentioned that they had a library similar to this in her country. That's why she's always here.
Amazing.
You're looking at pop idols here?
Apparently. You must be reading a book on them.
She is an insanely huge weeb.
Alright. We passionately talked at length, or we listened to her passionately talk at length about
I'm like, Hajime doesn't have any passion in his entire body.
Oh, I should have looked carefully when she rattled off all the Japanese idols. Maybe she mentioned,
Yeah, but how would that help anything?
Well, no, I'm just curious if she mentioned, Sayaka from the first game.
Oh yeah, she was the greatest pop person, and then...
Because her skill is pop. I don't know, we gotta find something...
Didn't her entire group, like, break up or they all died?
They all got killed.
Let's give her safety shoes.
Hold on, we gotta find something.
Let's give her this because she's a weeb. She probably appreciates Chinese things.
Pressure points throughout the human body. So I know who that's for.
It's for Nekomaru.
It is indeed for Nekomaru.
Well, that guy's already dead, so that's not gonna help.
Mons, cooking device, thermometer, dice.
We already gave that away.
American clacker, the power gauntlet. We have a lot of good stuff.
Let's give her this because she likes mysteries.
What is this?
Let's give her this.
Bottle of the letter inside.
Throw that at her face.
Narrow, so you can't actually ever read the letter.
Oh, fuck off. Just break it. Give her this because she's a weeb and Japanese people like handkerchiefs.
Huh.
They like napkins. Give her this because it's shiny. Well, that's not Stardust then, you stupid game. That's shell dust. Give her this because it's made of flowers. Oh yeah, we gave the 7th sword to Pico for obvious reasons.
Okay, and these are the you beat a chapter rewards at the end there, so.
Well, I gave you like 4 things to pick from, so pick one.
Yeah, let's give her this.
See, I told you Japanese people like napkins.
She's not Japanese, but...
She wants to be, which means that she's even more Japanese than Japanese people.
In my mind, it mentioned upper class people, and she's a princess, so she is upper class.
It's too bad we can't give her a book, because the only book we have is not going to entice her. 7?
When I arrived in Japan, the first thing I did was run across Spain's Dhaka? I don't know what the fuck it is.
It does sound like a Japanese thing. One of the films I watched a couple of weeks ago was a recommendation because, on a really old podcast I used to watch before the group broke up, because one of them moved to a different country, they mentioned Suicide Club because it's, like, really Japanese. And it's a really bizarre film, but it wasn't as bizarre as what I thought. Like, it's bizarre, but it's not, like, really interesting. Kind of like when I was trying to describe the end of Evangelion to you. It wasn't that brand of Japanese, so it wasn't that interesting of a movie, and I was kind of disappointed. Like, the most interesting thing that I got out of the movie was a scene where someone, like, set up a makeshift bowling alley, and they were killing people on it inside of giant pillowcases by stabbing them in the face.
Huh.
Because the premise...
So she wants us... Sorry, she wants us to... This is the part where it's, like, very clear that it's like, boy, this is a Japanese game, because I'm not going to be able to... She's asking a question that's probably going to be a multiple choice question for us, and...
When lovers go on a ski trip, they always end up trapped.
Yeah, but she's like all entertainment, Japanese dramas heavily reference their culture. Because of this, slang expressions were often used, so there are some things foreigners may not understand. Hajime, are you willing to train us?
Okay,
of course,
I get what they're going for.
Something. And then, so apparently, we're gonna get some slang term out of this? Anyway, in this situation...
What do you call the ritual where they weren't... Okay, I don't know, having sex?
So it's a cliche, gotcha, of storytelling.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna get some culture from fiction area, which is definitely gonna help. Oh, okay.
What are Makongos?
You don't have to say it, Hajime doesn't care. Just don't ask the fucking question. That's not a thing that happens. That only happens because you're two-dimensional. She got embarrassed and ran away.
So, I like to point out that when talking about her cliche, she brought up some fictional thing from her own fictional country, and then when we asked what that meant, she brought up an actual Japanese cliche, which is the nosebleeds. For when something, gets spicy. the guy or people get nosebleeds because it's so exciting or titillating. I don't know.
Well, it's not like I censor this. You could just say, you know, well, it's not about fucking. It's just like the reference to fucking, and then like the guy freaks out about it.
When something gets sexual, yeah. When something gets heated, and when someone gets turned on, essentially, they get a nosebleed. Yeah.
When you get to the horny scene, but then because it's Japanese, it'll probably just be like comedy horny, and it won't actually go anywhere. Kind of like what Danganronpa 2 did like 30 minutes ago. Because like a lot of sexual scenes in Japanese stuff, like a bunch of times they just skew into like real cringy jokes.
No, I mean it's a Japanese style of humor. It doesn't always land in the United States because of our different views on sexuality.
It's not as funny as what they think it is.
Well,
or at least we don't think it's not as funny to us.
Yeah, our culture is a little more prudish when it comes to sex, so like it's not as. You can't make that big of a thing about it as the Japan does. Anyway, Ibuki just stormed into our room this morning.
Maybe she's like, I found the murder! Come with me! I'll take our chariot there. But
she apparently destroyed our lock.
Wait, I thought that was illegal.
Not in this game's rules. That was even illegal. Breaking locks was a rule in the other one.
So what did she do? Like Super Saiyan run through our door? No, she said it 4 times. It's just the 4th time was the time that she mentioned it. She said it 4 times, so it still counts. So we have to go to her cottage?
No, we have to go. She said she'd explain it at breakfast.
Oh, wait, then why did she do this at all then if she was like, I'll talk about it at the morning meeting?
Because she said,
I don't...
Then hurry up and meet at the restaurant. I'll explain the details there. I don't. She wants to make sure I show up there.
Yeah, but I'm going to anyway. I don't like the only person who's like consistently not shown up was Fuyuhiko, and maybe Nagito. No, I think Nagito's shown up to basically all of them except for the one that he couldn't.
The multiple ones he couldn't. He was tied up for the entirety of the last chapter.
Don't know.
I thought he was tied up for like half of it.
No. So the very first morning after the murder,
he did get beat up.
He doesn't. He's not there, and like Nekomaru and Kazuichi are like kind of like not saying anything, but like there's something up with it. Like when they're like, "Hey, Nagito's not here," and then someone's like, "Well, that's good. He's a fucking creep." But like there's like a bit that happens where there's like a biting their tongue of Nekomaru and Kazuichi, and then the following day it is then revealed that they tied him up and had left him inside the side building here.
I'm imagining Gito is gonna act like that for the entire game until someone kills him.
Yeah, until he either has the unfortunate demise of some sort, or
you know what? It'd be kind of a crazy twist if he was the next victim, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be. It's going to be a lighter character. It's going to be like Nekomaru or Ibuki, someone who doesn't really matter. Although, that being said, I think they've killed like every character that did matter, so I might just be talking out of my ass. Sonia, you're the next victim. The one person who might have a brain. 'Cause you read true crime books. And that's literally the most competent that we've got. What, did someone die here? Or did the shrine burn down?
I got something I want to say.
Why are you standing like that?
Is it okay for you to be moving around like this so...
Well, he shouldn't.
Does he have like a branded eye patch from the Mafia?
He's got like a symbol on it, yeah. But anyway, he according to Mikon, he is supposed to be a whole week before he's up around, moving around.
At this point, I apologize in advance if I make a mistake.
What are you doing?
My first name is pronounced Fuyuhiko.
Did he just, like, not realize that he was being an asshole the entire time, so he never actually introduced himself?
Yes, he never gave himself a proper introduction to us. And this...
I'm still an inexperienced member of my family's business.
You're calling it a
From this point
business.
forward, I hope we get along so we can get to know each other better.
Wait, so he just did a full 180?
You fiend.
I mean, not fully. Like, I feel like he'll still be a bit of a, you know, a bit of a angrier person to some extent. But yeah, he's actively trying to be a member of the group now.
I'm kind of surprised. They usually, like, they kind of, like, lean into it and, you know, do it gradually. But no, they're just like, no, we're just doing it now. I'm surprised he's not, like, pissed off that he lost his eye permanently. I mean, to be fair, he did kill the best character we had at the time. Yeah, but Pico chose to do that. It's not his fault. Although I guess it technically is his fault because he pseudo-ordered Pico to do that.
I mean,
even though
he
Pico
was going
eventually decided to do it for him.
he was actually going to swing the bat, if I recall correctly.
Oh, I forgot, it was a bat.
She stepped in and took it from him.
I completely forgot about the murder weapon. God. He's not a very good Mafia member.
No, he's not. He's definitely... But he also doesn't want to be a Mafia member, remember?
Well, then how is he the ultimate Yakuza? How did that happen?
He's good at it. He's good at it.
How do we know that?
Had we hung out with Leon, by the way, Leon doesn't want to be ultimate baseball player either. In the first game, Leon doesn't want to be the...
He's apologizing to Hiyoko.
Hey, don't mess with me. Do you really think we're gonna forgive you if you just dropped your knees and cry? Do you really think a half-assed apology will make us forget what you've done?
No, I don't think that at all.
Huh?
His wounds opened up because he's not supposed to be
Oh, okay. I thought he killed himself. Then I was confused. Apparently he took a lot more damage than what I thought happened.
Apparently he has a lot of shallow, but a lot of sword wounds. But they're all shallow.
I mean, to be fair, he lost just like 2 quarts of blood there.
What the?
Maybe like a quart and a half.
I didn't think I'd be forgiven by such...
He's also vomiting up blood.
Don't do this.
Or he somehow like pressed his face into his stomach.
Apparently he cut himself.
Wait, really?
Yeah, like the honor driven like Japanese. Now he didn't do the exact honor driven thing.
Yeah, he didn't do it right.
This is bad.
I mean, I don't think he has the sword to do it.
Yeah, but he's got like a kitchen knife. That's probably good enough to kill yourself.
I mean, I don't believe his goal is to kill himself because he's willingly stating that he will walk to the hospital now.
Well, yeah, which is why he did it wrong. That's not the trope. Or the tradition, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't know how much of a basis seppuku has in reality.
In the modern day, it not, but I don't know. I don't know too much about it historically.
Because it might just be one of those things where it just got, like, overblown by Japanese's version of Hollywood.
What would Mahiru say? She'd probably get mad. Really mad.
To be fair, I think Mahiru would probably want Fuyuhiko to go to the hospital, but then again, Fuyuhiko is also the person that killed her, so I don't know what she would think about that. Like, if she was alive, then Fuyuhiko didn't kill her. And that means there probably wouldn't be any beef between them in that alternate reality.
Huh?
Oh yeah, Connie disappeared. Shouldn't we be more worried about Fuyuhiko, considering he has to walk to the hospital and he is probably getting to the point where he's losing so much blood he's becoming delusional?
No, Mikan took him to the hospital already.
Yeah, but they have to walk there. And he's really bleeding. Like, there's a blood puddle on the floor. His entire pants are covered in blood. We're just gonna have free time after that? Seriously?
Alright, who do you want to hang out with?
Let's hang out with Fuyuhiko tomorrow if he's alive. But
Sure.
for now... Mikon's probably gonna be too busy to talk to us.
You can try if you want.
No, we should probably leave her. Let's go. You know what? Let's do the...
It looks like Mikon's in her room, actually, if you want to hang out with Mikon.
No. Let's
Okay.
do the wild card one. Let's talk to Nagito.
Alright.
Let's just go crazy on this one.
Where's Nagito here?
I'm pretty sure he's standing over here somewhere.
Great.
Why? Of all the things to call him, you call him adorable.
I thought he said admirable.
No, the first thing he said... Oh, he did say that.
Yeah, admiral. Such attitude, such moxie, because he did like the quote-unquote honor thing. Which, yeah, and like...
Well,
I don't necessarily think in the real world there's much honor, but in like fictional like Yakuza and stuff like that, there's like an honor.
Well, to
like
be
old
fair...
samurai honor sense.
Well, to be fair, honor can be interpreted in so many different ways that people have different honor systems.
I mean, that's true, but yeah. Alright, what are we gonna give?
Let's just
the
give him
crazy
something
guy?
random because I don't... Let's just give him something random because he's a terrible person.
Wanna give him the straitjacket?
Yes. He's perfect.
Thanks.
I mean, to be fair, he'd probably love anything we gave him. Because he is such a simp for literally
Well,
the entire group.
We apparently didn't give him something good enough to, like, progress the thing to have the little moment to get the friendship shard, so we didn't get a shard.
Well, yeah, but even if we did get that, he'd just be saying something nonsensical that is, like, completely absurd.
But it is a shard, we can use the buy abilities.
Okay, let's go talk to Mikon.
Okay.
Mikon's probably still in her room.
Nope.
What? But she has no social skills. Why would she go out and do things?
I'm gonna guess she's either at the pharmacy or the hospital.
Probably the pharmacy. Sounds like
Nope, she's not at the pharmacy.
Really? I'm surprised she'd be at the
She
hospital.
is indeed at the hospital.
I figured she'd be prepping for the hospital. We're gonna have to give Mikon the best gift. Because maybe then she'll be like, she'll tell us more about her life.
Alright, let's find a medical gift.
Would she want the safety shoes? Maybe the bindings? Okay, maybe not.
Oh yeah. No, for bandages, bandages right there. They say if you wrap it around yourself, your body's still...
That's probably something she needs. Let's give that to her.
Anyway, I don't know. The safety half shoes, I don't know. Well, yeah, let's give her this. It's bandages.
Does she not? She doesn't understand what it is? Well, say words.
We did whatever it was. We did do it. It was good enough to get us to the next, like, hangout.
Yeah, but you don't need to. You don't need to know all of that. Like, no one's expecting you to do stuff beyond, like, you know, nurse. Okay. I mean, that kind of makes sense for your first, like, minutes on the island.
No, she's talking about prior to the island.
She is?
I don't think you should know why. I mean, before we even arrived here, everyone else didn't seem to arrive before. For fun, I tried eating strange bugs. I let them use my body when there wasn't anything else to ride on. I also had to be responsible for debt and be the target for dark games. So essentially, she's always been the person everybody beats on or forces to do.
Yeah, she's a doormat.
Shit. Yeah.
Her life is terrible. I think she literally just told you why she's like that. No, we're just having a conversation.
Well,
Oh, God.
no.
This interaction actually, so I never hung out with Mikan that much when I played the game.
I
But,
can
like,
kind of see why.
But the quest, I do find
That
it
just made me
interesting
feel
that, like,
bad.
but like that blue line that was like, why is she like this? Makes me wonder if we do get an answer of like what exactly like happened in her past that like started this. But we'd have to hang out with her presumably to get the whole fucking flower, or star. I don't actually remember the shape the fragments take.
Maybe,
But,
maybe it's just gonna be like a really dumb thing where it's like, I had this friend when we were like in 4th grade, and he moved away, and he was my only friend, so I didn't understand how to make friends.
maybe. But yeah, because if we go, no, it's a star. Okay. But yeah, we'd have to get all the fragments to the star, which for Mikan, we have 3 out of 6. So
Wait, that was the 3rd one? Are you
Well, no,
serious?
everybody starts with 1. Like everybody
Oh.
starts with 1.
Yeah, but we
You
put the
get-
most
you
progress with me caught in Ibuki.
At the very beginning of the game, when you go around and you introduce, like you meet all the characters for the first time, like before Monokuma even shows up, like when you go around and you just talk to everybody for the first time, that's when you get the first fragment. So every single character, we got the first one at that time. Then if you get the right gifts to them and things like that, you speed up the progress. For example, though, if we were to hang out with Mikan again, it would likely take more than 1 hangout to get the next one. Like even if we gave like super good gifts. But yeah, so it looks like we have 3 for Sonya, 3 for Chiaki, 3 for Ibuki, and 3 for Mikan. And we have 2 for some people who are dead.
Which is fantastic. We put experience into characters who died immediately.
Yeah, but
Also, we got the second one for Kazuichi somehow.
We hung out with Kazuichi very early on in the game.
Probably when I thought he had potential and he wasn't a creeper.
Yeah, and we must have gave him a gift that just, was good enough at getting him to the next one.
Well, if we get a third day off, we really do need to go to that vending machine because we're running out of gifts.
Yeah, we can go to the vending machine anytime. Well, not anytime, but like during any free time. Like it doesn't take time to do the gifts. Anyway, something's happening though.
Yeah, but we shouldn't do it when important things are happening.
Well, we can't do it when important things are happening for the most part.
Ibuki, just because we hung out with you a bunch doesn't give you the right to barge into my room.
That's totally it.
The reason you're here is to apologize? This also isn't how apologies work, Ibuki.
I mean, this time she actually rang the doorbell to the room instead of just breaking
Yeah, but then
in.
she just barged in anyway. Oh, we're going to a show? Or a movie? Or something? Who the hell wants to throw a party for Fuyuhiko?
Why you?
Also, who printed it in neon colors? Is there a print shop on the island that we don't know about?
So, Ibuki's playing coy. She's inviting us.
Oh, Hajime just immediately figured it out.
So, Ibuki has a party she wants everybody to show up to.
It looks like it's way past 9 o'clock. I think she just wants to show off and, like, just run a show.
I mean, that's part of it, but she also wants to do it for the fun.
Well, that's her whole deal. She's a fun maker.
Oh yeah. I was like, wait, someone's at another location? It's like, oh yeah, Fuyuhiko's at the hospital. That makes sense.
Well, let's just go to the tasteless bar. No, let's ask Gundam what's going on.
This, too, must be the will of causality.
I mean, yeah, someone planned a party, and we're here.
Nearly showtime.
That's kind of how causality works.
Oh, this guy. Oh, who cares anymore?
To be fair, at this point, I'd probably give up on Gundam too. Nothing he says has made any sense.
Some things he says make sense, but they have to like puzzle them out. And typically, that you only ever notice that when it's like something really important.
Also, why did we talk to Nagito?
'Cause I talk to
Nothing he
everybody.
says from chapter 1 has also made any sense. or at the least has never been helpful.
Hey, weirdly enough, even though according to the screen, Fuyuhiko is in the hospital, Fuyuhiko's actually here. According to the map, Fuyuhiko is in the hospital.
I'm surprised he's perfectly fine after only being in the hospital for like 15 hours.
It's gonna be fine.
I mean, once again, he was supposed to be in the hospital for a whole extra week, and somehow this morning he was up and moving, so like...
Well, yeah, but he was up and moving for what, like 8 hours?
Even so.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still impressive. Like, if a doctor would have told you that you, like, physically are inept to be able to leave the hospital for a whole week, and you still were able to get up and get yourself to a thing and, like, talk, like, all of what he did, like, that'd be impressive to me.
He was able to run out and buy an eye patch. The hospital didn't even give him one.
I actually am curious how he got the eye patch.
He probably just bought it, considering the supermarket is literally the trump card for anything.
My guess is yes, they either were at the supermarket and Mikon maybe picked it up or something.
Well, it's
or
a
he
party
got it.
for him specifically. Why wouldn't he be here?
It makes sense that he should be here. I agree. It's just also he's in a state of condition where he might not. It might not be in his best interest to be here.
To be fair, that makes perfect sense. Hiyoko and Fuyuhiko are ironically the oil and water of this game now.
Like, Akane's not here too.
Oh, did someone manage to kill Akane? Because she's been gone for 2 things. Which is kind of, like, really suspicious in this game. We should probably write her off as the dead person. She's probably the victim.
Hey, y'all! It's Ibuki Miyota!
Oh yeah, Ibuki doesn't wear pants.
My specialty is making beef stew!
What?
I may not look like it, but people tell me that I'm a
Is she trying to work the audience?
So I'm gonna do my
I
very
think
best
so.
performance so I can
Because
make everyone
it's a very weird thing to say. I think she was trying to make a joke, but she doesn't know what a joke is.
singing this first song with full-on energy. So put your hands together for From Me to You Too.
Because I thought they were going to reveal the next victim at the movie theater. I thought that's kind of where they were going. I don't think they're going to reveal the victim at the music hall. What, did she just scream into the mic? What's going on?
The Japanese voice actress is singing now. It's actually kind of weirdly quiet though.
I mean, it feels like the game's been turned down. I don't know if it's on your end or mine.
No, it's the game didn't turn down. It's just for whatever reason the musical vocals are quieter than the base game for some reason.
I mean, they put more effort into their musical act than Pokemon did when they had a punk rock major character. It feels weird that they did that in a game that didn't have voice acting.
I mean, I think the music changed in Roxy's gym.
I think they're singing?
But right now, yeah, they're singing right now.
But, yeah, I don't know if it's an audio issue, but it sounds like they put the lyrics under the music.
Well, I think whatever kind of style of like punk music that's playing, like the vocals are intended to be that way, but because her voice is very low.
I mean, it's a little bit disappointing that they didn't actually animate this scene.
I do
like at all.
I think it'd be interesting if rather than animate it, if like. Because this game was a PSP game, so I understand not animating it.
Yeah, but like, you know,
I think
some
they
different
could
poses.
cut to other shots. Yeah, other shots instead of it just being like this wallpaper of Ibuki.
Like, it doesn't have to be fully animated, but, you know, have something happen on screen rather, you know, something beyond just the spotlights.
Right. Well, as I said, I think what they could do is they could cut to different shots around the.
I mean,
around the room.
I mean,
we can, like, see the other character's reaction to it live.
In comparison, the one problem that Pokemon had when they did this was that they didn't have voice acting. They at least animated the scene. Like, they actually animated the whole thing. What the fuck? Huh?
What?
Well, so the song she sang was like rather I don't necessarily know what the words were, but it was rather gloom. It was rather gloomy or dark in tone.
Something like this.
What was she singing? Death metal?
Basically.
Why would you think that? Oh, she left her band?
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, she's famous, so Hyoko's right.
Also, Hyoko's suddenly here because she wasn't here before.
I don't really care, to be honest. If she just wants to randomly appear at places, fine.
That's not it. Hey.
Huh?
He's claiming that he's a Yakuza, thus this is all a ploy.
Please wait.
I'm having trouble trying to figure out what she thinks the trick is. Because
let her guard,
she was
let
trying.
Her guard down.
Was
let
she
her
trying
guard
to?
Down.
Was she trying to avoid the trick by not showing up, which is why she showed up, or is it the other way around?
I think initially, I think now her concept is she needs to keep an eye on him. I don't know.
Okay, that makes more sense. Doesn't exactly explain why she's late, but whatever. Is she actually gonna be like 2 for 2? She somehow like discovered Kane's body? Because if she doesn't show up for the morning meeting tomorrow, then that's official. She's definitely dead.
She's trying. She's just not as good at it. I'll give it to Hajime that yes, I can see that some interactions with Yoko since Mahiru's death have shown growth, but she hasn't grown nearly enough, and she's still absolutely a little devil, like evil child.
That is the perfect description for Hiyoko. She is the little devil of the group. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Mono Bear in a while.
Boring.
I think the last time we saw him was at Electric Avenue.
Right, and a lot of times by day 3, a lot of times by the 3rd day into a chapter, he likes to introduce the next motive.
Yeah, there should be a motive. And considering Akane already died, it's kind of really late for him. Well, yeah, she's trying to plan a concert. She wasn't going to sing only one song.
Grab a partner and slow dance too. I squeezed out the baby, but I have no idea who the father is.
Okay.
That's a song title.
I mean, metal bands do that. They have, like, really stupidly long songs for, like, jokes.
Right.
Kind of tasteless jokes like that, too. Well, Hiyoko showed up and we didn't make her leave.
Emergency.
Wait, she seriously did that? What, is she just gonna die because of a rules exemption? I thought you said she's dueling right now. If she's not there yet, then we have a chance to save her.
I mean, maybe they're pre-dual monologuing, I don't know.
Maybe that's enough to break the rules. Yeah, but she's not a part of your group. So you didn't fail. Yeah, we have to... Should Nekomaru have, like, the ability to go Mach speed if he's angry enough? Because of anime rules? They're at the beginning of the game?
They're at the beach where we first started the game.
See?
I wouldn't be surprised if Nekomaru just, like, for a joke, started running along the water to get there faster.
That'd be a shot.
Fair enough. Yeah, we get it. You're disappointed, but there's kind of more important things.
Fuss here. Let's hurry over to the beach already.
But you were making a fuss when you said that. What the fuck? We aren't even into the fucking murder yet. Jeez, we've been here for like 2 hours at this point.
It is the game takes time.
Jesus.
Alright, we need to get to the first island. Go!
Well, you ran past the bridge, so...
Go!
Damn it, I thought you'd have the map memorized.
Nah. Oh, that's a sign. I thought it was a person.
Why would a person have stopped running? Unless it was Hiyoko. Chachki! What are you doing?
Hold it. Well?
Yeah, but we need to get there, like, now to make the decision. We can't make the decision standing here.
I think she's trying to compose herself then.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyway, let's...
Okay, let's run slowly.
I mean, I'm not... Because if I didn't want to use the fast forward button, because I didn't know if it would go past it.
Akane got very hurt.
Looks like you're just barely avoiding any fatal injuries.
So she didn't even land a blow on Mono Bear?
But did you only challenge me just so you could show me your sweet dance moves?
See, I told you. They're dual monologuing.
Yeah, but they are...
Right now.
Well, yeah, but she got hurt, so it's not the pre-monologue anymore.
That means we view the world differently. It's like a character from a punk manga challenging an enemy from a super-powered battle manga.
Okay.
It's obvious you can't win.
Hey, hey.
I mean, Nekomaru is right. It's kind of surprising he just pulled that prediction out of his ass, and... Unless he can, like, see the fight happening right now. Otherwise, the thing that he made up was 100% correct.
How unfortunate.
We don't even know how hurt she is. She might have just got punched in the stomach.
Right? Don't fuck with me! Damn it!
Why is that your tagline?
One of his taglines.
What are you... You really think String Bean fucking Fuyuhiko is gonna stop angry Akane? Wait, seriously?
Fool! Don't stop me! This is Nekomaru Nidai's final firework!
He's gonna pull out his ultimate move at the start.
Now then, it looks
Or is he gonna like shove Mono Bear into the dirt?
Didn't I say I won't allow any rule violations against me? This is what happens when you break the rules.
Oh,
Disappear.
I'm gonna vaporize you.
You got like a Mega Man gun.
I stopped it with my balls. What? How did that happen?
Nekomaru!
Man, he took a lot of damage.
Why did you...
There's also blood on his teeth.
Obvious. Supporting their athletes.
I will stand in front of... I will take a bullet for my athletes.
A bullet, but a Mega Man Super Buster anime robot attack.
Also, they surprisingly they drew Akane's boobs wrong in this shot, which is kind of weird.
What do you mean drew him wrong?
They are not as spherical as what they should be.
They're not as big.
Get a hold of your...
No, like, I think spherical is the better way to put it. Which, considering that's Akane's, like, central part of her character, I'm surprised they drew it so wrong.
Die
Oh, come on, don't kill Nekomaru. I mean, look, his body is at least in one piece.
I mean, so the blood on his teeth presumably means he coughed up blood, meaning it's probably a lot of internal bleeding.
Yeah, that's probably true. Wait, he did die?
That's... What the hell?
Oh, that sucks.
Hey,
Why? I mean, I guess he didn't break the rules, so technically this is a rules violation against Mono Bear again.
Yep.
Does Mono Bear have, like, magic powers to fix this?
Well, Monokuma's saying, let's say we're even then.
Oh,
Because Akane
okay.
broke the rules, and me killing Nekomaru is against the rules, so we're even.
unbelievable.
We literally have the facilities and the people here to fix this.
Oh, he's saying, guess I have no choice. It's annoying, but it'd be boring if he died a meaningless death. So for today only, I'll activate my special
What the
trump card.
fuck are you talking about? The secret trump card. But you did this before! Literally this exact same scene.
Dr. Kill.
He even recycled the same line again.
We gotta get this patient.
Why does this game know exactly what I'm going to say, even though it's like 6 years after it came out?
So, I'll see you later.
Does
Alright, so
Danganronpa
Nekomaru-
2 have the ability to see into the future?
Apparently. Specifically your future, but apparently.
What's going on?
So they took him away, and apparently he'll be okay? Hopefully, we'll have to find out.
I mean, they already said it, like, in the game. Like, if he actually dies, then it's going to be really annoying for the audience. Because literally, it's for no point.
Yes, I'll agree that had he died off screen after being taken away in the Monokuma ambulance, that's more dumb than having him like die on screen for taking the bullet. So,
I mean, at least there'd be
this point, yes.
It would be really stupid still, but at least it would be dramatic. Especially because it's all for Akane, which is one of the worst characters. Seriously, can we put Hiyoko in like a laundry hamper for a chapter? Or is she just like descending like completely into an edgelord attitude?
Shut up!
So Hiyoko doesn't know what friends mean?
No, she's saying friends is gonna get you killed.
So she's never had friends before, so she doesn't actually understand what friendship is.
Yeah, because her point there is like by being friends and trying to work as a group, Nekomaru, chose to jump in front of that bullet. So like acting as a group and trying to help one another is only gonna get us killed. So might as well not do that.
So rather than getting new characters that want to work together, we've acquired a character that wants to do the exact opposite of that.
Well, no, we've gathered one character that wants to do the exact opposite of that. Fuyuhiko, on the other hand, very much wants to do that now, though.
Probably gonna need more scenes with him.
Because remember, he was gonna jump in front of the bullet too.
Was he? I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember what he was gonna do.
Yeah, he was gonna jump in front of it, saying that his life is small and meaningless at this point, so he should be the one to take the bullet and save Akane. And Nekomaru said because like Pico's dead, and she gave me this, what little life I have now, so I might as well use it for this because that would be the heroic or honorable thing. And then Nekomaru said, no, the fact that you were given that means you have to cherish it even more. Out of my way, like this is my job. And then it was the scene where Nekomaru jumped in front of it.
Damn it.
Yeah. So I believe I don't recall for certain, but I believe he is out for the rest of the chapter.
I mean, that makes perfect sense. considering that he took a fully charged Mega Buster to the pecs.
Right to the chest. And we're roughly around that time where like the motive's probably gonna get revealed, and then we're gonna get really close, in a couple days, like a day or two, where the murder's gonna happen.
Because if he did die, this isn't like what happened with number 16 of the original cast, where they were killed to kind of establish the consequences of the scenario and the meaning of the rules. Like this really would have just been a murder for no reason.
Yeah.
It would be like, instead, if Sakura wasn't the one who... If Sakura didn't die by suicide in the chapter where she killed herself, and, died in chapter 4 when Celeste got killed, it would feel that stupid.
Right, yeah.
Where she got, killed breaking the rules.
I mean, Akane literally said right before the end of that night that, when he comes back, she'll have to apologize to him, so...
Okay, Fuyuhiko, I'll talk to you.
Yo.
So you're having, no problems having one eye? Because I would imagine you have to, rework your entire life, not having, bifocal vision. That must be really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, he did mention that it gives him a sort of prestige. He's got that crime boss look now that he's got the eye patch, right?
I think that comes just by... Honestly, it's probably more the brand on the eye patch rather than the eye patch itself.
It's the whole ensemble, yeah.
It does look weird that it's on his left eye, but he didn't have a choice in that matter.
It's on his right eye.
Oh yeah, because that's how perspective works. I don't know, it looks... I don't know why it looks a little bit weird, but it looks a little bit weird.
Anyway, we brought up Pekko. It angered him for a second. He apologized.
Why did he apologize to us about it?
Well, because we brought up that because he was like, why did he do that? He was kind of down about that. Why? He should have let me, right? Kind of that deal. And then he's like, well, he cared about her and wanted to protect her, similar to how.
Okay, so Chachki is pulling up her usual station.
See?
I mean, I believe in him. He's the most powerful person on the island.
He is. Every single game has a super strong person.
Who's crying? Is it Monami? Or it's probably Hiyoko. Because Hiyoko is super emotional all the time now. Which makes sense considering. Did someone oh yeah, Akane would be crying. Because the one person that she appreciated is now on the death's door.
He's also finally taking it a bit seriously and not being the crazy over the top.
Yeah, that's also another thing that's finally coming in. The consequences are finally happening. And the only one who doesn't get it is Nagito.
A lot of character growth this chapter. Akane, to some extent, Hiyoko, she's still kind of a bitch.
Yeah, but she's growing.
Mikan a little bit, even less than Hiyoko, but Mikan's being useful and taking at least a little pride in the fact that she's useful.
Yeah, but considering we just got introduced to her backstory, it's still very annoying. I will agree that Mikan has still probably made 2% progress into becoming a legitimate character.
Just a little bit.
Hyoko's growing, but in a negative direction.
She grew both in a positive direction, but then the events from last night pushed her into a negative direction. So she was trying to be part of the group, right? She showed up to the concert that was for Fuyuhiko, right? And so she was trying, and just as she was trying, something showed her, or something happened that made her double think about trying, and now she's heading backwards, right? So she started to improve, but then because she saw Nekomaru sacrifice himself and take that hit, which also characterization for Nekomaru. But anyway,
that's not weird. I mean, I guess that's characterization, but almost dying is not. Dying is not really a development point.
I mean, no, but self-sacrifice for someone is a development point.
It's coming full circle, at least.
But his relationship with Akane and the idea that he wants to look out for his people that he coaches, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
They were getting to that before, and then it just finally came 100% when he did that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's a bit for him, but like percentage-wise, Fuyuhiko definitely has grown the most this chapter.
Who would say that? She said that someone told her Mahiro was alive at the movies. Which makes no fucking sense.
Hey, it's definitely best if we keep Nagito tied up. No, he's not just tied up.
What?
No, not just tied up. I won't be satisfied until I peel his skin off and expose the meat. So
wait, he lied to you?
We can't identify
Why?
him anymore. That doesn't sound very gentle. Did he do something to you? That idiot. He lied to me about Mahiro being alive and said he saw her at the movie theater. Why is he telling such a pointless lie? I don't know. I hate being lied to.
To be fair, I'd want to kick him in the balls for saying that about my best friend who's dead. Actually, let's just kick him in the balls for Hiyoko. Why are you saying about Akane? You just talked the Hiyoko thing. What?
I mean, I was talking about her.
What the
Hajime, hey, what happened to Akane?
Wait, we brought that up? And also, now he's just randomly accusing Fuyuhiko. What the...
Hey.
This is not the same brand of absurdity that a Nagito usually goes for. Is he just, like, developing conspiracy theories now?
Right? Listen carefully.
Why is Nagito trying to be the world's worst liar?
Well, he apparently knows that there's a traitor among us.
Didn't Mono Bear specifically tell us that, or he like alluded to it?
Yeah, no, but so he's saying he figured out who it is, and he's saying it's Byakuya.
Huh?
That Byakuya's alive.
Okay.
So he's kind of gone nuts.
So I'm gonna ask the question again. Why is Nagito trying to be the world's worst liar? Because he's lying about things that are provable facts that we've seen with our eyeballs.
So my thought there, my interpretation there is that like maybe everybody's in a bit of a state of despair right now because Nekomaru, right?
Yeah.
So like maybe the state of despair is making him delusional. That's my thought. I want to say that that's what's happening with him.
He's taking it on like as a physical ailment, or at least a mental one.
Hello, my name is Ibuki Miyota.
She's hypnotized? And also, I think someone Facebook messaged me about something.
No, I'm stupid. I know why characters are acting weird. We'll get to it in a second.
Yeah, but she's hypnotized? What? Who did that? Who has the power to do that?
So the fact that a bunch of characters acting really goddamn strange should be...
Oh, is this a thing?
Yeah, this is a thing.
Is this
People
like...
are acting weird now, and we need to figure out why.
Is this like the subtitle, the ocean salt thing, has like poisoning people?
It's the truth.
I forgot about it because I thought Monokuma introduces it before it happens.
Okay, why is Hiyoko immune to it?
Understood.
Because she's the same. Everyone else is different.
We're also fine.
Yeah, but we're the protagonist. So we have plot armor to like everything.
So Akane can't keep from crying.
Yeah,
Nagito is
she's her.
Just full on conspiracy theory. And Ibuki is acting really like soldier ready for duty, I guess. And I don't know what to describe how she's acting.
No, Hiyoko, I think well, I guess
Ibuki,
she said
not Hiyoko, not Hiyoko, Ibuki. Ibuki's the one acting very like soldier ready for
Yeah, I was
duty.
going to say Hiyoko's not being treated different. Hiyoko, like, the peeling his face off thing makes perfect sense considering that Nagito lied to her face about something stupid.
Yeah, no, Hyoko's acting the same. So Ibuki apparently has an extremely high fever.
Also, the swirly eyes, that might prove something. Wait, you just forgot who Mikon is? That's probably impossible. You don't forget your punching bag as a bully.
Understood.
I mean, it's not gibberish, it just doesn't make sense.
Yes.
How would this have happened? Mikon is somehow immune to it too? No, you don't. Also, you're acting like pre-bullshit
No,
Nagito.
all three of them have absolutely have fevers apparently, or at least very hot foreheads.
Well, at least like ridiculous fevers.
Emergency! Emergency!
Makoto, Mono Bear, why did you do this?
Just a minute.
I don't get how this ties into your whole, like, the thing that you want to happen. How does poisoning everybody do that?
I don't know. We'll have to figure this out.
Well, let's talk to let's talk to Gundam.
What's going on?
Let's see how weird Gundam is. I want to see Gundam's alternate personality.
Now then.
Oh, is he actually going to explain what's going on?
Wait.
Poisoning people is not a prank. That's Brahma. Doesn't even sound remotely close.
That's a thing? What is this?
Yeah, that's
seen something?
No, that's a famous anime. I think it's like something. The main character, I'm pretty sure his name is Rama.
I've never heard of it, but alright.
Well, it's also really old, apparently.
Fair enough.
It's about a dude who frequently turns into a woman.
Shut up! I don't even know what's been done to me, but I feel
Why
like
did
you
Mono Bear
like
punch her this time?
So yeah, whatever this thing is behind Monokuma must be a reference to something.
Yeah, and usually when you do references, you probably should make the. Oh, shut up.
Well, my guess is it's a reference that Japanese people would get.
Yeah, which is why you probably shouldn't do that if you're trying to use like a general audience.
It's the despair disease.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a thing.
Actually,
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
it's true.
Anyway, I'm going to Google this. This reminds me, for next week I'm going to add to my movie list and probably watch the Akira film tomorrow.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I need to watch that eventually.
I watched the first 5 seconds of it, and apparently the movie starts by 1980s Tokyo getting bombed off the map, so that's probably going to be interesting.
Yeah, so apparently we were dealing with the despair disease, a really annoying disease where you get a high fever along with various symptoms that are full of despair. Those symptoms are different based on the person. For instance, Nagito is affected by the lies disease, Akane has the coward disease, Buki has the gullible disease.
What?
Symptoms are the opposite of their normal personalities, except for Nagito.
Hey,
Hey!
Oh no, I said it wrong. It's not Rama, it's Ranma.
Why?
Okay.
So how does this disease turn into a motive?
It makes everybody crazy. So
Yeah, but
Chiaki
then-
was like, and why is that a motive? Are you saying the killing will occur soon after everybody falls into a crazy state?
It's not a novel
And then
idea, it's just kind of weird.
Monokuma's like, isn't this quite a novel idea?
wait! I can't wait!
I don't know, this seems kind of bullshit.
Like,
I mean, it's a disease. You should probably fix it. I mean, if you're just gonna mind control people to do the murders, you know, be more willing to do it, then what's the point of this being a game at that point? Also,
Well,
Akane isn't gonna kill anybody.
The people they are, like, their memories and stuff are still them. It's just they're acting weird. Like, I'll admit that it's not quite a motive, but it does lead to interesting developments.
I mean, it leads to that, but this seems like a really bullshit motive. Because you're just rewriting their personalities to be more murdery. Also, Nagito did say as an apology he was gonna kill someone.
Amazing.
We have the capability to just tie them up. Shouldn't we just do that until we get this sorted out? Nagito is descending into a lot of madness.
Whoa.
He also killed himself with his madness. This isn't a moat.
I think the moda is like paranoia about the illness, like not necessarily the illness itself, but like he's stirring the pot and potentially causing tensions because now there's a disease that can be passed from person to person, you know?
Yeah, and that premise would work if it would probably work better if the disease was bullshit and it was like fake symptoms and not like a real thing. Because if it does get passed on to everybody, then, you know, their personalities are apparently all gonna completely change to something different.
I'm gonna tell you right here, right now, not everybody gets it.
Impossible.
Was he turning blue? What's everyone talking about a color?
No.
It's a color of something.
So,
oh, he's foaming at the mouth. Okay.
She's right. I've never seen foam that color, so the foam has a weird color, apparently.
Anyway.
I mean, considering it's a magical disease, apparently anything can happen.
Okay, so they can move themselves. Someone has to carry Nagito because he's full on goddamn.
Nagito isn't heavy though. Anybody can carry him. It's probably not a literal despair disease because Mono Bear said it was like caused by like invisible bugs. Also, how is Nagito standing now?
Understood. For now.
Damn it.
Let me tell you this.
Oh wow. Is Gundam descending into madness now because he just said he wanted to kill Nagito?
No, he said he wouldn't mind if Nagito died. That's a different statement.
That's kind of the same statement.
I would not mind if Nagito retired permanently. No, saying someone's awful and that you wouldn't miss them if they died or you wouldn't mind if they were dead is different than saying you'd kill them.
Yeah, but he can still do things. Like, we should have the most people possible on the island.
Well...
No, she's a doctor. She's medically trained.
Hey.
It probably shouldn't, because to be honest... Oh, Hiyoko is descending into madness. She's actually being helpful.
Who do you want to talk to?
Hiyoko, we need to establish that she's the next who's gonna get sick.
Jeez.
You're not acting normal.
Let me tell you this.
I don't know, like, two of them are completely useless. Like, the only one who could have had the capability to do it is Nagito, and he collapsed. Because he got too stressed. Or something else. Okay, so Hiyoko isn't changing personalities yet.
Which cockroach said
But we did that.
You.
This discussion got a lot more prescient since when it was written.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Hey.
Again, we did that already. Also, why are there handprints on the window? That's kind of creepy. This isn't a disease that we could ignore, Chachki.
No, she said if we ignore it, killing will happen. She's not saying ignore it.
Because it's probably going to spread.
If we just ignore it, a killing will happen again, she says. So no, she's not recommending to ignore it.
Okay, so we need to cure it. We need to get Mikan working double shifts.
Like,
Because none of us can cure it. We're all too stupid.
Hey. Huh?
Fair enough, I guess I'll stay here forever. Just get some walkie-talkies from the fucking store. Go steal the radio from Byakuya's, like, emergency box.
Yeah, Kazuichi's gonna go get us some sort of, walkie-talkie system.
Or, cans on string. We could do anything, really.
Yeah, Gundam's gonna apparently station himself somewhere nearby on the island as well.
Why is Gundam now giving a shit? I figured he'd be like, yeah, fuck y'all, I'm gonna go be by the barn now.
silence.
Why would the motel be dirty? Shouldn't it be, like, completely immaculate or something?
Yeah, so Gundam wants to stay at the hotel for now, or the motel for now, because we'll be able to immediately respond to anything that happens.
How can it be airborne if it's bug-related?
Well, Monokuma said it spreads airborne from people.
Oh.
He was...
Is the Tanaka Empire!
Monokuma's spouting a whole lot of bullshit. We'll have to find out the truth of it. Is it bug-related? In which case, none of us are safe, and there is no way to quarantine it because the bugs are on any island. So, is it airborne, passed from person to person? Whatever have you.
Well, to be fair, if Monokuma was lying about it, then we're fucked anyway, because we don't have the resources to study it. So we kind of have to take his word for it, because we can't figure it out. We don't have a research lab.
I don't like this.
I mean, it's a thing that's happening, even if it's just like hypnosis. It's like, it's actual hypnosis, it worked. So we kind of have to separate ourselves into groups.
Okay, so the entire rest of the character cast is going to stay at the motel on the island, because we don't know whether or not it's contaminated over at the main hotel.
Well, I
have to stay here and help, because I also apparently have, the player character is, according to Hiyoko.
Well, at least this chapter is impossible to predict who the victim's gonna be, because everyone was just given completely new personalities, and that's gonna start spreading. So we don't know what the fuck we don't know what the fuck the motive is gonna be, because it's just being created out of nowhere.
I mean, every single time the quote-unquote motive is created in a way out of nowhere, because the last motive was quote-unquote a video game that didn't mean anything until it meant something, right? So we'll have to figure out exactly how this all ties together once it happens.
Well, yeah, but usually they use, like, pre-established character motivations, or at least, like, their traits to kind of fill it in.
Yeah, so we'll have to wonder how this ends up connecting to that.
If everyone's just going to be given new personalities or are going to be involved in it, then how does that make any sense?
First of all, once again, not everybody's going to get a new personality.
I am sorry.
In fact, right now, based on the plan, the only other people that can get sick is Mikan and the player character. Because everybody else is going to be staying at the motel away from the sick people.
I wonder if Mikan's going to transform into a serial killer.
I
Because that'd be kind of interesting. To just be like, yeah, I want to murder people, like, really badly. Or maybe she's gonna turn into a slut, like something completely extreme. I don't think Chunsoft is gonna turn one of their characters into a slut, though.
Oh, Fuyuhiko stayed behind too. Okay.
Jeez.
Hello?
Hey, Mikon. Well, we should probably change too, because apparently we are infected.
No, we're not quote-unquote infected. Idea is Kyoko volunteered player character because Hajime may be infected, and that's a good enough reason for him to take the short straw on this.
Okay, so...
And then Fuyuhiko self-volunteered.
She doesn't know what's going on.
Well,
Because she's just not listening to me.
In the hospital, there are 3 people who have caught Monokuma's despair disease.
Yes, I caught that. You don't have to explain it to me again, game. I saw what happened. And somehow this is going to be the backdrop for the murder, so we have to establish all the details. All of them. You know these people? They're staying over there, in that place you can't see. So take our word for it. Okay, so we just walked in here and fell over.
Well, no, earlier I discussed it with Fuyuhiko, we decided to take turns resting.
Is everyone on the second floor? Or is this just like the only floor that has an on-call room?
Yeah, it's presumably the only floor with an on-call room, because I think the 4 rooms on the first floor are patient rooms.
Huh? How did this happen? She got really sleepy. Cyanotic reaction?
I don't know, I'd have to look it up. It's probably a medical term.
Yeah, I don't think it means what I think it means. Maybe
I think
it
means...
Yeah, maybe it just means color.
Discoloration of the face. I want to say it might be a discoloration of the face thing.
Yeah, I think it means color. Why would you think that?
I'm sorry.
Well, so he thought he was gonna die because he couldn't breathe.
What?
He claims...
Is she talking about how, like, she was sleeping, like, on top of us?
Apparently... Because he said, I can't breathe. No...
Yeah, but she was asleep
yeah.
when we said that, so...
Yeah, and then... But yeah, so...
So she didn't hear us say that.
Yeah.
The
But we said that,
You
but then
mean
we
like
left
at
this
the-
collared.
You mean, like, at the foot of the bed? How do you think that this is going to work?
Hold on.
I don't...
I'm sorry, I thought about taking a rest in the on-call room, but you're already asleep, so that doesn't mean you can climb on top of me. Then I'll be on the bottom next time. Seriously, not what I'm talking about.
hey, hey.
Is she just, like, talking about how, like, before she let
Also,
everyone use her as a
bottom does
doormat, so
not
she's
mean
just
foot
fine
of the
with
bed.
whatever?
Bottom does not mean foot of the bed, Jeff.
We'll just be sleeping on top of Fuyuhiko.
Her.
On...
Yes, that is indeed what bottom means.
Don't tell me, bastard.
I mean... Why would us being high school students have any bearing on this being a bad thing?
Too young to be having sex, damn it.
I mean, technically we were, but... No one was checking on the patients?
I mean, we only have one nurse and she's gotta take breaks from time to time.
Yeah, but what was Fuyuhiko doing?
We're guarding and, you know, just kind of keeping an eye on things to the best of our ability, which is why, yes, he came up here when he noticed something that seemed medically amiss. So, like, he can't do anything about it because he doesn't know shit, but he came to the on-call room to find us.
This place isn't equipped with a button, an alarm button.
Don't tell
It's a
me.
pretty shoddy hospital, as we've already noticed.
I mean, Fuyuhiko is right. Why are you here, Mono Bear?
Damn it.
Wait, what was that? You just showed up for 2 seconds? Or was that like a delusion we're having because we're getting sick?
No, it was Monokuma showed up to be like he's getting ready to make the body announcement, basically.
But he's not dead.
Well,
No, if he was dead, we'd have the body announcement.
Hey.
He's trying to point out who killed him.
He's not dead, otherwise the body announcement would have been made.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. Wait, Mono Bear is sick?
No, you need to learn to read things more carefully.
Nagito has the
apparently
liar
his condition
disease.
improved and he feels quite refreshed. Since Monokuma said that Nagito has the liar disease, it probably means the opposite and actually feels really crappy.
Oh.
Didn't say anything about Monokuma being sick.
I did not catch that he originally had the liar disease.
Yeah, so Monokuma said that it makes people act in ways of despair, different despairish ways. So he labeled liar disease for Nagito, he labeled gullible disease for Ibuki, and he labeled coward disease for Akane.
Yeah, I only caught the gullible one. You don't even know how the cure would even work for this, or how it's being caused.
Yeah, well, she's determined.
Determination isn't gonna fix anything.
I mean, it's all we have.
Yes, but it's really shitty. We've got nothing. We got 2 jackasses
Damn right.
and lady without any equipment. All we got is radios.
Anyway, while we were resting, the goods arrived, so... Alright.
Anyway,
It's
So
probably the radios you ordered, you fucking idiot.
Fuyuhiko and I were going to the lobby.
Well, obviously. We also
Anyway,
put
I think
post-it notes on everyone's doors.
Yeah, I like how everybody's door has the little thing.
Because that's useful. Why would we need that for 3 people? That's a huge radio.
damn right.
Couldn't we get something that's like portable? Or more than one of them?
Also a camera.
Why do we need 1 camera? How about 4 cameras?
Yeah, it would be smart to put a camera on each patient.
Does Hajime not understand how a camera works?
Alright, so press the button.
What's up?
Oh, that's not... Okay, that's not the sort of camera I thought it was. This is just like a FaceTime camera.
Yeah, so one's a monitor that controls the camera, and then the camera's a separate piece, but I assume like the buttons, like the video gamey looking buttons, move the camera around.
All right.
What, they just make this, like, out of spare parts?
Um,
Wait, you didn't find this at the grocery store?
He found it at Electric Avenue, and he apparently tweaked it a little to get it to do this. So my guess is he took some sort of video game console, which is what the handheld thing looks like.
If this is a video game if this is a game console, this is really shitty.
Well, doesn't it kind of look like a PSP in layout?
I mean, not really, because the screen isn't on top of the buttons.
Yeah, it is. The buttons are down here.
No, on a PSP, it would not look like this.
Oh, they're not on below the screen.
Yeah, it's side to side. It's like it's all in. Like I own a PSP.
I don't. I never understood the appeal of the PlayStation's portable stuff. Like, literally every time I looked at one, it didn't seem like the game seemed really poor quality looking. Because it felt like they were trying to put console games onto a portable thing, which I guess they kind of were. Well, because of that, it felt like the whole experience suffered. So I always just stuck to my Nintendo ones.
Well, specifically, like the DS's work because they didn't try to put the games that the PSP did on its system because, like, obviously they wouldn't work too well. The problem with the PSP was that it was a portable that came out around like 2005. So you get games of that sort of quality on a console that can't handle them, and they're not quality, but that's because they didn't get like they didn't really get the stylized games that Nintendo's like portables did, which actually makes the console look good.
I mean, they got some, because, like, the Danganronpa series got started on the Vita, I think.
Yeah, but the Vita actually could handle, like, graphical horsepower. It's just that Sony didn't support it at all, so it's like third parties just had to do all the releases because Sony wasn't putting anything on it.
Gotcha.
But
all I know is
if it was a properly treated console, it probably could have outdone the DS, and It wouldn't have outdone the Switch, but it probably could have competed with the Switch somewhat.
Damn right.
Because it actually was a pretty good device.
It was? Okay. All I know is, like, I've never had a Vita in my hand. Like, I've never had gotten to use a Vita. I've only ever had, I got to play someone's PSP, back in the day, and I was not impressed at all. Like, I thought it was really mediocre, and I remember being like, yeah, it feels like they're trying to put the console into the handheld, but, like, because of that, both sides of it suffer.
Yeah,
so I'd rather have the more focused on a portable idea that the Nintendo's stuff was, where all of it is the games on it are designed for the portable console, have the it's all the portable console in mind, than to have things that are mostly designed for the main house console on a portable. And the Switch was the first console that I played that actually did the integration between a home console and a handheld well.
Well, that's also the Switch is kind of the first one that tried to do something like that. Yeah, the PSP tried to get more console-esque games, but they were designed for portable. It's just that because they were trying to make a console game for the PSP, the graphics really suffered because the PSP didn't have the graphical horsepower to back up something that was trying to be on a PS2. So it just looks really bad. Whereas you are right, I'll say that the Nintendo first-party stuff is actually curated to work on the DS and make it look good because they pick more stylized games to put it on it, so the style can cover up for the DS's lack of horsepower. But the other problem is that the DS was also a pretty big harbinger of shovelware, so it just got a lot of garbage on it just by default like that.
That's true.
And plus, another thing that kind of killed the PSP was that it had, kind of like the GameCube, it just had weird discs. So, to port something to the PSP, you have to... at least with the DS, you had more SD card-based, medium, whereas PSP had, mini CDs. So, it was probably really annoying to port anything to the PSP, which is probably what limited its library.
Gotcha.
On top of its other problems.
Was the Vita different, or did the Vita have a similar issue with those cartridges?
I think the Vita did SD cards, but literally I've used the Vita once. to play a really shitty game, so I can't...
Gotcha.
Actually, I think I used it twice to play 2 shitty games, but I cannot remember.
Because I do know in my lifetime there's been like a handful of games that I was like, wow, I really want to play this, and then like when I learned about its existence, and then I like went to go figure out what it was on, and it was on the Vita. So the Vita apparently had a couple, like a small handful, like the Danganronpa series for being one of them, that I was like, wow, this is a game series I really wanted to play. And then luckily they all came to the PC.
Yeah, that was a good thing about the Vita, is that the games that actually did succeed usually just got ported to the PC for the obvious reason that because it wasn't supported, they obviously didn't see a lot of sales on the Vita. But what really helped the Vita was that it was designed around like the 2012 period of gaming, so like I said, it actually was a stronger console than what you would expect.
Yeah.
And to be honest, it probably outdid the 3DS for like pure specs.
Gotcha. But yeah, so because I watched the Danganronpa anime of the first game first, and then I wanted to play the game, of course, and I couldn't because it was on Vita. Eventually, the first game came to PC, and then a couple years after that, the second game came to the PC. And then V3, when that one released, I believe the Vita was already like dead.
Yeah.
And I believe that one released, because that one released in 2017, I think, and that one released onto PC right away, as well as I think other consoles. And now I think these might be on the Switch now. I'm not 100% sure, but they might have been added to the eShop. Actually, speaking of this game though, Chunsoft is making another like murder mystery kind of game.
Well, Chunsoft
that's coming to the Switch. It got announced at the Nintendo.
Chunsoft has been making like these murder mystery games from like I think way back in like 2009, because before this date, yeah, they did 999.
Yeah, they have the Notary games. I think there's maybe another murder mystery series that they made.
So yeah, I would imagine that they're probably still interested in making these sort of games. It's just that they thankfully did for their creative output on there, and it was a good thing that they absolutely nuked the Danganronpa series, because I would imagine they probably didn't want to get pigeonholed into making a specific series anymore.
And that's intentionally what they did, in my opinion. We'll get there when we get there, but I 100% believe the ending of V3 is what it is because they did not want to make more Danganronpa games, and they wanted to make new concepts, even if they're still criminal solving murder ones. And the new one, I forget what it was called, but the one that was announced during the Nintendo Direct, I actually kind of digged it. It had like a ghost thing with it, where you're like you're a noir detective solving crimes, but then you have this like ghost companion. It seemed kind of neat, and it's super anime.
Apparently beforehand they worked for a while on the Shiren the Wanderer series, which just seems to be a bunch of RPGs. So apparently they worked on more. They did more than just these murder mystery games. Actually, let me look. That might be the wrong list.
So, unless you're actively the person taking care of the patients, there's a rule posted on the bulletin board that says we can't spend the night.
Oh.
Or we can't sleep here, specifically.
Oh, I think I've heard of this.
I
think I've heard of this game before. It's one of the ones that came up on the Japanese adventure game list, and apparently Chunsoft also made the Portopopia murder case game.
Gotcha.
Which is selling from like the early 80s. And I think it's also Japanese only.
Yeah, I know the Notary games, which there's like a collection on Steam I want to eventually get.
Also, they worked on Dragon Quest.
Yeah, Danganronpa I think is the biggest one of their murder mysteries. I know they made another game not that long ago that I don't remember much about.
Also, they made the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games.
Interesting.
Looks like they made, or at least they were involved in making all of them. What's this Conception game? Oh, it's another RPG. I'm thinking that the whole murder mystery thing is probably entirely what we know about. It seems like it started with 428, which I think is the first nonary game. The Shibuya Scramble.
Yeah, I don't exactly know. I have a friend who really likes the notary games, though. He cosplayed as one of the characters I know.
Ahem. Hope's good morning. Now then.
It doesn't seem like it's related to 999, so maybe not.
Gotcha. But yeah, I know Danganronpa is the big, probably the most famous of their murdery games.
Yo. Damn right.
They did make another murder mystery game for mobile called Banshee's Last Cry in between 999. Now, what the hell is this one? Oh, it's another RPG.
Looking around.
Yeah, it seems like they have a split. Seems like they have a 50-50 split of being interested in either doing JRPGs or making VNs.
Gotcha.
Because they apparently, like, up until like 2016, they were still making like Shiren the Wanderer games, so they're still interested in making RPGs. And I would assume that some of the RPGs probably aren't about murder mysteries.
Fair enough.
Been found.
Okay, so
sure
back to the game. There's a new rule: we can't stay here beyond tonight. So now we're investigating.
We can't sleep in the hospital, so we went back to the first island, like the first island, and Fuyuhiko and I stayed there. And interestingly enough, it looks like they made a mistake in programming this game. Fuyuhiko does not have the eye patch on in this model here.
Hey,
Does the model also change?
Or maybe his model never changed, but I thought it did.
Well, we'll have to take a look at it, because then we can.
We'll have to look into other scenes.
I can make fun of this game like I did Battle Network for its one mistake. How dare you make a mistake?
But yeah, so it's been the next day. I went up there. No, it has an eye patch here. So yeah, it was.
Chunsoft, you made a mistake.
Just the one
Fuck
room
you. We should probably go check up on the lit wicks and chandelures and, like, shoo them out of the hospital.
Anyway, what the game wanted us to do is to check the on Nagito. I ran upstairs to the conference room because I
was bullshitting.
That and I knew there was a Monokuma up there.
Oh shit, he died. Have you done anything to cure him?
I mean,
beyond like first aid.
Unless you know exactly how it works, I don't know if you can quote unquote do things to cure him, but I think she's doing everything she can to treat the symptoms.
Well, that's why you kind of have to medically investigate things, and she can't do that.
Damn right.
Okay, let's go talk to the radio. Where are we gonna go if we can't go to the motel? Are we just gonna go back to our rooms?
We did. We already did. This is the next morning. See, it's morning in the upper right-hand corner. But yes, we did just go back to our rooms. Fuyuhiko and I.
It is morning.
What's up?
Huh?
Well, so he's like, hey, can you see my handsome face? And we're like, yeah. And he's like, I can totally see your broke-ass faces.
What the fuck does that mean?
I assume he means we're ugly. I don't know.
That's not really what broke-ass means.
I mean, it can and it can't. Because broke ass can mean you have no money, but broke ass, if referring to like a specific object, means it's broken. So like, if it's a broke ass face, it could mean that the face looks broken, in which case, ugly. Because if something's broken, we do sometimes say broke ass, but we also, if I refer to myself as broke ass, I'd be referring to the fact that I have no money.
So she's still at the motel? Or did she
Yeah.
leave to go lock herself in a cottage?
No, she's in the hotel.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, Hyoko's completely useless. So it's not a big loss.
Hey.
What are we gonna do? Dance our way out of this situation? Lol.
You. Well,
Well, Nagito's also barely alive, so it doesn't really matter if he's dangerous.
However,
hey.
They also forgot the apostrophe in can't. So, tisk Chunsoft. Why are you there at the motel?
Because apparently she thinks if she got K here, it could be dangerous for her.
Yeah, the robot bear. It's definitely dangerous for you.
Rabbit. Monami's a rabbit. But anyway, yeah.
Doesn't change the robot part.
Hajime, Monami, why are you on that side? Because it'd be dangerous if I got close to the hospital, since I don't know what's going on there. Fuyuhiko's pissed off at it. Like, why does a stupid stuffed animal need to be cautious about a disease?
you can't.
No, we are going to discriminate because that's how diseases work. How the fuck does that work?
So Monami's apparently
Also, why did she appear in front of the radio?
not in front of the radio? I mean,
Is
because
this
we were talking to everybody over there and she chimed in, so
Is this chapter falling apart? Like,
What? No.
Is development-wise?
No, she didn't appear in front of the camera. She was just...
totally did for a second.
I didn't see that, but...
That's because you were staring at that lovely cactus.
The cactus wouldn't even been there! The screen would have been the video game console thing!
Which is why you were staring at it wrong.
Waiting patiently was the only thing we could do. We've waited patiently. On a side note, why can't I relax when I'm in a hospital? I paced back and forth around the hospital lobby.
He's still thinking about how Mikan was sleeping on his face.
Entered and left the hospital multiple times.
I thought you weren't allowed to leave the hospital.
I mean, he's not like leaving. He's just like walking outside the front door.
Well, what are you doing? Having a smoke break, you ding dong?
Academy School Trip Executive Committee. It is now. Please return to your now then.
Well, let's go back to our cottage for another pointless day. Doesn't go anywhere. Well, of course it did, because nothing happened.
Jeez, you're pathetic.
Why are you saying that to me?
The voice lines just go with the attitude of the line.
Yeah, it's almost like you're guarding things, or quote-unquote guarding the hospital.
The Fuyuhiko's gonna get on the phone with them. To tell them that nothing's changed since this morning, and I'm gonna go check on Nagito to see how he's doing.
Maybe he died, finally. Wait, what? Why is she turning into a banshee?
Well, she's in a hospital gown.
Yes.
I just assume that's what Japanese hospital gowns are, but they're in hospital gowns.
Well, we can go stare at Nagito together as long as you don't try and kill me.
Understood.
At least the gullible disease is useful.
Right?
That really freaked me out when she turned around and she was there. She had, like, spiky nails and long robe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the only thing that's new about her character is the outfit change.
It was like the bottom of her arms were, like, covered in spikes. And I was like, what the hell? Her disease got so much worse. Hey. Okay. And then it turns out that Mikon smothered him to death. She was falling asleep?
Yeah, basically. She's been working to herself too hard.
I mean, yeah, she kind of has to be working around the clock.
I mean, she's got 3 patients to tend to, and one of them's in a very critical state.
So that's why she has to hit him with a hammer.
Good news is he hasn't gotten worse?
We didn't even establish that, no. We didn't even look at him. We're just taking her word on it.
I mean, she's the nurse. I'm gonna take her word over her. I'm gonna take her word on it. She's the nurse.
Yeah, but Hajime couldn't take the 5 seconds to take a look at him breathing. Like, come on, dude. You're the one investigating all this bullshit. Because it turns out you're actually the ultimate cop. Exactly mirroring the twist from the first game.
Jeez, you're pathetic.
I'm sleeping with my trophies.
Only have 1 left for this chapter.
And then Hajime collapsed because he got the disease.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that we're just struggling by here. Out of the blue, a hazy scene began to take shape.
Well, something's gotta happen soon.
It slowly took its time, hazily, like watercolor paint suspended in water, slowly, hazily.
Okay, maybe he's just the ultimate author. Wait, he's getting one of his memories back? At least like a half memory or something? He witnessed the death classroom event, didn't he? Where someone just walked in and sorted all of his classmates.
Did you hear? Isn't it amazing? Apparently he's been accepted into Hope's Peak Academy. But was he that exceptional? Very noises.
Well, there's people talking, Hajime. That's how a conversation happens.
Yeah, but they're presumably talking about him, which is probably why he doesn't want to pay attention.
I'm pretty sure that's not true, but sure. Why were you so freaked out by being at school?
I mean, when people are talking about you, it can be a little unnerving.
So? So someone from his old school also got picked for his class? Okay, so his superpower is really, really secret, to the point that he legitimately doesn't know what his secret power is. Because Hope's Peak was such a dicky school that they didn't actually tell him why he was enrolled.
Just want to become someone who's confident in myself.
What were you, the ultimate nerd? The ultimate introvert?
I'll get there.
Well, yeah, eventually. Otherwise, this game's story would be really shitty.
True.
And I don't think that this game is gonna end super shitty. It's probably gonna have some sort of a denouement that says something.
I was gonna say, this game, as far as things are concerned, this game wraps it up pretty well between the first and the second game. The anime kind of just, the Danganronpa 3 anime gives a bit of a sequel to this, as well as kind of clears up details about stuff that happened earlier. But it's stuff you already know, at least the prequel stuff. It's just, it gets a bit more details about it.
Aw, shit, he got the disease. Wait, what? How did this happen again? Oh, it's because Ibuki broke our door.
There's also in our goddamn cabin, not the hospital.
Well, I just explained why that happened.
I mean, we explained how she can get there. You didn't explain why.
I would imagine she's so delusional from working like 27-hour shifts that I guess this kind of makes sense. See, look. See, she explained it.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
But...
Okay, Nagito's stabilized.
Is that the way of you telling me that he died? See, Hajime also explained it. Haven't you studied what's at the pharmacy before? Can't we, like, start developing something that could work on Nagito?
I mean, I feel like you need to know exactly what's causing it, though, before you can target it.
Now,
right?
let's just start putting drugs in him. That's how drugs work, right? You just stick things in people and hope for the best.
I mean, sometimes? Because that definitely did happen at one point in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found drugs.
So Nagito died, huh? That's a shame. Oh crap, he's standing. And also, he has hypno eyes, too. Which means that the disease is probably bullshit because it's probably caused by hypnosis. Because two of them have swirly eyes.
Alright, so now he's saying...
He's saying there are two Ibukis.
The twin Ibukis are singing.
He's still developing conspiracy theories that make no sense. The Veronicas?
That's a real band! I actually know that!
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's a real band, anyway.
Well, yeah, but there are tons of bands. You could say anything and say it's probably a band somewhere.
I mean, I guess, but I think they're probably famous enough that
he thinks that Ibuki is the Olsen twins, or the Veronicas do the same thing. You still got the creepy laugh. I mean, yeah, but he's mentally broken.
I mean, he's back to where he was, so it is an improvement.
Apparently she can't deal with self-congratulations, so now she's just stressing herself out with it. Yeah, but she took a nap already with you.
Yeah, but we don't know how... Presumably not very long, because she said she came there to tell us that he stabilized.
Well, yeah, but it was the morning when we got there.
Well, yeah, but presumably she came in the morning to find us.
Okay, Nagito, sit down and let's slap the crazy out of you.
Man.
Also, apparently his fever is melting his face.
Well, also remember the fact that his disease is the liar's disease, and he was like, I can't stand being in a room with you.
I totally did forget that. I thought his disease just caused him to invent conspiracy theories.
I mean, conspiracy theories are lies.
Well, yeah, but it seems like he believes what he's saying.
Well, apparently he doesn't like to be in the same room with us, but that's a lie, so... Alright, time to wait for the morning transmission.
Let's go to the morning meeting, talk with Fuyuhiko, do the typical thing. So what, someone sent us a message overnight?
Well, I assume it means they're trying to call us, because it's a live chat.
Ah, damn, Kazuichi invented the Discord machine. What a fucker.
Alright, so what happened?
Someone invented the ladder. I mean, it's in 3D, that is kind of weird. So what, Mono Bear tapped into our stream?
I don't know.
That was the last thing that Hajime noticed? Are you kidding me? I don't think that's... Not really Hajime. That's not really what a gallows is. Hey, is the bag from the movie theater?
Yeah, it's the bag from the movie theater.
Okay. Okay, so someone caught the disease, got hypnotized to kill themselves? Because of, I mean, if the disease can't be the thing that's causing them to kill themselves, because that means that there's probably not a person to execute for it. Because Mono Bear is the one causing the disease.
Yeah. So, the screen suddenly went pitch black.
Really?
Probably because the candle, the only light source, has gone out. No matter what I said, there's no response from the darkness on the other end of the monitor.
Well, we're gonna have to go do a roll call to establish who killed themselves.
It looked like it was the music venue, apparently, so we gotta rush out.
Did it?
Well, I had like the curtain.
Yeah, but the curtain was
backdrop.
the curtain's green.
Ahem. Good. Now then.
Where did we see that from? Did we like run to the closest security camera to catch that?
I imagine we didn't see it, but we like heard it because there's probably gets broadcasted.
I just love the
out.
I just love the image of Hajime being like, "Oh crap, I forgot to go to the announcement." Runs back to the fucking camera.
Her means nothing on this island.
He is going to be the ultimate author, isn't he? Ah, Ibuki died. Okay, so someone did cause her death because someone told her to do that. Does anyone know that this happened?
Right, he's just freaking out because like he saw the video, but it was like there's only 2 setups, so the one setup went missing.
So what's all that bullshit?
And the one in the hospital is...
What's all that bullshit in front of her?
What, the broken device?
Is that the other radio?
Yeah, it's the other game console radio like video thing.
Okay. Well, this was the perfect opportunity for someone who wanted to get out of this. It's not even that complicated. It's literally like, hey, I tied a noose. Get on it.
You fiend.
Gundam, you did it. But why?
I won't let you.
It's probably not real, Gundam.
Could it be? Yeah!
I renounce you.
Hold it.
Fair enough.
You fiend.
But still.
Why is Gundam, like, not even, like... I mean, I know he said why he doesn't believe it, but he couldn't even bother to check.
Leave this to me.
Alright, so we're going.
With Chachki, as per usual.
Yep.
So there'll be 3 people, plus a robot rabbit.
Hajime!
Oh, and Mikan's here now.
Hey.
We need to go trigger the body announcement thingy.
Oh, shit.
What, did she run away from you?
Okay, so these guys, so Mikan and Fuyuhiko are here because
Okay, so someone fucked up on
not
their
in her
guard.
room.
So someone
Ibuki's
fucked up
not
with
in her
their
room.
someone fucked up with their guard duty.
Well, Fuyuhiko and I can't spend the night in the hospital. Right? We can't spend the night in the hospital. That's a rule. So at night,
Yeah, because
both
the-
Fuyuhiko and I have to go back to our rooms at the cottage.
Because
Mikan, at some point during the night and or early morning, came to the island to tell me and Fuyuhiko that Nagito was stabilized.
because the live stream of that happening was done before the morning meeting.
Huh?
Yeah.
We gotta go to the titty twister. Or whatever it's called. The titty typhoon.
Close. Typhoons do twists, so.
Damn it.
Well, then, walk slower. I don't know.
I mean, we're in a hurry.
We honestly don't need to be in a hurry. She's not gonna be more dead. You can only kill a person once. What? Someone locked the titty typhoon? Are you kidding me? What is this gonna do?
For now.
So we just went through the door a few minutes ago, but now it's apparently locked.
So what are they gonna turn this into a locked room mystery for some reason?
Looks like it's another locked room mystery.
Why would it be a locked room mystery? There's already enough mystery in this case.
Well, it's not a locked room mystery because we know the body was there before the door was locked, so in theory, like, it's not quite a locked room mystery. Because a locked room mystery is when there's no way the killer could have escaped because the door's locked. But in this case, the killer was presumably already gone.
Damn right.
And usually in those cases, it turns out that the victim themselves did it. Wait, Fuyuhiko actually slammed into the door? Oh no, he's doing this. He's signaling. Wait, why did they do that then? Why did they lock the door? If they just broke it open.
Well, we didn't lock the door. We came back to find it locked.
Yeah, but what's the point of the door being locked?
Anyway.
If nothing... Oh, that's the change. Is she dead? I mean, she's ghostly white. Someone got really pissed last night.
Well, we were just in here a few minutes ago and she wasn't there.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have missed that. But it is a good thing that Hyoko's finally dead.
Yeah, so now we have a double homicide on our hands.
Why did somebody do a double... Well, I guess Hyoko probably showed up. Well, why would the killer have come back if... Okay, if the killer came back, I don't know why they would. And Hyoko discovered that they were there doing something. And obviously they would have had to kill Hyoko to cover up the fact that they did it. Did he just do 2 body announcements?
Well, yeah, two bodies were literally just discovered at the same time.
He couldn't consolidate his announcements?
I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't do that. Because in the first game, when we had our double homicide,
yeah, but we discovered those bodies at 2 different times.
I mean, technically, we Hachi may discover these bodies at 2 separate times, but as far as 3 people discovering them, happened at the same time.
So, Hyoko is dead, right?
Yes. 2 body announcements between 2 dead bodies.
Oh yeah, they did do 2
people in this
room. We
room.
were literally just talking about that.
Yeah, the 2 people in this room are confirmed dead now.
So, what's with the bag on her head? What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know, I'll have to figure it out.
Because I don't... What would blinding... Considering Ibuki's hypnotic state, what would putting a bag on her head really do?
Could it be?
Okay, so the killer had the time to come back here, fuck with the body of Ibuki, and not only have the time to kill Hyoko, but also the time to elaborately tape her to a pillar.
Not even 10 minutes passed, so this is gonna be a toughie.
How did
we
that happen?
We have a very small window that Hyoko showed up, and...
Also, okay, so what? They had, like, fucking 50 yards of rope for the noose plan?
This is just...
Because that's rope, right? It's rope
Around
tying
who?
her to a pillar. It's not like duct tape.
No, it's... So, I believe when we'll get close enough to it, Hyoko's wrapped in duct tape, Ibuki's hung up by rope.
Okay, so technically, they might have made it work. Okay, how about this? Hyoko did it. And then killed herself because she was too sad because she's a murderer. But then that also wouldn't explain how she got duct taped to the pillar. Because you can't duct tape yourself to a pillar if you're dead.
So we lowered the lights so that we could lower the body down.
I mean, yeah. And then we put the lights back up for some reason.
And because somehow they didn't know, because they're like, who's the other body? Like, what are you talking about? You can see her goddamn hair coming down.
Well, you can see the tips of her hair, which is enough.
Yeah.
Well, who else would you think? It was like, oh my god, I lost Ibuki this morning. Who could have died? It's like, dude, you didn't even think of the possibility.
Yeah. So, the only people that are confirmed sick is Nagito, Akane, and Ibuki, who's now dead.
Yeah, but we haven't established Akane's whereabouts for like 2 days, because we haven't talked to her at all.
That's true.
But I also do agree that I find it kind of unbelievable. When you have like 5 people, yeah, I think it's 5 people who are perfectly able to do things when Akane couldn't.
Right.
But then again, the disease is probably fake because, again, I think it's hypnosis.
Damn it!
And apparently Akane just got over it.
Huh?
Wait, what? Are you serious? He just got rid of it. Of course the disease was fake.
Yep. So Monokuma apparently snapped his fingers, and the 2 people.
Well,
who
yeah,
were
because
sick
the
are done.
premise was fucking stupid. The only reason why it's not stupid is because you made Ibuki into a hypnotic state where she would have accepted suggestions from anybody.
Yep.
The whole despair disease didn't even make sense. As
The
a
disease
premise.
The disease made a specifically good target, or 3 specifically good targets to kill. Take your pick, because it would have been rather easy to kill a coward. It would have been rather easy to kill someone who will obey everything, and it'd be rather easy to kill someone who's literally bedridden.
I mean, I don't know. It just seems like the whole despair disease thing was invented specifically as a cover for the gullible disease one specifically.
See ya
Because the gullible disease one is obviously the easiest one to deal with for the murderer.
Not be.
Right. I'll definitely agree that while all 3 of them are technically like easy people to kill, the clear easiest person to kill is Ibuki there. However, Ibuki's not the only one who's dead.
Yeah, but Hiyoko was probably only killed because of just, like, particular place, particular time. She's a death of circumstance. She wasn't planned.
I'll have to find out.
There is no way that Hiyoko's death was planned. This is ridiculous.
We'll have to find out.
No, it's not fair.
What do you yearn for?
Well, he's gonna stay in the hospital and maybe be dead too. I don't know if the fucking murderer is gonna go 3 for 3 just because it's easy. Well, I'm glad Nagito's here to be completely useless.
This is bad.
Well, yeah, but you weren't gonna trust him anyway, so what's the difference? We should probably establish that, Piyoko probably got her neck slit. Well, of course we do. We got like 7 people running around.
Damn right.
I love how everyone's like just immediately falls into their most obvious roles. It's like, you do the autopsies, I feel sad, so I'll do the guarding. Hajime and Chiachiki immediately investigate. We should probably try and get some alibis from the motel group. Does that...
Why is it so hot in here?
Does that matter?
I don't know, it might.
I don't know why it would matter. Seems kind of unimportant. Maybe to cover up, make the fevers fake?
Alright. There are 2 victims. Ibuki Miyota and Hiyoko Saionji.
They really are just going for my, like, top 4 characters for all of the victims, aren't they?
Hey, they at least killed your least favorite.
Well,
them
yeah,
that.
but the
Give
other
them that.
three...
Give them that. They
No.
didn't do that in the last game. They did not kill your least favorite character in the last game. Just saying, your 2 least favorite characters survived the whole thing.
They killed 3 good ones, though. Crushed windpipe, huh? So, probably a man.
Ibuki was crushed as a result of choking.
Oh, never mind.
There are also no external injuries on Ibuki. The cause of death for Hiyoko is blood loss due to her throat being slit by a sharp-edged tool.
Okay, so this...
It appears she died instantly.
This could be a female murderer, then. Because you don't need a lot of strength to do that. You just need sharp things. Is the murder weapon lying around as per usual?
Well, the rope is, at the very least, so we have that murder weapon.
Yeah, but that's not that helpful, because rope is kind of easy to come by.
The rope out that... Well, yeah, the neck from strangulation and that, like... That's just a hanging death. Like, the description for Ibuki is literally just how people die from hanging, so, like...
Yes.
Yeah, so yes, the murder weapon there isn't very useful, because, yeah, it's that noose right there.
Is Chachki not going to connect the dots on this?
Well, she's just wondering why 2 people. So that's a question we have to answer.
Maybe come to a conclusion, Chachki?
Oh, we should investigate first.
We should probably try and find the sharp thing, because the sharp thing might give us an actual clue. I'm kind of surprised that everyone actually wanted to stand around this time instead of just running around in random directions.
So it's 11:30 roughly. We could do the full investigation, but we risk forgetting.
Yeah, the investigation and the trial are gonna run too long. So
yeah, if we do both, it's gonna run too long.
It's gonna end up being probably like 3 a.m. that we'd finish. So
yeah. So I'm saying we can stop it here. That way we do the investigation alongside the trial.
We probably should.
Even though I think we do have enough time to do at least the investigation.
Can we save before the trial?
We can. It's just we might forget details, like as players. I'd rather have it fresh in our heads, personally. So I think we save now, and we do it later. Also, there's no telling exactly how long the investigation is going to take. Like, maybe we'd still be here until, like, 1:30 for the investigation. Like, the investigation could still take 2 hours.
Well, let's just call this a half part, then, because Chapter 3 decided to take too long, and I guess we're just going to have to deal with that.
It's a long game.
Yeah, but this one seemed like it dragged a little bit.
Oh.
They could have consolidated some of this.
But yeah, this Danganronpa 2 is just a longer game in general than Danganronpa 1.
Well, apparently, according to our trophy cabinet, there are apparently only like 3 chapters left in the game.
It has the same number of chapters as the previous game.
Which obviously I don't remember.
All the games have the same number of chapters. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3.
It should be 6.
6 chapters. But I don't necessarily. There might not be Monokuma bells for the final chapter, because the final chapter is solving the big mystery. So
yeah, and revealing. Well, I don't think any of the betrayer is probably going to get revealed, but I don't think we're going to get the same twist where it turns out one of the classmates actually did it.
Right.
They might pull the same bullshit where they're like, ha ha ha, one of the people that were killed was not killed, and that's important.
Yeah, so we'll have to.
They might do that again.
But yeah, there's 6 chapters to this game, because off the top of my head, I do know who the next two murders, and then the final chapter is the big mystery again. So we have 2 more full murder investigations, and then we have the final investigate the entirety of all the zones, like everything's unlocked. Go investigate, figure out what the hell's happening.
Okay, so
solve that.
So we started this chapter with 11 characters, and after this chapter we're going to be down to 8 characters.
Yes,
Which
everybody everybody in the room right now is who we have left.
Which means that the two extra the two last chapters, one of them has the potential for being another double murder, but it's probably going to be a couple single murders because that would leave a... No, wait, I'll do the math. That doesn't make sense.
So in the previous game, we had 5 survivors at the end of the game.
Okay, so if it was a single murder, we'd be going down to 6, and if it's another single murder, we'd be going down to 4. And I think 4 is probably the minimum of survivors that you want. So, yeah, it's probably going to be 2 single murders. I did the math wrong.
Yeah, but so, remember that if we count Hajime, there's 9 people left. Because Nekomaru's not dead. Nekomaru's not dead. So...
I'm not going to count Hajime ever.
Right.
Because
So
he is a camera walking around.
So, yeah, then by that number, the number of survivors in the last game was 4.
Yes.
Because I'm counting Makoto in the 5 survivors. So there was 5 survivors of the first game, first murder game, and that includes Makoto. And I know all who survives this game, and I won't say.
Well, I suppose since we're going to be stopping a little bit early tonight, we could probably talk a little bit of podcasting stuff, because I didn't want to get into it too much, but I did want to talk about the game I was playing all week.
Sure, you can do that.
Because the game of my week, as per usual, I've been playing Battle Network 6, and have been thankfully in the back of my mind that this is the last Battle Network game, and I just kind of wanted to get through it. Because I've told you multiple times, the series is really tedious.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not that fun Pokemon-esque RPG thing where you're just doing like constant. I guess the equivalent would be like Mount Moon-esque dungeons for all the levels. But surprisingly, I think I'm about at the halfway point of Battle Network 6. I just finished a level where they had the potential. I thought they were going to be doing like, because it's obviously a Capcom game, I thought they were going to be doing a level based on Phoenix Wright. Because it took place in a courthouse, but then that turned out to really not be the case. I think they had a couple of elements within the level, within the chapter, kind of alluding to Phoenix Wright, sort of, but then again, I don't even know if Phoenix Wright was a game by the time Battle Network 6 was out, because I think that was around, like, 2006.
Gotcha.
But anyway, the first thing that surprised me about the game was that another reason why I don't like Battle Network is that they reuse a lot of assets, because it feels like an anime video game, so it feels like a TV show. They do a lot of reuse of their characters and locations. The first thing that happens in Battle Network 6, and what really surprised me, is that the first thing that happens is that the main character moves to a completely different city. So right off the bat, it's an entirely new world, and they abandoned a lot of side characters that they kept reusing throughout the series, and I was like, wow,
Sure.
God damn it. Are they actually putting effort into the game? And yeah, they were. Like, the new levels are completely rebuilt. They're vibrant. They're interesting. And on, like, basically the TLDR for this is that Battle Network 6 is actually ending the series on an appropriately good note. Like, lots of improvements were made for the final game to make it actually an interesting story. Because, the first couple of chapters, there's not an evil team, and it's more just about the main character getting new friends and doing like school-based hijinks.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the early chapters is that the main character goes to an aquarium just to, have an aquarium day with one of his new friends. And
right.
it turned south because one of the employees at the aquarium got fired because he was being really shitty with just making really shitty shows with the animals that were just really stupid. So, in revenge, he overrides the security system of the aquarium and all the animals get out. And he said he did that just because he wanted to fuck over the aquarium.
Hold on, it's an aquarium. How do the animals get quote unquote out?
Well,
Like,
because the aquarium is plumbed into like the city's water system, so like the sharks and the piranhas, which they have at the aquarium for some reason,
they have sharks at aquariums. They have piranhas at aquariums too.
So they end up getting into like fountains and the city canals, and also on top of that, there's also there's also an elephant seal and a crocodile exhibit. So they kind of got fucked on both fronts.
That's weird. Aquariums don't normally have crocodiles or seals because those aren't they're not fish. Aquariums don't have those things.
So the ultimate reason why he did that is that he wasn't involved with an evil team. He said he wanted to make the aquarium more exciting, so he just let all the animals out. So he just wanted to dick around with the aquarium because they fired him.
Gotcha.
And at that point, I was like, you know, this is actually nice. This is a smaller scale, smaller stakes RPG. It's more about, you know, the main character kind of growing up and doing school things. So, you know, I saw a lot of improvements, especially with the game's boss fights, because Capcom can be a real dick about its difficulty a bunch of times.
It definitely can.
And surprisingly, again, they actually push the brakes on that shit, and the boss fights are actually kind of doable in one shot. Whereas, like, if you were playing this game legitimately, you might have to fucking do it like 5 times. And another problem with Battle Network is that they don't have checkpoint saves. You'll have to do like all manual saving like a Pokemon game. So you have to create your own saves. The game doesn't have safety nets for you, which is just still kind of irritating.
I mean, a lot of older games, that's just a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing. But I think they could have done it if they set their mind to it.
Especially RPGs.
Yeah, but, you know, RPGs also have save points. Like, specific save points.
Or you can just save anywhere, depending on the RPG.
I mean, I can save anywhere because, you know, obviously I'm doing this on VBA, so...
Right.
Which is kind of ironic because Battle Network 6 was like one of the last games for the GBA because they actually referenced the DS in Battle Network 6, so this was like right on the tail end of the console's death.
Gotcha.
But the other thing I wanted to say is that on top of the story being improved, they also added some mystery into the games, which they honestly never did before because they introduced this character Iris, which is this, like, basically mute girl that appears kind of randomly and points the main character to plot-relevant things. And, you know, just kind of pushes him for clues. And when he talks to her, she just says, like, really vague reasons why she's appearing, why she's helping him out. And she's not really saying anything, so we don't know why anything about her, where she came from, why she's doing anything. And then they just introduced this other character who's, you know, completely shadowed and wearing a hoodie. Just, like, no way to identify him.
Right.
And at this point, just to make a long story short, Mega Man ends up getting possessed permanently by basically the Groudon of this game. Kind of exactly that sort of shit. And because of that, at one point he mentions that if it comes to it, he will delete Mega Man and he's going to keep an eye on the main character. So that's a whole nother thing because we don't know anything about that guy other than he's just kind of a dick. So
we don't know much about him, but at least we know he's a dick.
So all this stuff starts happening and it's like at the end of the series, they actually step up to do vast improvements to something that has been just such a tedious grind. And right now, the next plot twist that came up is that a character that we're actually a part of a team with in the previous game, because I played Team Colonel for that edition. Colonel makes a reappearance in my version of Battle Network 6.
Wait, these games are versioned? Like there's like a red and a blue to these?
Yeah, they were versioned after Battle Network 3.
Oh, I did not know this.
But it's kind of exactly like Pokemon, where it's essentially the same story and the same beats, but you get like different bosses and different characters show up.
Right.
Specifically
different power-ups, maybe? I don't know, because, like, there's unique Pokemon, but you don't
get
more than one.
Yeah,
you don't get more than one guy, right? You only get to be Mega Man, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that a feature that got introduced later on in the series is called like the soul mechanic, where once you defeat specific bosses, you can actually call up the boss's power to add to yours as typical Mega Man fashion to have temporary boosts in combat. The problem with the mechanic I don't know if this is a typical Capcom thing, but they add so many restrictions to the mechanic that it's basically useless, because the thing that you have to do to use it is you have to permanently sacrifice cards in your deck to activate the power, but the power lasts for like 3 turns and then it reverts. So you do get different double souls between your versions because you're fighting different bosses.
Gotcha.
The biggest difference is probably Battle Network 5, because you do get different bosses, but the thing specific to that game is that there's this strategy game put into it for some of its quote-unquote boss encounters, and your teams are completely different between the 2 versions. But yeah, just super vast improvements. I was going to be talking about Colonel, because I played Team Colonel, and he's the leader of your anti-bad guy team in that game. He makes a reappearance at Battle Network 6, and he's working for the WWW apparently, because I just saw Beryl, who is his operator, and he says he wants to bring back the WWW for some reason.
Okay, question: are all these characters named after other Mega Man characters from other Mega Man games? Because these I feel like there's a character named Colonel in one of the X games or something.
Yeah,
I think sounds familiar too.
I think Colonel is the same Colonel from like X6, from like X5 onward, but I can't remember I can't remember the Colonel's actual name, because the character is so pointless that I constantly forgot he existed.
Is there a Beryl in other games?
No, I think Beryl is completely unique to this game.
Okay, then I have no idea.
But the thing is that the WWW is the evil team that was behind the whole original trilogy of Battle Network.
Oh, gotcha.
So now they're setting up Beryl to be a bad guy for some reason. And it's just like the story is way more interesting, it's got way more stuff happening, and like the smaller stakes of what used to be like these big grand terrorists, like it literally the premise of the game most often is a 10-year-old stops terrorist attacks.
As you do. I mean, that's basically Pokemon.
Yeah, but
in
it seems
you're a 10-year-old who stops terrorist attacks.
It seems more explicit than what Pokemon does it, because it's probably less existential than what the evil teams do, because you're not stopping like all dimensionality and all time and space like collapsing in on itself. It's more like you're stopping this guy from taking over a power plant to stop power going to all these cities, or you're putting one of your friends on an uncontrollable bus and just running that shit, like just like ruining the traffic control system of an entire city, like that sort of terrorism.
Well,
so
wait, did you just say they speed this game? Like the movie Speed, where like the bus can't stop?
Well, yeah, but it's not speed, because the way you stop the bus is that you reactivate the traffic control to stop the bus, because everything's automated.
So it's not speed where the bus can't go below a certain speed, or otherwise there's
no. It's just literally set to uncontrollable speed and let to like just crash through, just at top speed through the entire city, and you have to like chase it down to activate traffic signals that'll automatically slow the bus down.
Gotcha. That's actually a real thing that could happen too if we like automate everything. Like we risk there being methods to hack everything.
I mean, it's kind of a dumb sci-fi future, because it's honestly kind of it kind of reminded me of the metaverse concept, because the whole premise of the universe is that people are given like these online avatars that they can use to interface with the internet in like that really really stupid way where it's like, I can use my online avatar to read my emails to me, and it's like, you could just read your own emails though, but
right, there's no reason to do that.
But it only works in Battle Network because literally the entire society is constructed in a way for it to be built to do that sort of stuff.
Right.
So yeah, I've actually been having a lot of fun with Battle Network, and I'm just surprised that Capcom waited until the 11th hour to fix their series.
And now you're excited because they're coming out with the Battle Network collection games.
Oh god, I would not spend money on that. That is literally just a port of the games.
That's what it is. Just like the Mega Man ones. No, it's not just a port. There's other stuff to it.
Yeah, they're bringing back the online, and gonna probably funnel it through Nintendo Online so that you can use it better.
I mean, for Nintendo users, yeah, but it's also coming to like PC and stuff.
Yeah, at least you get the full PC control of that if it is coming to Steam.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's coming to Steam. I don't know. They touched on it very briefly during their showcase because it was mostly just a reminder that it's coming out, and then they're like, yeah, it's got like all these games, and then there's like the library to like celebrate, like like most collection games have like that library where you can go like view concept art and things like that. So like they showed that off a little bit, and then they were like, yeah, but we're gonna move on to other stuff, and then yeah.
I mean, they make it sound impressive because they're like, the collection has like 10 or 11 games in it. I'm like, yeah, because they include literally every edition of every game in it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Which, fine if you like it, but
I will say, yeah, if you like it, I think it's fine. Unlike Nintendo, it's not like they're releasing this for $60. Like,
yeah, it's probably gonna be for like half price or something.
The Capcom Fighting Game Collection, which is Capcom's most recent collection game prior to this, has like, it's got every single Darkstalkers game on it, including ones that I don't know if they ever came to America. They might have came to America in other collection games prior to this, because they've done a couple Darkstalker collection games now. But it's got all the Darkstalker games, so that's like 4 or 5 games. And then it's got Puzzle Fighter, it's got Pocket Fighter 2, it's got the robot fighting game they made, and it's got like roughly 9 to 10 games on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it only costed like, I think it only cost maybe $40 max. Otherwise, maybe it's around 30 or so. Somewhere in there. But you get 10 games, like 10 full games. And then also they all have all 10 of them have online. So if you want to fight people online, you can on literally every single one of the games.
I don't know about 40, maybe 30 for the collection if you're like super interested.
Yeah, I mean it depends on the game, but like, because you get 10 fighting games, you get online functionality, then you have there's the museum if you're interested in that, like all the concept art, which is actually pretty cool. I looked at a lot of the concept art I don't know if I looked at the concept art for all of the games in the collection pack, but I know I did for all the Darkstalker games.
Because to be fair, like if you actually go into the collection, they are long fucking games. You're gonna be probably sitting down for 10 to 12 hours each, and that's only if you do the typical thing where you just run the story. Because most, if not all, Battle Network games also have collectible extra stuff, because I think base is usually the ultimate super boss in pretty much every Battle Network game. But
Gotcha.
to get to him and the additional extra / super bosses, you also have to collect. You have to do collectibles to get the cards up to particular totals of the total amount of cards that exist in the whole game, and to get the base, you have to hit every card in the whole game to do it.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy the Battle Network collection. I own all of the Mega Man collection games up to this point, I'm pretty sure, except for the Battle Network ones. I have no interest in owning the Battle Network ones, but I have the Zero ones, I have the X ones, I have the normal ones. I don't have Mega Man 11. I'll maybe one day buy Mega Man 11.
I was gonna say I just finished 04, but then I also realized I had nothing to say about it because I cannot fucking remember how that game ended.
I don't know. You killed Sigma.
No, you didn't kill Sigma, you killed Vile, which is an even dumber name for the... Oh wait, I think you did actually kill Sigma, because I think Sigma is the boss before Vile, or I might be remembering a different game.
All I know is if it's an X or a 0 game, my money's on you kill Sigma.
No.
Even though you don't always kill Sigma, my money's on you kill Sigma.
No, you kill Sigma, and I'm mixing this up with XA because I finished that like 3 weeks ago. XA, you obviously kill Sigma. But
you kill Sigma in every X game out of curiosity? Like, I don't even know if
I believe so in some way, shape, or form. As Sigma is always killed, which is
classic.
It's classic, but it's also a reason why I don't like the X series in a small way. It's because...
No, I get it as a critique. No, I definitely also understand it as a critique.
The problem why I don't like it is that X inherently is trying to be like a bit... It's not like really dark, but it's trying to be a bit darker and a bit more serious. Like it's trying to like, especially in the later half of the series, they're trying to have like this anti-war message because Mega Man X is constantly whinging about why do we have to constantly fight things? Why do we always have to be Reploids against Reploids against humans is 0, but Reploids against Reploids, I guess. And you can't really do that if you're
Reploids versus Mavericks.
Yeah, Mavericks are always... And they also do that... They also subvert Mavericks, too, because, like, Mavericks by the point of, like, X5 basically just ends up being a term for any robot we don't like. Because
I thought it was robots with the Sigma virus.
That might have been in... That might be a thing, but...
Yeah, I thought anything with the Sigma virus is a Maverick.
I just can't remember if the Sigma virus was like a big franchise-spanning thing. But the thing that I was going to is that if your game is going to be serious, you can't have your ultimate antagonist be the same guy all the time. Because that's silly, it's absurd, and it gets ridiculous.
I mean, yes, but also, I don't take Mega Man serious, so like I like the fact that it's always Dr. Wily, and I like the fact that it's always Sigma.
Well, yeah, but X,
on which one you're playing.
X itself is trying to be taken seriously.
Like, at least a bit more serious.
Yeah, but it's like it's trying to be serious. The Wily thing works in the original series because it's not trying to be taken seriously. It's silly to fight Wily like 15 times and he constantly keeps getting away. That works because it's not trying to be a serious dour world where like there are consequences in war and stuff. It's like, no, it's a silly game about shooting evil robots and defeating the evil science man.
Because I was just gonna point out the fact that you can have like serious or at least darker toned games, or like games where it's not like, you know, funny. And have a repeating villain, because like fighting games tend to have repeating villains, and like Bison is, while not always the bad guy, almost constantly the bad guy. But like Street Fighter is not over the top trying to like have some sort of message or anything like that, or like be against war or anything like that. It's just like fighting game tournament, who's gonna win? And then thing with Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat's got an incredibly dark world. Like people fucking cut each other in half and shit, right? It's really dark, and Shao Kahn is the villain like most of the time, I think. Like I don't know, I haven't played like most of the Mortal Kombat games because I
think Shao Kahn might work more in Mortal Kombat because I think he's more of a demonic character, so he can kind of be immortal and make sense.
Kind of. So the whole plot of the Mortal Kombat games is every so many years there's a tournament between all the different like worlds. So there's like different dimensional worlds, and they all show up for this tournament, and or like they don't all have to show up for the tournament, but like the way you conquer other worlds is you have to beat that world in a tournament 10 times.
Okay.
And then you're allowed to take over the other world. And so like, but there's a certain amount of the tournaments are supposed to happen every so many years, right? So like Shao Kahn finds ways to like force it, like to bend the rules and to like force a new tournament to happen between when they're not supposed to happen. But like Shao Kahn is like the guy who conquers worlds, and so like at the beginning of Mortal Kombat's 1 story, he's already conquered like several other worlds, which is why like characters from Shao Kahn's world are very diverse. Because some of them are from worlds that were conquered. Because what happens is they get absorbed into Shao Kahn's like dimension. And yeah, Shao Kahn. The first 3 Mortal Kombat games all happen within a very brief window, even though like they're not supposed to. Because like if I recall correctly, the first Mortal Kombat game, like Liu Kang and the other Shaolin monk characters are like what did they do? They
make booze.
Well, one of them is like the ancestor to like the guy who won the tournament last time. So like right away you have, okay, these tournaments last so long that humans don't live long enough. Like that's like established that like humans won't be able to fight in more than one of these because of how long they take. Right? So like the previous victor is like the grandfather of like one of the fighters. I think Kung Lao, the character Kung Lao, is named after the previous tournament, the previous tournament's winner, who's his ancestor, who successfully prevented Shao Kahn from getting his like final victory he needed to like conquer Earth. But I know for a fact that every single Mortal Kombat game, like the humans are the same humans. Like it's not their ancestors until 10 and 11. 10 and 11 do have kid characters, but it's not so much time has passed that the kids are like the only ones alive. It's like the parents are still alive. It's just they have kids that are in their 20s, and the parents are now in their like 50s and 40s instead of like in their 20s.
Still not the appropriate timeline.
Yeah, it's still not when the tournament should happen. Now, not every Mortal Kombat game is a Mortal Kombat tournament, because 10 and 11 both aren't Mortal Kombat tournaments. But I do know a bunch of the early games, like Shao Kahn finds a way to muddy and like get the tournament going again. I don't know. If we ever want to know the story, we could go play Mortal Kombat 9, because Mortal Kombat 9 did like a
rebooted everything.
Yeah, it rebooted everything, and it plays through like a slightly different version of the first like 3 games. So like the story mode of Mortal Kombat 9 plays through like the story of Mortal Kombat 1 almost to a T. Like Mortal Kombat 1 goes basically, I think, the exact same way, with maybe only like one difference happening. And then but because of what the story is, and it's like whatever Mortal Kombat 8, whatever it was called, like, because I don't think that was called Mortal Kombat 8, but however that one ended, it was basically like everybody's dead. So like Raiden sent himself back in time, like he sent his consciousness back in time to the Mortal Kombat 1, and so like that's the premise of Mortal Kombat 9, is like Raiden knows the future now, and he's trying to find a way to prevent it, and so he like starts to change stories, like, no, last time this happened, so clearly we need to do this, right? And then Mortal Kombat 9 ends differently than Mortal Kombat 3 did, and then from that we end up with Mortal Kombat 10 and 11.
This does sound incredibly stupid.
Yeah, I mean,
because literally at that point, once you start deciding to do that, there's probably just going to be like a domino series of Raidens constantly going backwards and constantly fucking up and being like just attempting time travel fixes over and over again.
Kind of. Mortal Kombat 11, literally the villain is there because Raiden time traveled. Like, it's a time-based villain who's like, you're not supposed to fucking mess with time. And because of that, I'm just gonna fucking wreck shit. And Mortal Kombat 11, by the very end of that, does reset everything again. So, you know, if we ever get a Mortal Kombat 12, it will have to be a very different game, assuming they're going forward again. Because Mortal Kombat 11 ends with things like everybody's alive, I guess, but also the entire universe just reset completely differently. Like, the entire universe at the end of Mortal Kombat 11, like, no longer exists in the same way. Like, Raiden no longer was, like, the god of of like Earthrealm. Like he was no longer the god in charge of protecting Earth. Like that just never happened. And Liu Kang ascends to godhood during the events of 11. So like when the whole universe gets reset, Liu Kang is now a god.
Oh wow.
Because of how the very ending of Mortal Kombat 11 happens. Liu Kang ascends to a godhood. And literally reality's falling apart because of what Raiden did in 9. Reality is falling apart towards the throughout all of 11. And so it literally snapped fingers and come not a reboot. It's not like we're going back to the events of 1 for things to play differently, but this is like a reboot where like literally everything
yeah, you just started completely over.
Like you can have an entire new roster of characters, no returning characters, and the simple explanation is they no longer exist. Right? Like the main characters no longer exist because the whole universe is completely new. Like, so who knows what they'll do with the next Mortal Kombat game? But yeah. Well, what's there? Other things though that got announced this week.
Yeah, because I think I discussed the Mirage story that ended up going nowhere already. That was the one thing I had.
Yeah, there's the Nintendo Direct. What all happened at the Nintendo Direct?
We could talk about the because I saw it.
A lot of JRPGs, a lot of farm games.
A lot of farm games.
Yeah, like Harvest Moon games.
Well, like, yeah, I think Natsume is still around.
As well as an actual Harvest Moon game. Like, there's a reboot of like the first Harvest Moon game happening.
Why would you need to reboot Harvest Moon?
Or not reboot, remake of it. Where it's the same game. It's the same game, but
they're just gonna
graphics, new features, but like it's the original game again.
They're just gonna take fucking Harvest Moon and do the stupid thing, and they're gonna be like, we're gonna take Harvest Moon and turn it into Stardew Valley. Because Stardew Valley did it so much better than us, we're just gonna copy them.
Yeah. I mean, there's Stardew... I don't even know if Harvest Moon's, like, the best Harvest Moon game nowadays, because you have, like, Stardew Valley. If you're looking for other crazy things, you have, fuck, I literally bought it, and I can't remember what it's called, and I was having fun playing it. Shit, what I can't think of what it's called. What is it called? Do you know? There's a whole other series that's like Harvest Moon, but isn't Harvest... Like, it's closer to Harvest Moon than Stardew Valley is in a way. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it and remember what it's called.
We could talk about Rose gonna be getting her DLC on in Village, because I knew they were gonna make DLC for Village. I just didn't think it was gonna take this long.
Yeah,
Should we bother talking about Rose in any great detail, because it's kind of a spoiler, because Rose only gets introduced at the end of Village?
No, I haven't played it yet, so I gotta get to Village. Maybe Halloween I'll get around to playing it.
Should we say who she's related to at least?
I mean, Ethan.
Okay, so that's kind of obvious.
Like, because I've seen like the first like 20-30 minutes or so of maybe the first couple hours even of Resident Evil 8, and I know at the beginning of the story Chris Redfield runs into your house.
Oh yeah, because I think he has the baby in the intro.
Yeah, the baby.
Oh, but yeah, the baby's the whole plot for that game. Fuck, forgot.
Yeah, so at the very beginning of Resident Evil 8, Chris Redfield kicks in your front door, shoots your wife, takes the baby.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember that. I don't remember if I thought that was stupid at the beginning, or I thought it was just silly. But I did not take that intro seriously. Oh, no, the intro is fine. The thing that immediately happened after the intro was the funny part, where the fucking squad that kidnaps you is such a bunch of jabronis that they end up immediately getting into a car accident.
That could be. I don't quite fully remember, so...
I think it was actually such a bad car accident that they all died on impact. Which was fan-frickin-tastic. Just classic Resident Evil stupidity. I did see a lot. I didn't see the showcase, obviously. I just saw that,
Rune Factory! That's the name of it. Rune Factory's the
idea.
The game that was made that's similar to Harvest Moon. where you can get married and have kids and stuff, just like in Harvest Moon. Actually, one of the things they announced that it probably wasn't in the original Harvest Moon, if I had to take a guess, it's in the new like remake of Harvest Moon. First of all, it's not even called Harvest Moon. No, well, first of all, it's not even called Harvest Moon anymore because there was some copyright thing with the name. So
I think it got mangled at some point.
It's Harvest of Seasons or something like that now, or Seasons of Harvest or something like that.
That's a good name.
But anyway, one of the things that I thought was interesting and why I might look into picking up the remake is, as time goes by, your character will eventually get like older, and your kid will literally grow up to be an adult.
Yeah, that's definitely not a thing, because I think the game basically ends after you get married, and then you just kind of continue playing it, and it just keeps going.
Yeah, so this game has, not only do you get married and have a kid, but you physically get older, like you get wrinkled and gray, and like the kid becomes an adult, is like stuff they showed. And so I was like, that's kind of cool. I could get behind a game where that happens. Also things that I guarantee you weren't in the original. One, I mean, maybe you can play as a girl in the original. I don't know. You might. No. You can be gay, and you can also be non-binary. No. I was gonna say you definitely couldn't in the original, but in this remake of the original, you can be a boy or a girl. You can also be non-binary, and you can marry anybody. So like any of the romance options are for any character of any gender.
Because in the original Harvest Moon, the early Harvest Moon games, you have to remember they're very boring. They don't have a lot of options, so any of that additional stuff that we take for granted to gay, not in those games, especially not the SNES one.
That's fair. But yeah, this is a remake of like the GameCube one, I think.
Oh, I think that it honestly might be the third Harvest Moon game.
Oh, I didn't know that. I always thought the GameCube one was the first one.
No, so Harvest Moon started out on the Super Nintendo.
Oh, I lied then. But this is a remake of the one that's on the GameCube, like the.
I have it on my shelf. I just can't remember what it's called. Damn you, shelf, for being over there.
I like those games because sometimes you don't want to play like a big action-y, super amazing like killing kind of game, and
I get the appeal for the simulation games.
Sometimes you just want to run a farm.
Yeah.
I like Rune Factory because on top of running a farm, you also still can go dungeon diving. Like that's a thing. But you can also do in Stardew Valley. In Stardew Valley, you can go dungeon diving too. But it's like one super long dungeon. Rune Factory, the one I've played, which is the newest one, Rune Factory 5, you can there's like multiple dungeons you go to. And you have to go to them as part of the story. So.
To break up the tedium of farming.
Yeah, it's nice to have. I can farm, and every day I can go around, talk to all the townspeople, see what's going on in their lives. Sell my wares. Improve my house. The standard Animal Crossing kind of stuff. But then on top of it, now I can go and I can do dungeons and fight stuff with a sword and other stuff. But yeah, let's see here. But yeah, there was like multiple like.
Yeah, there were a lot of showcases that just happened.
There was 3-4 like Harvest Moon style games happening at the Nintendo Direct. But what was the big stuff that got?
There was the Disney one that apparently got completely botched and everyone didn't like.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember what else got showed off at the Nintendo Direct.
I didn't look into that one at all.
Let me see here. But I remember I was excited about a couple games that coming out.
Well, we can still talk a little bit about Rose, because the one thing I did want to talk about with Rose Winters is that after her introduction during the ending of Village, I actually have a great hope for this DLC, because apparently this isn't going to be a whole game yet. I'd imagine Rose Winters is probably going to be the protagonist for the next game. But I see a lot of potential in her. Because she kind of has a pretty good motivation. Apparently she has possibly a gimmick that's going to come up when she's now going to be, badass ass-kicking age. So, honestly, I think she probably has the best chance to be probably the next Jill Valentine of this series.
I could see that. I dig it. She looked neat in the DLC.
I'll probably pick it up because I still got Village laying around, so I could play it.
Yeah. Let's see. Octopath 2 got announced. There's a new Fire Emblem game coming out.
Yeah, they're gonna keep riding that train.
Here, a bunch of the old Mario Party games are getting added along with Pokemon Stadium stuff to the like virtual N64 console thing.
Are they bringing back the original trilogy finally?
Yeah, the original trilogy is coming, I'm pretty sure. And then Pokemon Stadiums 1 and 2 are coming, and I think they have online. So like you can play them online on the virtual console thing.
Well, as long as somehow Nintendo gets that hammered out finally, because apparently Super Mario Party started out pretty bodged from... I don't know, I was watching an old Super Mario Party stream this week where they had to abandon it like 12 minutes in because the online was just incredibly unstable for that game.
Gotcha.
At that time.
Breath of the Wild 2, we got...
Oh, yeah, I heard...
very little details on, but we got the name of it, which, like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's at least a decent name, even though that's all we got, which is Tears... I kind of want to call it Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know what the title... Because it's either going to be Tears of the Kingdom or Tears of the Kingdom. Depending on what it actually is.
I believe it's Tears of the Kingdom.
That's kind of a shame. I thought it'd be the cooler one.
Which, like, my friend said apparently it wasn't shown in England.
It wasn't shown in England?
Well, yeah, because the Queen died, and apparently you can't do shit in England right now. According to, like, multiple things I've heard, like, all sorts of stuff are just not available in England right now, out of, like, respect for the royal...
I totally forgot about that.
That's kind of dumb in my opinion. Anyway, I'm trying to remember... Oh, yeah, there's the new Spike Chunsoft game that I thought looked kind of cool.
Oh yeah, they're making their next project.
It was like Rain something. It had like Rain in the name, but it was like a cybery like noir setting, and you have like this ghost like demon girl that like I think only your character could see, that like follows you around and like helps you, and then like you're like this noir detective guy.
I mean, to be fair, I think Chunsoft might have made Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, but I might be wrong. So, but if it's true, they have done weird supernatural things before.
Yeah.
I don't know, it seems kind of odd, but maybe they can make it work. Because cyberpunk noir has been done plenty of times before, so that's well-tread ground.
Yeah, I'm trying to find...
Ironically, I think the film I watched 2 days ago, I actually did sit down to watch Blade Runner.
Where is it?
That was a fun film. I don't really understand why it's such a classic, but it was a fun yarn, and I did appreciate the what do they call it? The practical effects, because that's the big thing about that movie specifically. That it was a big showcase for the special effects team.
Let's see here. Whatchamacallit's coming.
Game concept.
Pikmin 4 got announced.
Really?
Yeah, Pikmin 4 got announced.
Surprised they're still putting that much consistent investment in it.
Bayonetta 3 is coming out next month.
I did hear about that, and
Mario
I don't know anything about it beyond that.
Mario Rabbids game is coming out next month. I'm excited for that one. I really do like the first Mario Rabbids game. Like, as much as I would think I wouldn't like it, I turned out to really like it.
No, I did like it too. I thought it had fun tactics and a good gameplay model. It's just that the whole Rabbids part of it is now it's just completely outdated. Like what their whole shtick is, the Rabbids stuff is just so outdated. It's like it adds nothing to the game.
Yeah, it's Rabbids.
But it has some jokes do land. I think the big highlight of the original was I think it's called the Maestro boss fight, because that's just it's kind of like
the Ghost Maestro one.
Yeah, it's kind of like Bowser's Inside Story, where it's so chock full of references that it's really funny. And the person doing it can actually sing, which is pretty rare in Nintendo games. even though I think this is probably more of a Ubisoft vehicle.
It is more of an Ubisoft vehicle. Yeah, I was gonna say I liked it for the most part. I don't really mind the rabbits too much. The thing that always annoys me with the rabbits or makes the rabbits like okay, this is old, is like when they make the haha butt, haha fart, haha underwear, like those kind of jokes that the rabbits
random
always
lol
do.
bullshit jokes is just it's 10 years too late.
But I can do their little chaotic bunnies, and like when they're doing like absolutely stupid stuff and they're running around crazy because something got stuck on their head and then they run into a wall or something. Like I can get a chuckle out of that or something. Like it's not comedy gold, but like
Well,
it's not
slapstick
gonna bother me. It's not gonna bother me. Typically, what bothers me or what annoys me about the rabbits or when I roll my eyes with them is when they make like the really lowbrow, like childish, like
yeah,
very childish, like butt, haha, someone's butt, haha, underwear, haha, fart, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like the good thing that rabbits can do is that slapstick is timeless if it's done well.
Yeah.
Because, comically, I don't know, hitting somebody with a giant rubber bat, isn't going to age badly.
Right. And I think I got some chuckles out of Rabbit Peach, like being like the I'm the hottest person in the room, like motif that she had, or she's like, yeah, I'm the best. She's like on her phone all the time. I got chuckles out of that.
Yeah, the Instagram star thing.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm excited to see, the rabbits come back.
Well, in typical Ubisoft fashion, like I said, I did really like the original Rabbids Kingdom Battle. I'd probably give it an 8.5, a 9 if I was pressed.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'd give it 8.5, 9.
But typically, I'm not excited for their games because Ubisoft games are typically very safe.
Fair.
And they're not all that exciting. It's more just like, oh, it's going to exist, and I might pick it up.
Yeah, I'm excited for it just because I was not I think I bought it on a whim because it was like on sale or something, and I was like, you know what, I'll try it. Like Mario XCOM gameplay, that sounds like it might be fun, and then I had a blast with the gameplay, the gameplay and the levels, to the point where you can tell me yeah, there's more levels for that game coming out essentially, and I'm interested. Maybe the humor is not gonna land, maybe the story is gonna be really bland or something. I don't care, because I don't care about the story of the first game all that much.
It's not much of a story, to be honest.
There's not much of a story. You're just there's the one that got the goggles stuck on his face, and then he shoots lasers by accident that fuse people together and stuff. And it's just a bunch of chaos happening because the rabbits fell into the Mario universe, and so you're just kind of trying to deal with that to the best of your ability, and it's just fun, level after level gameplay that's really fun, and you have all these different characters you can use. And the only disappointing part of the first game, if I could change anything about the first game, is even if it was just after you beat the game this finally unlocks, I would be okay with it. Let me not use Mario.
Oh yeah, you're forced
limited,
to use them. You're
limited on how many characters you can use at a time, and you have to use Mario on top of that. Sucked. So it was just a big letdown when it's hey, you have 8 characters you can use, because you have Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Yoshi, and then you have the Rabbid variants of each of them as well. So you have 8 characters, but you have to use Mario. So out of the remaining 7, you only at any given time get to use 3. So I would really like it if I could use all 4 Rabbids, or if I could maybe not use Mario through it would give the game a replay value in my mind, because I played through the game with these 4. I could go through the game again and use the ones I didn't use. That could be cool. But the fact that you always have to use Mario kind of sucked. Even though he's one of the best characters. I think Luigi's the best character in that game, mechanically. But
I don't remember it being an issue in my playthrough, but then again, the thing with that game is that comparatively it's so easy that it doesn't really matter.
Right.
But
I tried 100%ing the levels and like getting all the like 3 stars and stuff like that.
The gameplay is definitely what saves it, because for being an XCOM ripoff, it is a pretty decent one, because it's actually got interesting tactics, and it's not going to have all the features of XCOM, but what it does have is very well put together.
Yeah, and it has some fun, things that I liked were like you can, the tossing, but then you can like land on enemies Mario style to like do damage to them, and I thought that was fun. And yeah, and I'm excited to see how they expand on it, because we have, more new characters, because now we have, like, Rabid Rosalina is going to be a character in this one. I think Bowser is a playable character in the new one. Yeah, there's a Rabid Rosalina, and she's got, like, a Luma stuffed animal that she carries around, and from, like, the couple trailers I've seen of it, like, Rabid Peach is like really jealous of her.
But
so I feel like I could get some chuckles out of that.
To be 100% honest, Rabid Rosalina might actually work, because Rosalina, the character, is so insanely boring that she's basically the white noise as a person. They might actually give Rabid Rosalina an actual personality that might be fun to see work.
Yeah, so that game comes out next month too, and that's I'm definitely gonna buy that and play it. Right when it comes out. Yeah, and then let's see here. There's the PlayStation thing that I personally found the PlayStation thing really boring. The state of play they did this week. I don't even remember anything that was on it that I was like super impressed by.
It was also one of the first ones, so I'd imagine that's probably the easiest one to forget. I have nothing to add to the Sony one.
It was Nintendo Direct, and the next day it was the state of play, but the state of play was like the Nintendo Direct was like 40 minutes long. The state of play was like maybe 20 minutes long and only had like 10 games in it. Yeah, it only had like 10 games that they went over.
Dang.
So like the fact, like, I feel like part of what saves the Nintendo Direct is, like, yeah, there's not a lot of stuff that, like, there's stuff there that doesn't interest me. In fact, probably on a percentage level, most of it didn't interest me, but they had enough things that there were some things I was interested in. Like, there's, maybe, like, 4 to 5 things out of all the things they showed that I was interested in. But with the state of play, they only showed off 10 games. And if I wasn't interested in any of those 10 games, then, welp. Guess, whatever.
Well, time to get out, bitch.
So, like, I think there was like a samurai game maybe they showed off that I was like, that looks neat, and then other than that, that was about it. And I like, there's enough samurai games now that, like, I don't think I really, like, put it in my head, because I'm like, yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is, like, a samurai game that's on my radar that I want to play eventually, and then there's, like, the Neo games that I probably will get play eventually. So, like, there are samurai games that I already have like planned to play, so like another one doesn't necessarily might be neat, isn't like necessarily going to be so cool that I'm gonna be like, yeah, let me get that shit right now. It's like, Ghost of Tsushima is coming to the PC sometime, if I recall correctly. Like, it's been announced to be coming to the PC, so like just gotta sit and wait for that, and once that comes out, I'll just play that, and I'll probably get Samurai Fix there.
So at least it can be more important than Bloodborne.
Yeah, the Capcom one was definitely the one I was the most excited for, and it paid off. I forget all of the titles Capcom went through. Let's see here. They did Resident Evil 8, as well as Resident Evil 4 Remake. They did that, what is it called?
I wonder if they're going to take out all of the QTEs from Resident Evil 4 and try to rework them.
No idea, but the multiplayer dinosaur like arena thing, like PvE game that you might have seen that Capcom's making, the new IP. They showed off some stuff with that. I forget what it's called, but it's one that I'm gonna like wait to hear. If it comes out and it's really good and people are loving it, I'll probably pick it up and I'll play it and I'll probably have fun. If it comes out and it's maybe it's fun but not so fun that it's the talk of the town, maybe I'll skip it. But it's a new IP by Capcom where it's like you're in these like not mech suits, but you're like in these suits, these like metal suits that power you up. and give you like cool powers, and all the different suits do different things. And you fight waves after waves of these dinosaurs that are getting pulled through like time anomalies. And so like you and other players, because it's like a multiplayer game, fight these like waves of dinosaurs. So like if it's fun, that could be neat. I gotta try it. But yeah, they had some stuff on that. They had a little bit on the Capcom, or not the Capcom, the Mega Man collection of the Battle Network games.
They actually put that on the showcase?
I mean, they had like a little bit of it, just kind of like reminding people it was coming out because it was Capcom's own showcase of all of their stuff. So there was no new announcement. It was just further detail on everything that we know of Capcom's that's coming out, which is fair because there are a lot of Capcom things like coming out. So like for one company like that, of here's what we're making, like they have enough stuff that's on the horizon that I wasn't expecting anything new. I just wish I could remember everything that was there.
Yeah, but I didn't think it would be showcase worthy.
I mean, it was like the briefest thing they touched on in the showcase. So like, Monster Hunter Rise updates, they talked about that. They talked about Monster Hunter Rise for a bit, and like new monsters that are coming as part of an update to that. I enjoyed the Monster Hunter games; those are pretty fun. They talked about Exoprimal. That's the name of the game, the dinosaur game. Yeah, they talked about Resident Evil 8, Resident Evil 4. They didn't talk about Dragon's Dogma 2. That's a game that we know that they're making that's coming out. They talked about that might be everything.
Oh, cool! Summoning Salt just put out a new video.
Yeah, I think they talked about those 5 games, but they revealed a lot of Street Fighter 6. We got Ken gameplay, we got E Honda gameplay, we got Dhalsim gameplay, as well as their reveals for the game. We got the story mode, where you create your own character and you go through the story as your own created character, where you like get trained by all the Street Fighter characters, and it looks rather extensive. To put it plainly, it was revealed that this Street Fighter game will have the most varied, like most amount of stuff to do out of like it's a shit ton of stuff to do. Like it's definitely the most amount of game modes that have ever been in a Street Fighter game, and like I will say it's debatable because I would have to check literally every fighting game that's ever come out. But I feel like as of right now, from what I know, it might have the most amount of content of like any fighting game that's ever come out. Because things you can do in the new Street Fighter game. There's like an open world, you explore the world as your own, make a character, and you get into fights and you go through this story where you meet Street Fighter characters and they train you, right? We don't.
Sure.
That's the thing. They clearly used. The character creator is very in depth, which is kind of crazy, but it's very in depth because I can see that they built it on top of the Monster Hunter character creator. So in Monster Hunter, you can create your own character however you want them to look, and it looks like they built upon that for the Street Fighter one. In fact, in the information when they talked about it, they said that they did say that like they built it because of stuff that Capcom already had that they could build on. So yeah, they definitely, like, you can see that they it's an improved upon thing from the Monster Hunter, but it's pretty crazy how like creative you can be with your characters. There's like plenty of gear to collect for your guy to wear. You have your normal traditional arcade mode you can play, as well as that story mode, and we don't know how big that story mode is going to be necessarily, but it's from what we've seen of gameplay stuff, it's a big open city that you can explore and stuff. They introduced like fun versus modes that aren't like traditional fighting games, so like that have like crazy things. So like one is like Tekken does this too, and has done this, where like there's like bombs that fall in between you, and you can like kick the bombs like balls over to the other side to like hurt them and win that way. There's one where you can only hurt you score points on your opponent for knocking them down versus like hurting them, and then like a bull will like occasionally like rush through the battlefield and you have to dodge it, otherwise risk getting knocked down and thus giving your losing a point and stuff like that. So they have like all these different like fun little versus modes that are more casual that got added, that all have these unique gimmicks. You have the online battle arena or like online battle hub that has online tournaments that they'll be hosting, so you can join online tournaments to fight. You can also like meet other players there and fight them online, albeit it's not the main online experience, because there's a separate online experience that's for like your ranked ladder and stuff. As it's just your normal matchmaking, but then like in this battle hub, it's like a lobby where like a bunch of players load in. So like when you're hanging out there for whatever reason, other players will be there, and there's arcade cabinets there that you can play old classic Capcom arcade games on. To what extent, I don't know, like how many will be there and things like that, but like the fact that in Street Fighter 6 you can also just play like a shit ton of the old Capcom arcade games, like at least I assume a good number of them, because they showed Final Fight, they showed Street Fighter 2, right? So like that's gonna be a thing. And then you have like your traditional versus, ranked online ladder, and like a casual online, game mode that just like matchmaking, so you can play that. They ended up revealing, because they did 2 different showcases for the Street Fighter. They did the one that was part of the whole Capcom showcase, and then the following day they did one that was entirely just Street Fighter 6. They show that the training mode's very extensive, and like this is probably one of the best fighting games for training and like learning how to play fighting games, because like they actively put like 2 bars so that like when you're hitting buttons in the training mode, you can see where the frames end, and so like you can essentially see when the opponent can hit a button and when you can't hit a button because you're like still recovering from an attack. So like can help you learn combos, because you can see if there's like a gap between hitting buttons. So like, oh, that wasn't a true combo, right? You'll be able to see that and things like that. You'll be able to kind of see that frame data, which will be really useful, especially for new people. Like I will probably hopefully improve with the Street Fighter because of it. They also ended up showing off the whole roster, partially probably because it leaked. Like I'm almost positive the reason why. You might remember back when we were playing the magical girl.
Yeah, I think you mentioned this during Clock Tower 3, the tail end of it.
Yeah, actually, I think it was like somewhere in the middle of it. But yeah. So
we only did 3 episodes.
Oh yeah, then it was probably either late in episode 1 that I brought it up, or episode 2 maybe. But like, the entire roster back in June, when like the first information of Street Fighter 6 came out, leaked. And so they while they didn't like go over all the characters' name and be like, this is this character and here's their gameplay, they like, when they showed the game, like they showed like the first like 5 minutes of the story mode, like the first little bits of the story mode off and on the Capcom Day, and like the opening cinematic of the story mode that they showed literally shows all the characters in the game. Like, so like we know they're all there, even though Capcom hasn't officially gone and been like, yeah, Zangief's in the game, here's his footage. Like we've just seen photos in the game of a whole roster like photo, like group shot, and Zangief's there, and anybody who's there recognizes him as Zangief. But there's no like official page on the website.
Yeah, it's kind of hard
like,
to miss Zangief.
Yeah, but there's no like thing on the website that's like, here, check out Zangief. But like there's that picture that has Zangief in it. And they probably did that because at this point, like, what people are more interested to see depending on the character, because some characters we actually did get gameplay footage of that leaked. Like there's Cammy gameplay footage I know out there that I've seen that leaked back when the roster leak. One thing we learned now because of that original art leak, because the leak I may have even sent to you is just like it's just like the shot of the like not the in-game models or anything, but just like the like concept art, not concept art, but like the art like that might be on like the character select screen or something like that, like, right, of all the characters in the game. It turns out 4 of those characters are DLC. The characters themselves probably aren't there probably isn't an in-game model for them yet. They'll probably still need to be worked on by the time the game comes out. But the game will be launching with 18 characters, which for fighting games is pretty like around the
it's
standard. Like,
respectable.
yeah, the golden number to try to hit on release, and my opinion as well as a lot of other people's opinions, it's roughly around 20. Like, if you're gonna have a roster of fighting game characters, that golden number where like, this is good. 20. We have 18, which is the most.
The new golden number isn't 78.
I mean, only for like the only games where people expect that is like Smash Brothers and stuff like that.
Well, there is still that weird fucking Mortal Kombat game that tried to do the same thing.
Maybe.
That was back in like 04 or something.
Yeah, Street Fighter 5 has, at the end of its career, Street Fighter 5 has 45 characters, I want to say. It's got 40-something characters in it, and at the very end here, it launched with 16 characters. Street Fighter 5 launched with 16 characters. Street Fighter 4, the console edition, launched with, I forget exactly how many characters, but I think it launched with it might have launched with 20 characters. However, when it first came out, it was the arcade. It was in arcades only, and I think then it only had it had like 14 characters or something like that. And so like at launch, at like first playableness, this will be the first Street Fighter with the most number of characters. The roster was pretty respectable. There's a handful of new characters. The returning characters are all fan favorites. I will state it's really hard to fuck up returning fan favorite characters when you just grab the roster from 2, which is what they did. Like, the entirety of all the returning characters are from Street Fighter 2, with the exception of Juri from Street Fighter 4. I believe off the top of my head, she is the only returning character that isn't from Street Fighter 2. I might be wrong. People
actually like her then?
What? Yeah, no, she immediately became beloved to the point where like she kind of feels like she was from Street Fighter 2 nowadays. Like, she kind of just like fit with them. Yeah, so all the returning characters are from Street Fighter 2. On the leaked footage, there were 3 characters not from Street Fighter 2 out of the returning characters. And that was Rashid, who was introduced in Street Fighter 5 and is also like a great character that a lot of people love. Juri from Street Fighter 4 and Ed from Street Fighter 5, who had like he's cool, but like his design was very like not well received, but his new design kind of fits his personality more. And he's a character that they were very clearly in 5 setting up to be like story relevant, because he's a clone of Bison who kind of starts out on his own and like in his story mode ends up creating a group that's called Neo Shadowloo, which is like because in 5 Bison finally gets defeated once and for all. So in theory, like he's going to be important going forward because he's the new leader of what is the new Shadowloo. Whether what that group does or is, we don't necessarily know, because it's not Shadowloo. It's not like he took the reins from Bison after Bison died. He created his own group from the ground up, but the group's name is Neo Shadowloo. Yeah, but we now know, because of the official roster being shown, that Rashid, Ed, and Akuma are the DLC are 3 of the DLC characters, and then 1 of the brand new characters is also going to be DLC. So yeah, so we have 7 new characters if you count Luke as a new character, which is like he's not, but he is, because the very last DLC character to 5 was a quote unquote character that's being shown because they're going to be part of the future of Street Fighter, and it was Luke. And then Luke's like the guy who is training your character in the story. So he's like your character's first like master in the story that's like training him. So he's like kind of one of the forefront characters for the new story mode.
Yeah, so Luke is the character that they introduced to the last game 5 seconds before they threw it out the window.
I mean, yes and no, because there's been 2 competitive like circuits that like yearly circuits that Luke's been in. So Luke's been around for a while now. I'm pretty sure he was in Capcom Cup 2021, and he's going to be in. He's actively being played right now in Capcom Cup 2022. So like he's been around for like a year or 2 now, but he was the very, very, very last character put in the game, and he was put there and stated to be like he's the hint at 6, like he's the showing of what 6, like a character from 6. So like in my mind that makes him more of a character to 6 than he is a character to 5, because his whole point was to be released as a preview to 6. And so in my mind that makes him more a part of 6 than it does of 5.
Yeah, but if he's on 5 for 2 years, then
right,
I'd say he's on that game.
Yeah, that's also fair. Like, if someone at the end of the day is like, nah, he's from 5, I'm like, all right, fine, he can be from 5. It's just he's in this weird middle ground. But yeah, so there's 6 new characters then if Luke doesn't count, and then there will be 12 then returning characters if we count Luke in the returning characters. With Luke and Jury then being the 2 returning characters who aren't from Street Fighter 2. In fact, once Akuma gets released, they'll have the entire playable roster from Street Fighter 2 minus the Shadowloo bad guys. So no Balrog, no Vega, no M. Bison, no Sagat. And then the only character they'll be missing other than those 4 like bosses will be Fei Long. Yes, I think it's been so long since I played Street Fighter 4, and I know he's a fan favorite, but he's not my fan favorite, so I have to actually check. Yeah, it's Fei Long. Okay, I was right. I was like, the Bruce Lee, and it's likely we'll never see Fei Long again. Apparently, there's like an issue with Bruce Lee's like family. Like,
yeah, they're trying to keep his rights to themselves.
Yeah, they're trying to shut down like a lot of characters who are based off of like very clearly based off of Bruce Lee and like not much different, and like basically every fighting game from like the 80s and 90s has a character who's literally just Bruce Lee by a different name. Like they literally look similar to Bruce Lee. Like Liu Kang, the lead character of Mortal Kombat, is very similar to Bruce Lee. He might be different enough. Fei Long just literally looks like Bruce Lee. Like you could just put a picture of Bruce Lee and like imagine if we did him in the Street Fighter art style, and then like you get Fei Long. So like it sounds from like what I understand, we probably won't be seeing Fei Long anytime soon. Which in my opinion sucks, because I kind of think it's really cool that the entire roster of Street Fighter 2 minus the 4 boss characters will be in 5 boss characters, because Akuma was technically never like a playable character, will be like they'll be in the launch because Akuma's DLC, but like we'll probably, if I had to take a guess, we'll probably get maybe Sagat and like some of maybe we'll get Vega and Balrog later. I don't think we'll get Bison just because he's supposed to be dead, but that hasn't stopped things before, so maybe sometime down the line we'll get M. Bison. But I think it'd be really cool to have the Street Fighter 2 cast, like everybody in Street Fighter 2 in a game. Like that hasn't happened since T-Hawk's also not in the game. My bad. It looks like T-Hawk has a potentially one of the new characters seems to have design elements that come from T-Hawk. So they might be just retiring T-Hawk because I don't know, they could probably do better with Native American representation, because T-Hawk's like a white dude basically. Like to me he looks like a white dude, and I think to a lot of people T-Hawk just looks like a white dude, but he's supposed to be Native American. And so like I think they're replacing him with a new person that will probably like turn out to be like his daughter or like his niece or something, who knows. But there's like a new girl from Mexico, which is where T-Hawk's from, and she's got the Native American feather just like T-Hawk does in her outfit, so she's probably related to T-Hawk. Anyway, so T-Hawk's not returning either. So the 2 characters from Street Fighter 2 that we're missing is T-Hawk and Fei Long. I think Street Fighter 4 has all of the characters from Street Fighter 2 in it, and I personally think Street Fighter 4 has the best roster out of any Street Fighter game. I think to make a strong Street Fighter roster, the best thing to do is just put all the characters from Street Fighter 2 in them. Like, to make a good Street Fighter roster, put all the characters from 2 in there. and then some new characters for the new game, and then build from there. Because like while we all love alpha characters and we all love some characters from Street Fighter 3, the characters everybody will always agree on are like everybody's favorite are almost all from there's a couple from the alpha series that are like gotta be their kind of characters, like Sakura and in my opinion Cody. I don't know if everybody shares the opinion in Cody, but Sakura kind of has to show up in everything. Juri from 4 is one of those characters nowadays that has to show up in everything. I'm sure I'd be shocked if we don't eventually get Sakura in the new game as a playable character, especially because like the new game seems to be doing something they did in 3 as well, albeit not to the same extent in 3, because like literally the original 3 only had Ryu and as the like Ryu and I think maybe Chun-Li. I don't remember if Chun-Li was in the original first release of 3, like the very first version of 3. But the first version of 3, because it was new generation, had like an entirely new roster for the most part. Like literally every character was brand new. And I feel like they're doing a similar thing with the concept of new generation. Because I feel like a lot of the new characters do feel like they're the younger people, and like a lot of our returning characters look and feel older and like more mature than they used to be. And this new game, Street Fighter 6, does take place at the end of the timeline finally. So now we're finally at a game that takes place after Street Fighter 3. So yeah, it makes sense that they're kind of doing the new generation concept again. So, but I feel like Sakura has to return because she's a young character. Like she's like a high school girl that like was super like in love with Ryu, or like super admired Ryu, and like taught herself a similar fighting style to him. I feel like putting her in the game as an adult now makes sense. Like, age her up and put her in the game. That just makes sense.
So Capcom have finally sat down and learned their lesson from Street Fighter 5?
Yes, it appears as of right now, we'll knock on wood, but it does look like Street Fighter 6 is a huge improvement on Street Fighter 5. Now, given I will state the fighting game division has been handed over to new leaders since Street Fighter 5. Towards the very last season of Street Fighter 5, like last DLC season, was the first thing like spearheaded by these new guys, and it had absolute like every character in that DLC with the exception of like Luke, who was like, to make a joke that's actually also real, his reception was lukewarm. Like when Luke got added as the last character, especially because they like kept it secret. Like they revealed like all of the characters that were part of it except for the last character, and they're like, well, we'll learn that one, and I'd like extra dates. So, like everyone expected it to be something super fucking crazy, and like they were right that it was like a lot of people were guessing like, oh, it's gonna be a Darkstalkers character, and they're gonna announce a new Darkstalkers. This is like that's the most unreal one. But like some people were like, oh, it's gonna be a character from rival schools, because even though there was a character from rival schools in that last group, and like it's still gonna be they're gonna share it with the announcement of new rival schools game. Well, that didn't happen, but like it was Luke with the announcement of this is the future of Street Fighter. Like this will be a character in Street Fighter moving forward. So like it came with that we knew 6 was on the horizon. Even though at that time we still hadn't had an announcement of 6.
Well, you knew 6 was eventually gonna happen.
Yeah, no, it was no matter what. But yeah, so it looks like the game is good. It's under the new spearhead. They're younger guys.
No,
right?
Our premier fighting game is going too successfully. Let's shit can it right now.
Right? Are literally one of Capcom's probably biggest money makers. Like, let's be real. It's like their big flagship titles.
Put it in the shredder.
Resident Evil, Monster Hunter, Street Fighter. Like those 3 titles print Capcom's like most of their money.
Yeah, would you have ever believed that Monster Hunter would be their big portfolio hit?
Oh yeah, Monster Hunter was probably, if I had to say right now what game Capcom sells that's making them the most money, I would say it's probably Monster Hunter, not gonna lie. Like I'm almost positive Monster Hunter makes way more money than Street Fighter's. Out of the 3 I listed, Street Fighter probably makes the least amount of money because it's a fighting game and thus it appeals to a smaller crowd just innately.
Yeah, like that one really grew out of its PS2 days.
But like Monster Hunter is huge. Like Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise are these huge games that like people just absolutely love, and they get they get years of additional content, just like Street Fighter and stuff do, and like the expansions to them are these huge expansions that had like a large number of stuff to do and things like that. And those games just have a ton of stuff to do. And then like Resident Evil's your classic, like everybody loves the horror game, and like Resident Evil 7 and 8 were huge. So like, those were good. Resident Evil 2 remake was huge. Resident Evil 3 remake was okay.
Yeah, that's probably best not to bring that up.
I was gonna say, it was just Resident Evil 4 remake will probably be just as well received as Resident Evil 2 remake, assuming, like, knock on wood again because we don't fully know. But yeah, Street Fighter 6.
I imagine Resident Evil 4 remake is gonna probably be a hard project to fuck up.
Yeah. Street Fighter 6 looks to be like an amazing game that will be really well received. People who've already gotten to play it have talked about how fun it is, right? People who've gotten to play it because they were at EVO or they had a booth, or they were at Tokyo Game Show and had a booth, or they're like streamers and stuff who are popular enough to be invited by Capcom to go literally go to Capcom USA's office and like play it. Like, so they did the whole like Tokyo Game Show like thing that they showed on Thursday, where they showed Capcom did their showcase and it ended with like Street Fighter, and they showed that Ken and stuff is. That same day, Maximilian Dude got flown to Capcom's like American office, and he was able to capture like multiple videos worth of footage of playing the new build of Street Fighter 6 with Ken in it. So like, and he's talking about how great the game is, right? And how excited he is, and yeah, everybody's excited because every time they reveal things, it's like what people want. Like every single time they've revealed things, like what? You have a shit ton of modes, and it's not like Street Fighter 5 where it has absolutely nothing for casuals. Because like Street Fighter 5 launched with like no arcade mode, the story mode wasn't done yet, and it was on its way, but it wasn't out yet. And like so, like you basically only had versus mode and online versus. So it's like cool. If you want to be really competitive, you have that. But like Street Fighter 6 is gonna have like the story mode, which once again we can't say exactly how long or big it's gonna be, but like it's like an open world make your own character adventure thing, so I imagine it's gonna have some meat to it, right? I don't think it's gonna be like 3 hours and you're done or anything like that. I think it'll be a little longer.
It does sound extensive. Sounds like they put a lot more into it than you usually get from these sorts of things.
Right, and it's like you explore the city, and they showed in the video footage on Thursday that like some of the moves you'll learn from characters you can use to travel the environment and stuff. So like, oh, you learned Dhalsim's teleport, cool. Now you can teleport this past this water, like this like river ledge to get to like the other side. You can use Dhalsim's teleport to get over there. Or, hey, you decided to train under Chun-Li instead of Dhalsim? Well, it's a good thing Spinning Bird Kick literally helicopters you, because now you can, like, jump across that gap with Spinning Bird Kick instead. Or, oh, hey, there's this thing you need to break in front of you? Well, it's a good thing you learned Hadoken, right? So, like, there's things they did where you can go learn things to traverse the environment. So, like, with that, I mean, it means there's more stuff to do, and who knows, but it's something to do. And then you have like the fun game modes for casuals and like non-casuals too, but the more casual game modes where like it's you score points by knocking down your opponent. You don't have to do an impressive thing, and then like the bull runs through and you have to try to dodge it. And there's like a game mode that they haven't like shown off exactly what it is in the gimmick, and like the different gimmicky, like, because they literally are calling them gimmicks, the game modes with things like the bull where you score points by knocking down. That's the one they showed off. Like we actually saw gameplay of that, and they explained how that one worked. But we saw brief gameplay of some other ones, and other ones included like, it looked like a Simon Says thing where like the game tells you to do something, and if you don't do it you get shocked, or like if you don't do it in time you get shocked, but you have time to like try to mess with your opponent and like prevent your opponent from being able to do it by like hitting them with attacks or something. And then if you get shocked you lose health. There was one where there's the bomb one where you throw bombs back and forth at each other by like attacking the bombs to like kick them like a soccer ball. And you score points if they blow up on like your opponent's side. There was one that I'm curious exactly how it works, that used like the Mega Man enemies with the miner hats on with like the green plus sign on him.
Yeah,
those little guys that like stuck out of the ground. What?
Your Metours.
Yeah, there's some game mode that has them in
Metals.
them. There's like one of the gimmick game like fight modes has them in them. Like you throw them at each other. There's like those Mega Man guys are there.
Okay.
So like I'm curious how that game mode works because like we briefly only saw it, but in that game mode like the health bar is tethered together like, and it looked like as you do whatever you need to do like you move your color towards the opponent's side. So like, you know, one half of the bar at the beginning is blue, one half of the bar is red, but as you do the thing you need, like more of the bar becomes your color. And so like you push it back and forth against each other in like a tug of war style thing, and it involves these Mega Man enemies, but we don't exactly know the extent of that. Another one of the gimmick game modes was no, I think that's it. I think they showed off those 4. There's the electric one, the soccer ball exploding ones, the one that had the Mega Man enemies, and then like the bull one where you score points by knocking your opponent down. And then occasionally like a matted, you know, running of the bulls in Spain. Bull comes running through and knocks you down. Oh, another reason why the game mode might be largish, knock on wood, is the fact that according to what they said about the story mode, is not only do you travel around Metro City, which like which is like New York City and Street Fighter, all of what we've seen so far is just stuff in Metro City. They stated you do go to other countries around the world because it's Street Fighter and you have to, you know, it's
a global tournament.
It's a global tournament, so like we'll likely get to go to some of the bigger countries. You know, if Blanca's in the game, Blanca's current story mode thing or story path that he's on in his life in this game is he's a tour guide for the Amazon rainforest now. Like he's that's what he's doing now. You know, green gorilla guy, because he grew up in the Amazon rainforest because he got there. I think, was it a plane crash? Anyway, doesn't matter. Blanca grew up in the Amazon rainforest, and now he's a tour guide to the Amazon rainforest. So like, well, he's one of the playable characters in the game, and to what I can tell, the playable characters in the game will be the people who teach you their fighting style, and that's how your player character gets their fighting style. So in order to learn Blanca's fighting style, you presumably have to go to Brazil, because that's where he is, right? So like, we'll probably get to go to Brazil, definitely probably get to go to Japan and China, probably Russia. Everybody else, they can probably find a reason to like put them someplace else.
Sure.
So, like those are the big countries. Because there's a lot of, I think there's, let's see here. Street Fighter has characters from literally almost every country nowadays. That's not true. Oh, every continent at the very least, with the exception of Antarctica. But the most amount of characters are from America. A lot of the characters definitely could have reasons to not be in their home countries. Like DJ doesn't have to be in Jamaica. Cammy doesn't have to be in England. Zangief technically doesn't even have to be in Russia, but I know there's multiple characters from Russia in the new game. There's at least 2, because one of the new characters is from Russia. There is multiple characters from Japan, China, and Russia and America, I think, are the ones that have multiple characters in them. Other than that, you have like one from Brazil, one from Saudi Arabia, one from Mexico. You know, classic Street Fighter. There's people from every country because, at this point,
it's as multicultural as it needs to be.
Yeah, basically, because I'm trying to think. Because for the longest time, the only place they didn't have a character from was the Middle East. And then Rashid got introduced in Street Fighter V, and he's from Saudi Arabia.
Well, what about space? Maybe they're being racist against space people.
You're right.
Bring down one of the moon men.
There are no space people in Street Fighter, last I recall. There are people who, at a glance, if you didn't know where they were from, you could say maybe they're moon people. But
this
you're right.
This is my
there
contribution
are no moon
to this conversation. Suggesting
yeah.
that you get moon people.
Because Street Fighter 3 introduced... I think she's from... Is she from Nigeria? No, I think she's from Kenya. Elena is from Africa, but I don't remember which African country. She was in
Capcom, just say she's from Africa. It doesn't matter.
No, she's from a specific country. I just don't remember which one. I want to say it's Kenya or it's Nigeria. I don't know which one though. Rashid got introduced in Street Fighter V. He's from Saudi Arabia, albeit his stage is Mumbai, and I still don't understand that because Mumbai is not in Saudi Arabia.
It's not.
Someone
ducked up.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he decided to like his character fits Mumbai though. Like he has like tech stuff, and like to his character and stuff. So like it feels like I feel like saying he's from the United Arab Emirates makes more sense. But the flag that's with them, I'm pretty sure is the Saudi Arabian flag. Last I checked, because I remember going like, I don't think that's the flag to the United Arab Emirates. And then like I looked up flags of the Middle East, and it was Saudi Arabia.
Well, someone screwed up the research.
Yes. The flag that's with that's with him is the Saudi Arabian flag. Anyway, yeah, we got him, and then they introduced Minette in Street Fighter V as well. Minette's from Egypt, so she's from Northern Africa. So we have another African character. France got a character in Street Fighter 4. It seems weird that France took it to Street Fighter 4 to get a character from France. I'm pretty sure Abel is the first character from France, and he's from Street Fighter 4. Although we're getting a new French character in the new game, Lily, I believe her name is. We're also getting an Italian character, which, like, shit you not, might be the first Italian character. I am not sure. Which to me is crazy. Like, wait, what? There's not an Italian character in Street Fighter prior to Street Fighter 6, but no, one of the new characters has the Italian flag, and I'm pretty sure she's the first Italian character. I don't know. Most of the characters are Japanese or American. Like, that's literally, like, almost, like, probably, like, a third, if not more than a third of the characters are American combined with Japan. Like, if you take the characters from those two.
Most of the Street Fighter characters are from places that Capcom has heard of.
Right.
So, are there any other...
If you can't tell, by the fact that I won't shut up about it.
So are there any other showcases that you can report from?
Not that I caught. I watched the State of Play, I watched Capcom's because of course I did, and then I watched the Nintendo one. So
we are the Capcom podcast.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, because both you and I seem to enjoy Capcom to different extents and for different reasons, but you know, we both for the very much still enjoy our Capcom games.
Yeah. I'm not much of a fanboy because I can see their flaws, and
I mean,
I let them get to me.
I definitely state that they have flaws, and that specifically they had a really bad set of years.
Yeah, I don't know why they sat down and they were like, "Yep, we're doing 5 Mega Man games this year during 2005," and I'm like, "No, you just screwed up. Thanks."
Yeah, there was a quote unquote Capcom Dark Age, right? That happened, right? And we
ironically
eventually
that wasn't part of the Capcom Dark Age because I don't think it extended into OT5.
No, I don't think the year they made 5 Mega Man games was Capcom Dark Ages. But they were literally they literally had 2 Street Fighter games competing with each other at one time. Like that happened, and that was before the Capcom Dark Ages too. Back in the arcade days, they pumped out just tons of shit. And most of it was good and fun. A lot of times you could see reused assets, but it was still fine.
Yeah, you don't want to do that because you're just shooting yourself in both feet.
I mean, for the arcade games, it worked for the fighting games and stuff.
Yeah, arcades might make that work better.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is one of the everybody's favorite fighting games of all time. It's one of the best fighting games of all time. Almost all of its sprites are reused assets.
Huh, that's actually kind of impressive.
Yeah, well, because Capcom was really smart with that, with their fighting games and stuff. When it came to making certain fighting games, or fighting games that were the crossover ones, they would reuse assets from other games they had out at the time that had those characters in them. So like they would use they'd use this sprite from Alpha, or they used this sprite from the one that looks the worst is in Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Spider-Man.
They reused not Spider-Man. They reused in one of the Marvel vs. I think it's 2, but in one of the Marvel vs. Capcom games they reused Morgan's sprite from Darkstalkers, and there's a very clear generational like graphics got better. So like you can see that her sprite stands out as being significantly like it doesn't look like it should belong. Like it's that crazy of a difference.
Yeah, it's literally a generation behind what they're trying to do.
But like games still, as long as the game's still fun, those fighting games still work. Even though from time to time that would happen, where, like one of the sprites was definitely like significantly older looking. And then there was some new sprites in there. Like there was always some new sprites, but like it was a way that they could pump out these games a lot faster, and make money.
Which, they got something out of it at least.
Yeah, because how Capcom, how the arcade games make money is you sell the arcade cabinet. So it's about trying to entice arcades to buy the cabinet. Because after you sell the cabinet, all the quarters aren't going to you. That's going to the arcade. So.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to pump out as many cabinets as possible, but you also want to do it cheaper so that you can sell the cabinet, which is why Street Fighter 2 and then Super Street Fighter 2 or Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, they're all different cabinets, right? The arcades would buy the next cabinet because Street Fighter 2 is really good, but eventually if my arcade doesn't have the the Street Fighter 2 that has like the 4 more characters, then people aren't going to come to my arcade to play Street Fighter. They're going to go to the other arcade in town to play Street Fighter, or something like that. So now I'm going to go buy another Street Fighter cabinet.
Well, the people who care will do that.
Well,
I'm sure a bunch of drunk people are not going to care.
But yeah, nowadays arcades are dead.
And that too.
But like back when arcades were a thing, and like in the 80s and stuff, and that's where everybody went to play video games. Like that's where you went, like to play a fighting game. One, they weren't at home, and even once they first came to home consoles,
the arcades were vastly superior.
One, the arcade machines were vastly superior at running the games better, and then two, if you wanted to play against other people and get good, you still had to go to the arcade. You could train at home, you could play it and like learn some things at home, but you'd eventually leave your Super Nintendo at home and go to the arcade and put some quarters in to fight some other guys and like get good. Like,
yep.
I really wish I was around during those like that era.
I don't know. It sounds annoying as shit fun. Though.
Oh, I mean, I think the like going to the arcade and like seeing all these people there and like rotating across the different fighting games to like fight people and get good. I think that sounds really fun. Like that would be a really fun time for me. It just doesn't really exist anymore.
Nope, because it's all online nowadays.
Yeah, which I mean still works. There's less of a community like engagement. Like you're not meeting people and learning their names and be like, oh man, this guy's here today. Well, shit, I'm gonna lose all my matches. Like, things like that, or like, like that really good guy's there, and you're like, oh man, it's the what's the meme? What's that meme from the phone game? Do you remember Legend 27 or Legend whatever? You know what I'm talking about. There's like
I get what you're talking about.
There was that one ad on YouTube where they wouldn't shut up, and that became like a meme. But
it did become a meme because they just kept copying that art style, and then it just became ridiculous. Whereas like they copied the whole shtick.
Yeah, but like essentially, it's like, oh man, Justin Wong's here, right? Justin Wong, famous fighting game player. Oh man, Justin Wong's here at the arcade today. Well, fuck, like I'm gonna lose, or you could be really good, like, oh shit, I'm gonna get to fight Justin Wong, right? Things like that. And I mean, Maximilian Dude on his streams has literally talked about like back in those days when that would happen, like there would be word that like so and so was over at this arcade, and so like in Southern California where he grew up, like so and so famous fighting game player, like really good fighting game player, was over at this arcade. So like literally that word would like travel like via phone call, and like everybody would rush to that arcade and start playing there for the day. I was like, that would be an interesting time. Like that would be a fun experience to have. Like you get a phone call, like, hey, Justin Wong's playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 over at, this arcade and the next town over. Let's all get in a car and go. So, like, you and your buddies, you pick everybody up on the way and then you go to the arcade. I don't know. I think it sounds fun.
Well,
but also I like fighting games, and you're not as big of a fan of them as I am.
Yeah, it's different ways for different people as per usual, but this was definitely our long segment that we updated you on the current gaming news. I'm going to write down some, I don't know, maybe like a few more topics from our list last time, and then then next week we'll try to basically I'm probably going to yell at you while I'm screaming about how epic the game we're going to be playing next week is going to be.
Yeah.
And we're probably I'm going to sound a little bit different because we're going to be moving the stream to the other room, because I'm going to be playing another 360 game as per our incredibly solid streams using that console.
Right. we had issues. It's been a long time though since we've used those 360 for streaming.
Well, it's my eternal cheapness is that I already own a copy of the game for console. I am not going to buy the PC version because I will just deal with the limitation.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm pretty sure the
I will drag you down to my console standard.
I think the last game we played on console was the one we did together.
Oh yeah,
partying it together in person.
I still haven't posted that. I should get that done tomorrow because
the Pokemon Snap.
Oh no! I thought you were talking about. I guess it might have been on my end, but I did play the attempted video we tried to do of Ocarina of Time over there.
Oh yeah.
The failed episode. I should really get that up because I think that's probably interesting enough to post at least.
That game that sounded really fun and then turned out not to be.
It turned out good on paper up until the Forest Temple, and then it kind of just fell apart.
Oh yeah, it was playable on paper, but the problem was it wasn't as exciting as it could have been. Like had we not have to like fight the boss twice, like each fight the boss separately, and like we got to beat on it together, like that's what it like. It didn't deliver on what it sounded like it promised.
Yeah,
like,
the true multiplayer.
Yeah, it wasn't actually multiplayer. It was more like we played the game separately and we could see each other. And then, like, it fell apart when we hit the Forest Temple when we revealed that the multiplayer aspect is that we share keys, but we don't share unlocked doors. So, like, if I grab a key and you use it to unlock a door that I haven't gotten to yet, I no longer can have a key to open my door.
And then I have to re-find the keys that you already found, and then it just, like, at that point we were like, oh wow, this is way too stupid.
Yeah, because it's like if we share keys, and that just didn't work. It's like, what's next? We're gonna share arrows. We never got the bow to find out, but we did have the slingshot. We didn't share ammo for the slingshot.
So yeah, check back with us next week as we are gonna be playing a platinum game as per during their golden years, and I think it's going to be a heck of a fun time.
It's really weird to say Platinum Games golden years, because Platinum Games only has, like, maybe 10 games to their name.
Well, yeah, but they've been producing games probably nigh on 10 years at this point.
Fair enough.
So they have a history. Something I actually... we probably couldn't spin a topic on it, but since I mentioned it, Babylon's Fall is going to be pulled from, they're going to be shutting down that game in about 6 months, so...
Yeah, that game didn't do well, but
Platinum's terrible game.
We'll also find out next month, though, exactly if if Babylon's Fall was the start of something bad or not. Because Astral Chain was the game before Babylon's Fall. That game was fun. That game was fine. That game was well received. And then Bayonetta 3 comes out at the end of October, right before Halloween, like the Friday before Halloween. So We'll see the reviews for that game when that comes out.
Well,
I'm expecting it to be just like Bayonetta 2. It'll be well received. It'll be fun. It'll just be like Astral Chain again. It'll be fun. It'll be well received. But it's not gonna be like the game. Oh man, you have to play it. Like it's not gonna be a game that's like so talked about that you have to play it. I think Nier Automata will stay the game they made. That's the one a lot of people like tell people they have to go play.
The one that justified Platinum's existence.
Yeah.
So yeah, check back with us next time as we attempt a high-octane console podcast, and I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful mess.
Right.
And we are out. I think that